Every great racetrack needs a great race, and today the iRacing special event calendar lands down under at the mountain for the 2023 Next Level Racing Bathurst 1000. Hello everyone, welcome along to RaceSpot TV and to the iRacing Esports Network for what is bound to be a fascinating 6 or so hours of racing as 26 teams attempt to tame the mountain. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, delighted to be joined for RaceSpot TV on the very first time by Rhys Gardiner. Rhys, this is a very fascinating race. You know a lot more about it than myself. It is one of the most difficult to survive in all of global motorsports.
It absolutely is, and at an incredible track as well. This place has been around since the late 1930s, built as a scenic drive just outside the town of Bathurst in country New South Wales, and it's got plenty of corners. All of them are equally as difficult. Concrete walls on all sides, 2 super long straights as well. They have to negotiate this place 161 times. It is going to be a race of survival.
Attrition very well could come into play. We're getting a great look from up above at that run down into the fastest part of the track. These drivers are going to be very brave for 161 trips around this track. It's a busy week in the iRacing special event calendar as well, because last night on RaceSpot TV we had coverage of the 3rd full-length race in the NASCAR iRacing series at Bristol. A very different sort of a race to what we've got in store today, and let's not forget, just a handful of weeks away from the last of the VCO Grand Slams for Petit Le Mans. Of course, that's going to be 10 hours of blasting around the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta with some brand new cars that plenty will be excited about. Let's talk a little bit more though about this particular race, because 161 laps, you mentioned it, and Rhys already, you and I, we've been talking about strategy, intrigue at these teams that these drivers will be thinking all about.
Yeah, exactly. It's a long race, obviously, so you're going to have to make quite a few pit stops. From the numbers we've been given and what we've worked out, we're looking at 6 full stints of 24 laps and a 17-lap short stint somewhere in between all of that. The question is, when do you take it? Do you take it right at the start, right at the end, in the middle, or do you reduce all of your other stints to try and space the race out equally? That is the big question. The drivers also have to be careful of incident points as well, obviously. 50 incidents gets you a stop-and-go penalty, and it's very easy to pick up incidents around here. It's a difficult circuit. The drivers will undoubtedly lose control a few times, and you obviously have to consider the walls as well. If you're in a battle and you hit a wall, there's nowhere for the other driver to go.
No, absolutely. And again, like I said, attrition might play its part. And with open setups, these drivers will be trying to dial in the tires as well over what might be a very warm afternoon of racing. Let's not forget, they have in-car tools to talk about and to play with as well. These drivers rolling around for qualifying right now. Before we take a look at them rolling around on track, Rhys, talk to us about Mount Panorama, 6.2 kilometers, 23 turns, and the best part about it, in my opinion, it's all public roads.
Exactly. This track was built during the Great Depression as a scenic drive, and depending on who you believe, apparently the mayor of Bathurst at the time figured, hey, I want to build a racetrack, but the government won't give me money to do it. Let's make a scenic drive, and hey, it'll make a pretty good racetrack too, wouldn't it? The only change made to the track's layout was in 1987, the chase. See that chicane there on the longest straight on the track? That was added for the 1987 World Touring Car Championship round because the FIA wouldn't sanction the race because the straight was originally too long. Apart from that, there's plenty of heavy braking zones. The chase obviously is the best overtaking opportunity. You can also get it done into the final turn, the opening turn, turn 2 at Griffin's, and into the cutting at turn 4 if you're brave. But that section across the top of the mountain, coming up through Reed, Sulman and McPhillamy Parks, down through the S's, overtaking, not quite possible there, so the drivers will have to stay single file.
It's a track as well where you either make a pass in the one section where it can happen, or as you ride up and then down the mountain, you are waiting and hoping that drivers in front do not make any sort of mistakes. Drivers get 2 attempts in this qualifying session, and with just 8 minutes on the clock, it's a bit of a hustle to work your way around to get 2 competitive laps underneath yourself. Let's not forget that the tires are going to be such an important factor as well, but as the drivers get themselves set for the second of the laps, let's ride around with the 888 of Rick Kuznetsov, and see what Mount Panorama has to offer. In fact, he's going to run to the line and bail with 1 lap complete, seemingly tires done and dusted. It was good enough for provisional pole.
Yeah, we're looking at lap times of the low 2:03 bracket for this one in terms of qualifying. Coming out of the chase here, we have some fantastic driving on display. The Band of Others car to the line now. And I got to say, it'll be interesting to see how this lap goes. The driver of car 065. The opening turn here, Hell Corner it's called, it is deceptively difficult. The first and last turns here, they look easy enough from the air. They're just right-angle left-handers, but the lines through here are so difficult to nail.
Absolutely. Does seem as though, even though our provisional pole sitter bailed with a 7/10 buffer at the front, there are plenty of other drivers still working their way around down the hill out of what here on iRacing is still the Falcon Elbow, although it's gone through several name changes in recent years. It's the TC Corsa Esports #1. This is the 1.5 kilometer run through that little switch that we have now to the right at the chase before breaking into what is one of the primary passing opportunities, but I feel like on a qualifying lap it's also the corner that's the easiest to get wrong. Seemingly tentative onto the brakes initially, see the rears very much light on up. You've got to be careful with the curb usage as well, Reese. Don't want to get the car too unsettled.
No, Tomoyasu Inatani is, though, made it through cleanly down to Murray's corner, the last turn. Got to avoid the curb on the inside there and nailed the throttle on the exit. Let's see what he can do to get across the line. Proves to a 2:05.0, which is pretty good. I think as long as you can keep that kind of pace up during the race, you will be in with a shout. Dan Palamountain to the line as well. What's his time going to be? It looks like another 2:05, and well, he improves by well, actually no, it doesn't look like he improved. 0.2 off, unfortunately. Very easy to lose time around here.
No, we are seeing a bit of a split. This is a difficult car to tame in qualifying, and that's being represented in the margins. It's going to be the Vermilion Motorsports #43 that gets under the 2:05 benchmark and into the front 3 rows. That's a pretty decent lap with the pressure on. Again, not being able to convert maybe with an off-track the first time around. We'll see the Band of Others car back out of the final corner. It's going to be a couple of hundredths of an improvement there, but no significant game in time, and the Blue Flags United car goes the wrong way through the final corner.
Yeah, that's the road that takes you into Bathurst. So obviously looking to go to the pub after that lap didn't go too well. Looks like qualifying is just about done though, Arjuna, and it seems that everyone has put down a time. It is a hard cut to the end of the session, so if you're on a lap right now, you won't be able to finish it.
Yeah, no, and 23 times on the board. 3 cars will start from the back, and 10 seconds left on the clock. Reese, very quickly, standing start. It's a technical start as well.
Oh yeah, it is. The drivers simulate the line locker on the real cars by using the handbrake in the sim. So there's so much to getting these cars off the line. A lot of drivers mess it up. We're probably going to be seeing some clouds of smoke out there.
Let's get ready to go for the great Australian race. It's going to be the 888 that brings us to the green. That's a familiar number for sure. And Rick Kuznetsov will, with a 2:03.277, have a 7/10 margin over to Sebastian Flock on the outside of the front row. Then the Americans down under bring a blue and pink combination that I'm sure will divide our chat. The second of the Insipid, I guess, most SimSport cars lines up on the outside of row number 2. Tim Hancock, Connor Nixon share row number 3 in the Central Lincoln Vermilion cars, with Banter Alliance Racing and Dr. Wobbler Mr. Slide on row number 4. Super Cheap Performance Racing and SLS Racing ran out the top 10 with Blue Flags and Frog Leap Racing, 11th and 12th positions. Chasing Unicorns, hopefully not chasing too much in 13th spot with TC Corsa Esports. Haha, yeah, okay, I'm out in the shed, she is inside. And then Crown Mountain Motorsport through the top 8 rows. 17th for the Virtual Motorsports Mentor Esports, and then a second Vermilion 026 car on the outside of row 9 with No Chance Racing and SLM Motorsports bookending the top 20. Band of Others Endurance, and then Obtuse Racing, Team Schnitzel by Starlight, and then Yanko Ez, the first of the cars with no times on the board, joined by Autoserve and SART. It's those final moments, the nerves surely starting to build for the drivers, Reese. What goes through the mind with 161 laps to come?
I think what's going through the mind is, can I get through the first lap safely? All of the cars are together at the moment, and the big choke point is when you enter the mountain section. It's going to be really difficult to get a clean first lap out of this, and I think we're going to be seeing at least a few cars with a few dints and dings in their cars.
Did see a Bo J. Albert swap to the outside of the front row, so maybe one of Australia's finest World Championship drivers on the outside of the front row. The great Australian race, though, the next level racing Bathurst 1000 is underway, and one car does not go. Great jump from the front of the grid, though, from both of the drivers on the front row. Through turn one safely, they will dive. Everyone now seemingly getting through the swarm. It's an undulating run, up, down, and then up again into the braking zone of turn number 2. Who's going to be the most aggressive before we dive into the cutting, where surely you'll get single filed out? Bo Albert's not going to dive for the lead. It's single file, Reese, for the top 10.
Yep, it is, and well, it's on for the lead still. Rick Kuznetsov holding off Bo Albert in the Bring to Bathurst car. Bo Albert and Sebastian Flock in that machine. They are competing in the V8 Scops endurance races for Evolution Racing Team, but they're using this one as prep for the hosted Bathurst races, as I'm sure many of the drivers in this field are. Now we are through to the top of the mountain, and this is where single file really comes into effect. Albert's going to have to back off here and try and get a good run out of Forest Elbow if he wants to pass Kuznetsov.
This is the most difficult section on turn number 1.
Americans down under.
And Adam Blocker's made a mistake. We'll clip the wall, but have we got through safely? I think just about we will survive, but with now a big gap between 3rd and 4th positions, and this 74 machine instantly with damage on its left-hand side.
Yeah, unfortunately, Bruce DiCarvalho in the Centerlink Racing car wasn't able to avoid that. He got clipped into the wall as well. But Adam Blocker, presumably driving with Philip Kraus in this one, he is going to face a pass into the chase by Connor Nixon in the Vermilion Motorsports number 43. And looks like, a little bit of contact in the braking zone. That's another thing you got to look out for here, Arjuna, as Nixon goes deep and runs off.
He will get through safely, even with the change to the grass that we've had here on iRacing. We'll drop back behind Blocker and hope not to drop behind anyone else. Slots back into line. It is going to be the 888 that leads from Bo Albert and the 995 at the end of the opening lap. It's not been as chaotic as maybe expected. One car down to pit lane. That will be for jumping the start initially. Everyone else getting through safely.
Yep. First takers to the pit lane then, and looks like the TC Corsa Esports car was the one in there with Sho Kanetake in the pits there. They must have picked up some kind of damage along the way. The car that stalled on the start was Tom Kleeman, who was driving the Blue Flags United car, taking over from Glenn Morris, who took the car through qualifying. Unfortunately, didn't get the standing start that he wanted, but still managed to get a clean start. And I suppose being at the back of the field or the front of the field is where you want to be. The midfield is not ideal.
Let's go back to the start and just watch helplessly on board right now. You can see the car is not in gear, it's stuck in neutral, and eventually gets it into first, but with the field already scampering through. I must say, very impressed that we got through that one safely, especially given the chaos that we had here on the iRacing Esports Network yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's, the first lap at Bathurst is always an issue, and man, that was some interesting avoiding action being taken by everyone else. Fortunately, it looks like no damage, maybe just a little graze of the car. But, yeah, I think Tom Kleeman will be counting his lucky stars there. So, back onto Conrod Straight. Looks like the Americans Down Under car has actually gotten a reasonable run now. Adam Blocker, despite his issues on the first lap, has gotten back up to pace, but he's facing up against Connor Nixon again, who's had to make a recovery after his off at this very corner just a lap ago.
Yeah, let's go and see, with Blockers on board on that opening lap, exactly what mistake he made. It doesn't have to be a very big mistake at Bathurst, and the other thing that they are dealing with is the cold tires as well. But you can see, just gets it wrong initially, runs on the curb a little hard, and he does bonk the left, not once but twice. But amazingly, everyone survives that one safely.
Yeah, and I mean, these cars can take a beating. This section of the circuit's so difficult to get right, especially on cold tires. You're braking and turning at the same time downhill through a series of S's, and you see that's what the Centrelink racing car had to deal with. But once again, they both managed to keep it going without many issues.
This is the view from Bruce Carvalho. I mean, Adam Blocker didn't really have too much control of the car, and Bruce was just trying to go the one hole that he had. And of course, there was then more drama down at the braking zone. Margin has, I don't want to say held firm. It's growing. Last time by, our race leader did a 2:04.6. Absolutely flying is the 888. Adam Blocker, in comparison, almost 2 seconds slower with a 2:06.3.
Yeah, Rick Kuznetsov is definitely a quick driver in these cars, and being very active in the AusNZ sim racing community. He's had excellent results in other community series as well. Seems to have gotten this one down pat. Beautiful smooth exit out of Forest Elbow. He is gaining on Bo Albert, who was a second slower than him on the last lap.
2:05.6 is by no means a slow time, and it does look as though the teammates starting to look like they may have the strongest cars for the conditions that we have here at the start of the race. Once again, onto the brakes. Talking of conditions, that move, by the way, from Connor Nixon. Once again, looking on Adam Blocker. It is warm, 40 degrees Celsius, and around the outside, Connor Nixon steals fourth away from the Americans down under.
Does indeed, and this time with the outside line at the chase, and looks like Bruce Carvalho is fancying a look on the outside of Murray's too, but the outside line in that corner doesn't really work. Here we go then, the Banter Alliance car, James Chastanet at the wheel of number 427, trying to take advantage of that poor exit from De Carvalho. Let's see what the exit of Hell Corner is like. You can use a bit more of that curb, but I think the drivers are just taking it easy here at the start. And this turn here, Arjuna, that they're coming up to now, Griffins, there is a massive crown in the road through the corner. If you're on the outside here, you could slide straight off into the barrier, but Chastanet gets it done around the outside, but there you see that crown in the road working its magic and sending him wide on the exit. The Carvalho back through.
And now opportunity for potentially the Super Cheap Performance car to slip up the inside of Dr. Wobbler Mr. Slide, who slides back in the running order. That is a team name that will never not be funny, but excellent description from Reese, and then a visual example of just how difficult that entry up the hill can truly be. You can see the margin continuing to grow, though, between 4th and 5th position. Adam Blocker, as well as Bruce de Carvalho, both have damage. Blocker on the left-hand side, Bruce de Carvalho on the right-hand side of their cars. And let's not forget, 24-lap fuel window, Reese, but with the potential of a one stint where maybe you only go as far as 17 or 18 laps. Potentially for those two cars, this will be their short window as well. Blocker almost into the wall again.
Yeah, Blocker is pushing hard, isn't he? Yeah, now that the drivers are into the rhythm of the race, they'll be thinking about when to take that short fill. And I think, drivers who are down in the field might want to get that short stint out of the way, pit early compared to everyone else, and get some track time all by themselves. Because when you're in the middle of a pack of cars, I mean, this track is hard enough to drive as it is, and that is De Carvalho getting into Blocker. Blocker goes off at the chase. De Carvalho as well. Both of them now losing positions. Looks like the 69 and the 575 getting up the inside of car 467. That's unfortunate, but it happens.
It is a bit of a physical start to this race for a couple. Let's go back to the opening lap where Adam Blocker got together with Connor Nixon. You can see Blocker try to open up the corner and just leaves himself, I think, with a little bit too much work on entry, and then Nixon does a pretty good job of rally crossing it through the grass. Let's not forget Nixon was able to go the long way around on Adam Blocker. Let's just take a look at this as well, because it's a mirror image, but this time a little bit more help, I think, from Adam Blocker.
Yeah, I think Blocker, by that point, realised that the battle was done, and Nixon picking up the throttle nicely around the outside, got it done beautifully.
He's already built up a big gap now, and with Blocker dropping behind the Super Cheap Performance Racing and Banter Alliance car, it's now 10 seconds that splits first from 5th position. Look how close to the wall that they run as they press themselves through Sulman Park in towards the dip through Skyline, up towards the front. This is looking like a very clean start to the race. It's now 3.3 seconds between the top two, and already you can just tell the body language of the race leader looking very comfortable.
Yeah, I think Kuznetsov's gotten the gap he needs now, and he's just going to be pounding those laps out for the time being, still in the 204s on lap 5. Now, as we look back from Bo Albert at Cameron Jones in the second of the 9.5 SimSport cars in this session, drivers are going to have to be thinking about tyres as well, how long the tyres last. These cars are brutal on their tyres. They have got a lot of grip right at the start of a stint, but once you start getting about 10 laps in these conditions, you start seeing a massive drop off in pace, and that could affect when drivers come into the pits later on.
And you've got to be so progressive, not just on throttle, but with the brake as well. You have no assists. That means no anti-lock brakes, no traction control. A couple of things you do have are in-car tools, the ARBs that you can move slightly to adjust the balance of the car, and you will see the drivers working on them through the stint. And I'm glad, Reese, that you finally said the team name, because boy, was I trying to figure out how to say that. 9.5, it makes a lot of sense now.
Yeah, 9.5 SimSport, they've been around for a couple of years now in the AusNZ community, but they've really brought themselves to the fore in the last year or so. They have started getting some fantastic results, and they have a great roster of drivers as well. I'll be interested to see how well they do here. Currently running first and third. Pretty good so far, but you've got to be careful of the walls once more.
Yeah, there is no give right now. There is all take in this battle for second. They are definitely pushing to the limit, running up to the very top of the track, and now beginning that descent, bouncing off the rev limiter as well. You could hear in that third place machine. The dipper can be so difficult and frustrating with the understeer at times, but those cars looking pretty locked in, almost 5 laps into that 10-lap window that Reese was talking about when it comes to the tire wearing. It's somewhat stabilized now that there's been a change at the front of the peloton. Connor Nixon has a 3-second lead over the Banter Alliance racing car that's now up in 5th position. The choo-choo train runs for a while behind them.
Yeah, it's a bit of a long choo-choo train indeed, and looks like the drivers will be using this opportunity to get a bit of slipstream going as well. That's an opportunity to save a bit of fuel and shorten your fuel stop. It'll be interesting to see how much fuel saving drivers end up doing, because this is really quite the quite the sprint race, really, though it does go for 161 laps, and as you can see, that boot lid is absolutely gone, and that doesn't really affect the pace of the cars that much, but could introduce a bit of instability. The rear wing does provide some crucial downforce.
Yeah, in some ways, maybe it will help you in a straight line. So get rid of a little bit of drag. The one thing is, for the amazingly named Dr. Wobbler Mr. Slide car, they're going to be sliding just that little bit more. And to the point on tires, early stages, track temperature only increasing as we work into the early stages of the afternoon. I think this is going to be a very difficult stint for the number 69 to survive on through, and then hope they can get a bit of that damage repaired. I heard a bonk down the inside of the cutting. That is also something you've got to be very careful of. Turning into one of these corners, because you've got walls everywhere, there's a lot of risk. We're not a Formula One track, we can put it that way.
Yeah, certainly not. I mean, this is effectively a street circuit. It's a public road for most of the year. The speed limit is a solid 60 k's an hour. Oh dear, we've had our first crash here. That is the run out of the cutting coming up towards Sulman Park. So the Team Schnitzel car, Michel Bollertz, and it looks like Diego de Leon involved in that as well. Looks like quite the smash that's been undergone there.
That is suboptimal. Had a almost track blocker there for a moment, but interestingly took until lap 7, not lap 1, like I think most people would traditionally associate with a race at Bathurst, but we have had a pretty good run of clean lap 1s, not just here for the 1000, but even for the Bathurst 12 hours, which is surprising given that usually starts with more than the maximum of 30 cars that we have for this year's Next Level Racing Bathurst iRacing 1000, but yeah, also the night does not help there.
No, certainly not. At the very least, this is a full-on daytime race, though with the amount of time that this race is going to be taking, the drivers will be dealing with the sun moving position, obviously, as we see the replay of what happened to Bollertz, and that was him trying to get by Oliver Patterson, who ran wide at the cutting, and, well, the track is narrow, walls are close, there's only one way that's going to go.
So I was talking about turning in too early. That's a case of not turning in early enough, and the corner, unfortunately, does not support 2, as most of Mount Panorama, unfortunately, does not. And together they came, and fortunately did not end up that much worse. 26 started, No Chance Racing and Blue Flags United currently sit in pit lane, and TC Corsa Esports have made a trip to pit lane after the jump start that I think we mentioned, and since then have been running around and are up into the top 20 once more. You're seeing a bit of four-wheel drifting going on out of the 427. The balance of the car is continuing to change. Let's not forget, this is not a solo driver race. There are 2 drivers that, well, at least 2 drivers that will be taking to the track race, and in some cases, it's not the qualifying driver that is starting the race.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes teams will go for their, well, they have an A and a B driver mostly, and sometimes it is the B driver who will get in the car for the start. You know, they might be a little bit slower than the A driver, but they might be a little bit safer as well. And once there's a bit of space between the cars, they can put the A driver in and make sure that they get their pace up. That's the case for drivers in the midfield, I would say. But up here at the front, looks like they've definitely put their A drivers in for this opening stint, because what they're looking for is a gap to start things off.
And Bo Albert in a car with seemingly 3 other drivers, so in what is expected to be no more than realistically a 4-hour, 40-minute race, depending on the pace that we have with the increase in temperatures. 4 drivers, 7 stints, I think that's what we said it was. I don't think you're going to get too many repeated stints in that car. All they've got to do is fulfill the iRacing fair share, which is a much lower mark, all things considered. They battle behind, and there's drama down out of turn 1. The Banter Alliance car's parked in the grass, and now waiting for a flatbed back to pit lane.
Goodness me, Banner Alliance has not had a good run there. They were running 5th at the time. That's a real shame there for James Chastaneuf, and that just looks like a heartbreaking incident for him when we eventually do get the replay. But regardless, there's no place that's safe around this track. Here's what happened to him. So coming down into turn 1, things look orderly, but you'll notice that when he gets to the exit, there's something that goes wrong with the car here. Looks like just a hardware issue for Chastaneuf. There was no steering.
And as the wheel just ducked hard left, they did a good job once again of cycling on through, and I don't think Chastaneuf took the tow back to pit lane, so he's still out there on track and circulating, but potentially with a bit of damage now.
Yeah, quite a bit of damage. Like quite the heavy hit into the wall, but obviously with potential repair times, you want to keep the car out there. Make sure that you can get the repairs done during a stop. Try and lose as little time as possible. And oh dear, things just continued, didn't they? A little bit of an exchange through Griffin's Bend. It seems like the battles for positions 8 down are really where it's at here.
Yeah, they are definitely squabbling right now, and it's keeping us on our toes. Our producer did a little bit of a Lance Stroll, so throw that guy under the bus. I wonder who he is. End of lap 9. It was 5+ seconds at the front, and Tire wear seemingly not a concern just yet, but the second of the 9.5 SimSport cars has been unable to crack the bringing to Bathurst 161. So there is still a little bit of a fight going on for second. It's not just eighth on back where they're really continuing to fight. This is what we were looking at just before Chastanos' moment. It is the fight for 14th spot. The Virtual Motorsports car now in front as SLM and AutoServe duke it out through turn number 1.
Yeah, that's a good pass there. Looked pretty textbook from my perspective. AutoServe Racing is one of the teams that's certainly active in the Australian sim racing scene as well. Scott Barting, meanwhile, in the Virtual Motorsport Mentor car. These drivers don't really see them very active in the V8, so I'm interested to see how the 911 car ends up faring, but looked like an awesome, fantastic run out of Griffin's Bend for Jamie Davis, and he's actually gotten it. He's actually brought Dylan Gray into it as well, the SLM Motorsport 38. Dylan Gray, a very fast driver as well, who races karts in the real world. So let's see how things go for this trio.
If you're just joining us on RaceBot TV, apologies for the technical issues, but we're glad that you join us now with almost 10 laps in the books. It is the 9.5 SimSport 888 that leads. Got bringing to Bathurst in second, and a second 9.5 SimSport car that run in the top 3 that are now split by going on to almost 7 seconds. We're looking rearwards in this fight for 14th position, where most of the action has been outside of those spots that really matter. It's Arjuna Kankipati alongside with Reese Gardiner in the haha yeah okay I'm out in the shed, she is inside 077. Daniel Gray has just gone in front of the Frog Leap Racing Team car.
Yep, Daniel Gray, definitely a character in the sim racing scene, and looks like he's doing all right as well. Up 4 positions from where he started in 15th spot. Not sure if he has a co-driver for this one, though it is a team event. Drivers can drive solo if they want to. They'll just be DQ'd at the end of the session. Some drivers like to Ironman the Bathurst 1000 just to see if they can do it or to prove a point, whatever the reason.
Yeah, you get disqualified at the end. We have seen some drivers do like iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona solo for charity. We're talking 700 odd laps, and yeah, your reward for all of that at the end is, well, Daniel Gray gets a big old wiggle up out of turn 2, is an instant disqualification, dropping to the back of the grid, and a loss of safety rating and iRating, but you do it for the memories, I guess. There is a co-driver for Daniel Gray in that 077. The question will be, how do you break things up? Getting close to the walls once again. I'm trying to figure out all the different memes that Daniel has put on his car. Of course, there is the obvious one. He's driving a Ford with "Hold on" written on it. What else is there?
Oh god, I'm gonna have to take a really good look at this. Well, I am seeing a Bathurst track map. Where Gen 3? I see.
Yep, I see that too.
Yeah. Of course, a lot of drivers in the community are wanting the Gen 3 V8 touring cars to be added to the sim at some point. We'll see about that. Over the front wheel arch, it says "They're all in the fence" in Comic Sans, and if you're not aware, that is a reference to a legendary commentary call by Neil Crompton and Mark Scaife at the Sydney 500 some years ago, when it rained and everybody got into the fence. The battle for 6th continues here between Centrelink Racing and Americans Down Under. Blocker trying his best to hold on to positions here, but it doesn't look like it's working out for him.
Remember, these are 2 cars with some damage, and hoping that maybe in a couple of laps time, maybe 5 or so, they could come in. I got the word from the Americans Down Under team. They are down 1 kilometer an hour in a straight line. Not sure what the damage is in terms of cornering ability, but left side damage for the pink and blue car. It's right side damage for the Centrelink car, all coming out of that same incident. Is there going to be a look to the inside for the 575? Grundell thinks better of it, and will have to slot back in as Brewster Carvalho really tries to now pull away from pink and blue machine. Yes, it is Adam Blocker and Phil Kraus sharing that car, by the way, Reese. You correctly guessed that earlier. But they are probably one of the few teams that are racing at an uncomfortable time of the day.
Yeah, very uncomfortable indeed. I mean, it's pretty comfortable for me. It's just gone past 12 p.m. here on the west coast of Australia. But yeah, Americans down under, they're going to be racing into the early hours of the morning. And if you're European, I am so sorry. This broadcast started at 3:30 in the morning, Universal Coordinated Time. This is the Australian split, so we are expecting a majority Australian-New Zealand field here. But Americans down under, they've competed in V8 Scops Enduros for quite a few years now. Adam Blocker and Philip Kraus love these cars, and they are willing to race at all hours of the day to get that opportunity.
They are, of course, preparing for next week's Scops 1000, V8 Scops 1000, of course, one of the biggest races in Australian sim racing. These drivers looking forward to that opportunity, and as the SLS car still just sits behind, it's, I think, going to be a slightly different preparation race, the one that they envisaged, a bit of a recovery drive in some ways and trying to limit the damage. Just see how much better off the corner the 575 is, maybe saving its tires a little bit more as well, and sets up a switchback out of the final corner. And as much as Adam Blocker wants to try and block, here comes the charge up the inside.
Yeah, here we go then into turn one. And Blocker lets him go, tries the over-under on the exit. That's one of the corners where you can definitely get that done, but Blocker not getting the best of exits. It looks like Grundell is protecting the inside for Griffins, and like I mentioned earlier, the inside is where you want to be for that corner. It's basically banked on the inside thanks to the crown and the road, and if you're anywhere near that driver's left side of the track, you are going to lose a lot of pace or slide straight into the wall. Especially
because these cars, even though they are racing cars, are a bit more weighty. They are touring cars, as Reese described them earlier, so they do take a bit of time to settle often, and so you need to be somewhat cognizant of that. Did notice that there is also some damage on the SLS car, so this action that has kept us entertained through the opening stages of the race as another rear end sliding out and tempting fate with the wall. It's been difficult for more than one, and for many, I think they're going to be assessing the damage come the first cycle of pit stops. Question for you though, Reese, is how many drivers, let's say you have two attempting this race, how many drivers are going to get out in the first cycle of pit stops? How many will stay in for a double or a triple?
Yeah, that is the question, and you never really know the answer. Oh, Blocker, goodness me. Yeah, I feel like the teams up the front are going to want to keep their cars with the same driver for the first few stints at least, try and split the race down the middle with two drivers. But I think if you're in the midfield, maybe it's worth trying to change it up. What the drivers have to consider, as there goes off Grundell at the chase, oh, and another car as well. What the drivers have to consider is time it takes for a driver change. It's 30 seconds flat. That is how long a driver change takes in iRacing. A full tank takes about 45 seconds to fill, and tires take about 10 seconds, and fuel and tires are done at more or less the same time. So I'm pretty sure you're able to fit in a driver change at every full pit stop. If you're doing that short fill that we talked about before with a 17-lap run, might be a little bit touch and go as to whether or not you'll be able to fit a driver change in there.
Absolutely. I think that driver change strategy is also going to determine how you play that short fill strategy as well. Which driver do you want to be able to push for 17 laps rather than maybe nursing the tires for a full 24-lap run? So lights flashing from some of these drivers, a bit of frustration settling in. I think it was for Daniel Gray, who has, of course, worked into the top 10 from 15th spot. But it was all instigated by not one but two moments where it seemed like synchronized moments of sympathy, not just for Grundell, who took a bit more of a direct route across the track, for the Chasing Unicorns car as well that started in 13th spot.
Yeah, and Chasing Unicorns, this wasn't the only thing that happened to them. It wasn't on screen, but aside from this one, where he got, looks like just locked the rears on the way into the chase. That's an easy thing to do in these cars. You have to manually blip the throttle on downshifts, and if you don't, rear wheels lock and off you go. But the chasing Unicorns car got some oversteer out of turn 2 as well, and clipped the wall out of there, I saw. So further issues for that car.
All it takes sometimes is that one clip as well, and sometimes the car just doesn't feel quite right. So hoping that they'll be able to work through that. Margin up towards the front, if you were curious, is 8 full seconds. You can follow along with live timing and scoring by heading to timing71.org, but I'm increasingly getting the sense it's going to be one of those races where we're not going to take too many looks up towards the front, where it is, by the way, now a 9.5 Simsport 1 and 2.
Yeah, looks like the 995 has gotten past Bo Albert in the 161 as this battle shows no signs of slowing down. Marino Morella and the Dr. Wobbler and Mr. Slide car making the move on Adam Blocker, who I think has gotten used by now to cars getting past him. Seems the American's down under car isn't quite able to hold on in a pack. And Luke Rundell will make his way past. Defensive for Blocker. He's trying to keep Daniel Gray behind him here. Switch to the outside, then to the inside. Got to run through turn 2. Blocker is desperate to try and get this position back. Not too sure if he's going to be able to do it, though, because we're coming into the cutting where drivers fall into single file. Oh, Gray. Trying to protect the inside of the cutting there. Harry Dodd's almost fancy to look past him.
And you can just see the further back in queue you are, the more difficult it is, because you just get so concertinaed up. And now, was that Daniel Gray clipping the wall? I'm pretty sure it was, maybe with left side damage, and hopefully not with steering damage either. We'll get a look at that in a moment. Let's also grab a look of swap for second, because it came just before the madness that we saw into the chase where 2 cars went off, and, well, you can see Bo Albert not putting up much of a defense.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to play the long game here. He noticed that Cameron Jones was piling on the aggression, so might as well just let him go. It's a long race. You can get that time back in other ways. A point that you mentioned earlier about how hard these cars are to drive, and you know, the weight that's available there as that was Gray hitting the wall. Looks like Dodds did it as well. These cars are they're a bit of a unique case in the touring car world because they're quite heavy and they're quite powerful. Rear-wheel drive, 5-litre V8 engine that produces about 600 to 650 horsepower, and these things weigh 1.5 tons. So, you know, put those two numbers together and you have a car that's incredibly difficult to drive.
Yes, and it's why when Shane Van Gisbergen went over to the NASCAR Cup Series, it was, I think, no surprise to people that he got on so well with that machine, especially at a track like a street course, where so much experience in this sort of a car with the schedule that the V8 supercars run here. The rear wing, of course, not causing too much speed issues for the Dr. Wobbler Mr. Slide car. But around the outside, Luke Grundell will hope not to hit that crown and get through that bump safely. They'll lean on one another and escort it into the wall. Goes Grundell. Check up for Daniel Gray, who goes around Adam Blocker and gets past the Dr. Wobbler car too.
Oh, that he does. That was huge there. Looks like Morella's going to try and hold on here, but has to let him go around the outside of Reed Park. Well, that is all she wrote for that. I mean, it's so easy to try and fling one up the inside in these things, but you've got to be careful about how you exit the corners. And if you're in a pack like these guys, man, you basically ruin half your lap.
Let's take a look at that on board from Daniel Gray's perspective, and you'll just see Cecil Park, Adam Blocker gets a big checkup, and then there's, I don't necessarily think a car's width there, but Daniel Gray wasn't taking no for an answer.
Certainly not. I think he's got quite a bit of experience in these cars. How does it look from the aerial view? Wall on one side, car on the other, just, all right, cool. A little bit of a heart attack moment, but I think the heart rate's going back down now.
Just a change of suit required in the pit stop. 17 laps in, by the way, so potentially the window open for drivers that want to take their short stint now. I'm not sure there will be too many that decide to do that just yet. Bo Albert's dropped about 2 seconds back from Cameron Jones in the 995 for second spot, so I talked about open setup slightly earlier, and also touch on the fact that despite the fact that there are multiple manufacturers in the field, yes, they drive the same. Whether you're a Holden fan or a Ford fan, it does seem like Holden has a few more supporters in the field today.
Yeah, it looks like it. It's always been interesting to me to see, how much brand allegiance really comes to the fore. I mean, it's been a big part of Australian touring car racing, ever since day dot. But yeah, like you mentioned, these cars drive exactly the same. Supercars in real life is almost a spec formula. It's not quite. The teams can often build a lot of their own components, and so they can make their pace in different ways, but a lot of aspects of these cars are very tightly controlled. Speaking of tightly controlled, goodness me. What's happened to Grundle, who's now going very slowly? Yeah. Oh! And big smash there for the Dr. Wobbler car, and there's more damage on the front of the SLS car, so I'm going to try and put two and two together. There was a wall smash we missed. Yeah, there was, and it was at the cutting. Grundle, I think, going a little too deep, got a bit of oversteer on entry. See if we can grab a look on board, riding up in towards that very almost double-natured turn 3. It's fine initially, gets a little bit loose, a little bit slippery, and bang into the wall. That was a heavy hit. I don't often see that, but well, looks like he managed to get some kind of recovery there. Unfortunately, that car looks to be a bit down on straight line speed. These cars can reach a max speed of about 270 kilometers an hour down Conrod Straight. It's continued there. Massively unstable into the chase. That car has suspension damage for sure. And I think Morella gave a bit of room under brakes, seeing in the rearview mirror the damage behind. Is there going to be an instant peel to the left? And we can talk about it quickly. It's not an easy pit entry, especially when these drivers will be trying to maximize it. Look at the commitment that Grundle brings down onto the limiter. Yeah, pit entry here is, like you said, incredibly interesting. You have to negotiate a couple of chicanes on the way down and try and ride the curbs as well. Gravel trap on the exit to catch you. But looks like Grundle managed to at least nail that. That's going to be a damage repair there. Interestingly, he has come in on lap 18. So, remember, we talked about the short fill stint. Lasts about 17 laps. So I'm thinking that the SLS racing car is going to go 6 full stints to the end. There's a driver change as well, Stephen Grumley jumping in. And you can see up on the jacks getting the 4 tires fitted. Fuel going in, and then they'll get to work on the right-hand side as well. As soon as the car drops from the jacks, basically, the virtual crew that were doing the tires will get to work working on the dings and trying to get the fenders back into line. And with a second driver now, it means the first driver gets a chance to go and let some steam off, because let's not forget, first into the race is always the most difficult. You got to navigate through the start, you got to get through all the madness that often happens in the first hours of a race, and after that you just try and hope to survive. Yeah. One team that hasn't survived, unfortunately. We have one team actually. Banter Alliance Racing 427. Looks like James Chastaneuf and Andrew Ritchie have retired from the race. Evidently those technical issues were too much. The SLS 575 with a meatball, apparently. That is the mechanical black flag, the orange circle in the middle of a black flag, as Blocker is embroiled in a battle with Daniel Gray here. It is Holden versus Ford. True battle for the ages. No. It's Holden versus Holden. Hold on. Sorry, how are we saying that? True. Oh, yes. I can't not say it without laughing. There are quite a few good memes in this race, and of course Daniel Gray would be the provider of some said memes in towards the opening corner. Let's not forget, 18 laps now on the tires. We've still got about 5 hours of estimated racing to go. I do appreciate, by the way, as much as the blue and pink maybe does not go together on this 074, the upside-down Australian country with the American flag also upside down inside of it. That's quite a nice touch. Yeah, that's been a feature of the Americans Down Under livery for a few years now, and it's certainly appreciated by us. We love to see Adam Blocker and Philip Kraus out there. They always give it a good run in enduros in these cars. It looks to me like Blocker has managed to get some consistency back as well. He's keeping Daniel Gray behind him for the time being. Let's see if he can hold on to that.
Now, of course, I don't know too many of the Australian drivers. That's where Reese brings a lot more of the expertise. But I do know a little bit about Adam Blocker being my teammate and Phil Kraus, who is not technically my teammate. That's the funnest part about this Allegiance race, that you get to see a little bit in the V8 supercars. Adam Blocker and Phil Kraus represent Powerslide Motorsports and Private Label Team Hype. You can see their logos on the front of the car. Fierce rivals in American Open Wheel Racing. Adam Blocker won a championship where he finished top 5 in every single race he competed in. So what did Phil Kraus do the next year? Well, he finished top 3 in every single race that he competed in. Somehow, they were able to put all that aside and go racing in a car that they both love.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, you know, different categories, different styles of racing, they can bring drivers together who would otherwise, like you say, be fierce rivals. And I think that's one of the reasons why I love special events like this, and why I love the fact that Australia has such a solid racing scene, because, you know, even in the real world, you can see some interesting team-ups for V8 Enduros.
Yeah. Are there any interesting ones this year for the 1000? I will be honest in saying that I have not really been keeping my eye on the news in general of motorsports, so I'm curious. I'm sure there's some interesting lineups out there. I did see on the iRacing forums earlier this week that Richie Stanaway was a little disappointed that we scheduled this Next Level Racing Bathurst 1000 for the same weekend as the Real World Sandown 500, to which the iRacing staff replied, well, we scheduled this race before Supercars released their schedule, and unfortunately, there's too many iRacing special events already in the calendar.
Yeah, exactly. And Richie Stanaway has been a part of the AusNZ sim racing community since the early 2010s. He was one of the first real-life drivers to jump on iRacing in this area of the world, along with Shane Van Gisbergen and Scott McLaughlin, and they are all still very active on the service to this day. It's awesome to see. Looking at the entry list for the Bathurst 1000 in the real world, one pairing does jump out to me. The Grove Racing number 19 has Matt Payne and Kevin Estre driving.
Oh wow, that is very interesting.
That it is. I mean, Kevin Estre, of course, famous for his GT3 racing exploits. We do have a couple of drivers coming back as well in real life. Jamie Whincup recently retired from full-time competition and moved into a management role at Triple Eight. He is back driving with Brock Feeney in car 88. And of course, Shane Van Gisbergen and Richie Stanaway pairing up in the number 97. Wow, I've just noticed Craig Lowndes has come back as well. He's going to be driving with Zane Goddard. Oh dear.
Blown engine. Was that a blown engine from the Frog Leap
Yeah.
Racing team? Oh, cruel.
Oh.
Just like there is no anti-lock brakes or traction control, there is also no downshift protection. Well, there is, but it doesn't always work, as me and Adam Blocker found out in a V8 Scops race once. But that is a very unfortunate way for a race to come to an end. And it interrupts what was a very fascinating conversation, but that is a very painful thing to see happen.
That is, and well, yeah, you mentioned the downshifts. You have to manually blip the throttle on the downshifts in these cars. They run a 6-speed sequential gearbox, which is basically an electronically actuated manual dog box, but there's no rev protection on the downshifts. Yeah, there you go. Revs were just a bit too high.
It's so innocuous as well, is the other thing. Like, you don't even... In some other cars on iRacing, like NASCAR Cup cars, for example, you'll hear an audible bang. We didn't hear anything. It's just a silent release from the engine. Unfortunately, no oil being spat out the back for the Dr. Wobbly Dr. Wobbler missed the slide car to slide on through, but that's an unfortunate end of the day, that's for sure. Going back to the conversation on entry list, by the way, I'm taking a look at this as well. There is also another driver that stands out to me in this as being particularly interesting. It's great to see Simona Di Silvestro going back for another crack at the mountain.
Yeah, for sure. It's awesome to see Simona back in a car. She was obviously a full-time driver in the Real World Series for a few years, driving for the Kellys, and she obviously had a great time there. And you know, I'm excited to see her back. Really excited to see how she does.
Yeah, but there, of course, so much to look forward to in that field. We talked about Scott McLaughlin, or you mentioned Scott McLaughlin in addition to Shane Van Gisbergen, as being one of the many Australian and drivers from New Zealand in being part of the sim racing community. Is definitely a very active sim racing community, and it's one where you have some of the best drivers in the world race. That's the thing that always, I think, people get surprised by. They forget that because of the fact that internet can be an issue, not just the distances, but also just the internet infrastructure sometimes in Australia is not the best. So we don't,
I feel that.
Oh, I'm sure you do. We don't get to see the best drivers often on the world stage. It's why Josh Rogers, Dane Warren moved to Germany with Porsche Coanda to continue pursuing their dream at the top level of sim racing. But these events are always a reminder for me, and watching some of the Scops and Logitech G Pro Invitational, I think it's called.
Indeed.
It's just a reminder of the level of talent in a really difficult car that we get to see.
Yeah, and I think how hard the car is to drive really informs that. You basically have to relearn a lot of your driving philosophies in a car like this. And you know, if you grow up racing these cars on the sim, if you're racing these cars in the real world as well, it basically means your car control gets onto another level. And it's awesome to see that drivers from Australia and New Zealand are now reaching the top levels in sim racing thanks to their experience coming up through the ranks in these cars. Another thing that really informs that is another little technical detail of the cars that I wanted to point out. The differential, it is locked. You don't have the ability to change the differential settings, and equal power goes to both rear wheels at all the time, every time. There's no coast or preload or power settings to adjust. It's just basically a live rear axle.
Which I think explains a lot of the liveliness that you get, not just on throttle, but off throttle as well, because differential, informs both phases of that. I'll be honest, I've driven this car a bit, didn't actually realize that. Explains quite a lot. Setups here, I think, are a lot then about just taming the car, especially through some of the bumps, and making sure you've got the mechanical grip as stable as possible. We're watching Cam Jones. There is some, I don't want to say damage to the right front, but something's not right there. And there was a lap last time by where this 995 did a 211. Out of the elbow, stuck with some traffic. Does something happen here? Oh no! Oh!
Deary me. Okay. Well, that'll buff out, I suppose.
Who was that? I think that's the other question.
It's one of the Mustangs. It was the Team Schnitzel car. Oh, goodness. And that car is in the pits with heavy damage now. And I think that's...
well, Albert.
One of the... Yeah, had to take a bit of avoiding action there. Unfortunate that there was that coming together. Oh, wow, that was a wild ride.
Hopefully you're not in virtual reality, although your next level racing rig would hold up steady. Bo Albert, foot pinned to the floor, not even a breathe of the throttle.
Yeah, well, might as well pick up the off-track 1X there, as long as you can keep going. Oh dear. So that's the end of the race, I think, for Michel Bollatz and the Team Schnitzel car. And there is a call to the pit lane for 9.5 SimSport. Both cars in the lane at the moment. They have made it 23 laps on this stint. And we were expecting a full stint would be 24 laps. So I'm interested to see how their strategy pans out here. Rick Kuznetsov getting out of the car and giving it up to Craig Schultz.
And so interesting that they come in a lap ahead of the rest, but maybe just pushing on that opening stint. Going to be curious to see if not just Cam Jones stays in, but also if they're going to take a little bit longer in the lane and maybe get some of the damage repaired. It's Riley Bilson that will take over there. Also, full credit to the 9-5 SimSport crew. 2 cars in the field, but you're not going to get them confused, Reese.
Indeed. I think the livery that the 995 is running, these guys have liveries on for the V8 Scots Enduros, and teams obviously like to bring out retro liveries for that. The AAA obviously running a faux Holden Racing Team livery, and the 95 SimSport 995 car. Can't remember exactly what livery that's emulating, but they've done a good job on both of them, and the cars are very striking. That's another thing that I love about the AusNZ sim racing community. Livery game is strong.
Oh yes, at some point we got 4 and a bit hours to go. We will go through the field and check out some of the liveries. There's Schultz getting the tires up to temperature. 43.9 seconds was the stationary time in the box, and it seems from all things 66 seconds 67 seconds from cone to cone in the lane. That does not crucially track your pit entry, where there are seconds to be gained depending on how aggressive you are. But of a stark contrast, by the way, for Riley Bilson, who had to deal with the auto serve number 92 coming up out of the opening sector, and so may have lost a bit of ground. And so now Bo Albert maybe has the chance to get an overcut working to his advantage.
Yeah, potentially does. Let's see what Bo Albert does, as he does bring it into the lane here. Big lockup on the way into the pits. Does manage to keep it going. Looks like the Vermilion Motorsports 43 is following him in as well. Connor Nixon gaining a lot of time despite his offs earlier. He has gotten the lap times down pat and has managed to keep things very consistent. Like a lot of other drivers, even going as long as 25 laps on this first stint. Plenty of fuel saved, obviously, in the opening stint with everyone running so close together and having to back off for incidents.
Bit of an advantage to them, of course. If you're able to go longer now, you will have potentially shorter runs later in the race. Here's Bo Albert handing over to Sebastian Flock, who, if I remember correctly, qualified that car up inside of the front 5 positions. You see Adam Blocker getting out, Phil Kraus gonna jump in, Josh Houghton taking over the reins of the 43. Driver swap seemingly the name of the game, and as Sebastian Flock sits there stationary, Riley Bilson already cycles over to net second once again.
I saw a lot of smoke in the pit lane as well. Looks like Matt Bailey had a very poor pit entry. He had to do a donut to get the car spun back around. So the Chasing Unicorns car already having quite an eventful race.
What were they chasing on pit entry, though? That's the question.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably a bakery, considering, you know, donuts do taste especially sweet, but might be a bit of a bitter flavour to this one.
He was already in the grass aplenty, and then shows us just how difficult this pit entry is, but corrects out of the slide quite nicely. At least 10 out of 10 for style.
Yes, indeed, but 1 out of 10 for pace gained. Sebastian Flock, meanwhile, on the live pictures there, he is driving the wheels off this car already. Remember, he's the one who qualified that 161 car, and doing quite well at the moment, keeping the pace up, but encountering a little bit of traffic here. Glenn Morris, who's taken the Blue Flags United car back over, and Tom Kleeman gave that car up very early, with that car obviously suffering some issues early on. Flock goes through without much fuss.
Nice and easy. It's what you like to see. Still a long way to go, and you have no doubt there will be a couple more traffic cycles to come. Centrelink Racing One more lap. They are on to the 26 Super Cheap Performance. The haha, yeah, okay, I'm out in the said, she is inside. And Dr. Wobbler, Mr. Sly teams all come in after 25 laps out there on track. But Brewster Carvalho, despite being in that brawl that we saw earlier, has seemingly etched out a little bit of extra fuel.
Yeah, looks like it. And that's a good run there from Brewster Carvalho. He had to obviously back out of it a few times. We saw him involved in some scraps, so that's an extra few milliliters of fuel saved over the course of this stint. See if this overcut works for them, but given the way the tyres act, overcut generally not the way to go in these cars. As out of the pits comes Harrison Lillis, who's taken over the number 25 from Bailey Ford. Looks like a driver change in the 077 as well. Daniel Gray giving the car to Dylan Goulson.
And again, I believe this is just two drivers, so Dylan Goulson and Daniel Gray going to be, I think, handing back and forth just a little bit. Of course, for the drivers that have been in for the start time to get out of the rig, hopefully they have someone else who, even if they're not watching the car in the session, being an engineer slash spotter, potentially they will be there just to keep their drivers focused and in the zone. There's always a bit of a difference in preference. There are drivers that like to be left alone just to do their thing, and there are other drivers who are a bit chattier on the radio, enjoy being kept engaged a little bit, especially if you're running by yourself. Stints can be quite repetitive, and that must have been an interesting stint, all things considered. 26 laps in the wars, but able to go further than anyone. Yes, it may not be the quickest in strategy, but I think now it's all about setting up the rest of the race. With all cars now cycled through, the 26 starters down to 22 out there and running. It is going to be Craig Schultz that will cycle out of the final corner to take back the lead of the race in what is looking like a Triple Eight that is as comfortable as you'd want at Mount Panorama.
Absolutely. Despite the driver change there, Craig Schultz immediately getting on the pace. 2:07.092 here as the track temperature has continued to rise out there. We saw it was 40 degrees at the start of the race, 37 degrees in qualifying. It's now up to 43 out there. And of course, this race has taken place in the middle of the day, and the track temperature will probably reach its height around 2 p.m., 3 p.m. in sim time. It's currently 23 minutes past 12 in sim. So as the race reaches its end, the track will start cooling down a little bit, but the drivers are going to have to deal with potential overheating of the tyres out there.
And of course, everything's upside down in Australia, right, Reese? So as we work our way into October, it's not getting cooler in Australia. It's getting warmer.
It is. Being in the Southern Hemisphere, our Christmas takes place at the height of summer. In fact, last Christmas was pretty much hell on earth in terms of temperature here in Perth. There was basically a string of days. It was like a whole week of daytime temperatures reaching over 42 degrees. We could not go outside.
Yeah, that does not sound fun. And then add in all of the broadcast equipment. I feel for poor Jay Kennedy as well. That can only be quite torturous in the SimSpeed studios. Here's Chasing Unicorns after their chasing spins on pit entry. They have tucked back in front of the SLM Motorsports number 38. This is the fight for 11th position. We talked about track temperatures increasing. One driver that will be able to tell us a little bit more about that. Bo Albert jumped out of the Bringing to Bathurst 161 car, handed back over to Sebastian Flock. Bo, how did that opening stint go from your perspective?
Oh, it was an exciting stint, that's for sure. No, look, I think that went about as well as we could possibly expect. I haven't done too much practice for this event yet, so very under the experience level for this, and in a different car as well. Been practicing in the Holden, and I only just found out today we're using the Ford, so that makes it very fun. But look, overall, I think that went about as well as could be expected, apart from one little slap on the wall, which did hurt me a little bit, but we got there.
Racing driver excuses.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You had to take some big avoiding action on Conrod Straight as well, Bo. Car stopped in the middle of the track. How was that for you?
I wanted to make sure I hadn't, drinking anything that was, out of date or something. I thought, what am I seeing in front of me? I just saw a car pirouetting and barrel rolling down corner. I'm like, it's only lap 23. So that was fun. Yeah, I ended up looking back and it looks like it's just an unfortunate case of a bit of air between the cars and iRacing doing iRacing things. But yeah, that was, I'm glad I was paying attention to that point, because Conrod Straight's normally the point where I'm looking at my roll bars, my brake bias, making sure everything's ready for the chase. And that one lap I happened to be watching the road, and boy, am I glad I was.
Bo, you've had a bit of a weird 2023, I guess, in some ways for you, bouncing around different sort of competitions. I think having a lot of fun is the most important thing. What are you building up to right now? Let the viewers in on the plans behind the scenes.
Yeah, so I am talking to a couple of people about some things for 2024. It's nothing existing within sim racing, so to say. It's something a little bit new. So that negotiation's still happening, so nothing to really speak of just yet. But yeah, for now, in the meantime, and as far as 2024 is concerned right now, it's just doing what I've been doing, having fun, jumping in series, taking things a lot less seriously. Of course, we've spoken a few times, Arjuna, about the struggles of World Championship competition and the mentality and mindset that can be very draining at times behind it. So doing these events with friends is all well and good and having fun. So I'm just going to keep doing this.
I'm glad you're not bringing up my cursor view, because that also does not exist. There's no, it doesn't exist. We know that.
No, it does, Arjuna.
Plans for the rest
aren't real.
There we go. Plans for the rest of the race, though, Bo, in terms of strategy. Of course, we've talked plenty about tires. Clue us in on what you guys are doing with, I believe, a 4-driver lineup.
Yeah, very bold of you to assume we have a strategy. So to give you a bit of an insight, obviously I'm a privateer right now. Lachlan Capel and Sebastian Flocker for Evolution Racing Team, and Hayden Veld races for Synergy Sim Racing. So we all had this mutual agreement that we can't share any setups. So we're running a totally independent VRS setup for this particular race. So none of us know how it handles across the entire stint. We don't know fuel mileage or anything. So everything is on the fly. Seb is doing his first laps now. Hayden still hasn't driven it. Lockie's doing some laps now. And I don't think we even know who's in the car next. And I only knew I was starting the race after Seb did his qualifying laps and decided, no, I want to have lunch.
Oh,
So...
that sounds, well, I mean, you guys are doing all right, though. 3rd place, and all of you are pretty fast in these cars. So I suppose, yeah, just take things as they come and hope for a podium at the end.
Oh, absolutely. We'll just keep circulating, doing the best we can, and seeing what we can pull out of the bag by the end.
Bo Albert brings the classic racing driver excuses. But, Bo, thanks for joining us as ever, and hopefully we're chatting more at the end.
Sounds good, guys. Enjoy the broadcast. Always
good to have a chat with Bo. We talked about internet earlier, Reese. Bo's another one that struggles with that one. It's definitely something that for someone like Bo, who wants to be able to stream his races at the same time, wants to be able to bring people along with him for that journey, can be a little bit of a difficult one. But the thing about Bo, like I think we kind of heard there, wears his heart on his sleeve every time you talk to him.
Absolutely. Yeah, I've known Bo for a long time, and we've worked together in the commentary booth quite a few times as well, actually with him for the Sudspeed Sports Car series that is broadcast on SimSpeed TV every second Wednesday night. So, really awesome to always have a chat with Bo and spend time with him. He's one of the big personalities in the LZZ sim racing scene. That's some trouble there for the Centrelink car. Careful on the re-entry. He does it.
This might have been a technical related issue as well, because for Brewster Carvalho, I did see the Centrelink car, it disappeared, and I think now it's going to disappear again, this time for good.
It wasn't turning.
On the flatbed, and I think after a technical issue of some kind, not the first one that we've seen today. We'll have to grab a look at what happened, but it means, unfortunately, Centrelink after a long first stint, not going to see that strategy pan out. Seeing traffic play a bit of a factor here as the Crow Mountain Motorsport car works its way, trying to get closer to the 69.
Yep, that it does. Yeah, it looks like a big technical issue for Brewster Carvalho. The wheel just locked hard left. That's definitely a hardware issue, and I think potentially some connection issues as well, because he disappeared off the track for a few moments there. Yeah, keep an eye here on this replay, and yeah, there you go.
And
reappears with the wheel all the way to the left.
Yeah, you can just about see the wheel on the outside of the shot. He's trying to back it. The wheel resets there as well, so that's an important thing, but not turning at all. So in the frustration to try and get around, uses the relative box here on iRacing to at least fortunately not cause any more drama. And seemingly it would be another one added to the retiree list, which is getting longer and longer the further we get into this race, although in true endurance racing spirit, I think earlier, Reese, we had already claimed the Blue Flags United and No Chance Racing teams could be written off. No. 10 minutes of repairs, they're back out there 4 and 5 laps down, punching in some laps.
Yeah, good stuff from them. And, there's always a possibility that drivers will retire in front of you and you can make up some time once more. It's going to be a tough fight, but often in these iRacing special events, it is all about the experience. It is all about trying to get to the end. Fantastic to see that those cars are out there and plugging away.
So often, I'm guilty of this as well. You'll get into a special event, you'll have an incident in the early stages, and you'll be like, oh, I could drive this damaged race car for another 23 and a bit hours, or I could go and enjoy my weekend. But that's not how racing often works in the real world, unfortunately. Sponsors have paid for the car to be on track, and so the car should be on track unless there are situations that very much preclude that from being an option. And so endurance racing spirit, we talk about it a lot. It's what iRacing special events are meant to be about. The 9-5 SimSport crew still run 1 and 2 with the gap, I think, coming down. Last time by, 4/10 was the gain from Riley Bilson, and as they're on the 31st lap of this race, take a look at the last 20 or so. Of course, only a handful of laps out of pit lane, but in the low 207s after those first two laps. This is what Reese had been talking about very early in the broadcast, where there are 2 very quick laps on the tire, and then there's a bit of a fall off, but it settles in quite nicely. Compare that, though, Reese, to the leader up front.
Yeah, I think Craig Schultz, there's an awful lot of pressure involved with taking over the race-leading car from the driver who put it on pole. And I think he's just trying to keep it safe for the time being. That car is one of the very few in the field that doesn't have any visual damage on it. So I think he's just looking to keep this stint consistent and bring the car home for the second pit stop, where he might hand it back to Kuznetsov. Not sure at this stage. Sometimes going for a double is good, but this track is incredibly tiring. It's only a very few who are able to make it a double or even triple stint out there.
That is such an important fact. A single stint here feels like doing a quadruple stint at a place like Daytona, for example, where there's a lot of time where you're just chilling on the banking, trying to dodge traffic here and there. I want to highlight this very quickly, by the way. Not just the gap for second and third. Those lap times from Sebastian Flock, 2:05s in the first 2 laps, 2:06s in the 3 laps since. He is the quickest car on track right now, and by a full second compared to Riley Bilson.
Yeah, that's an incredible pace from Sebastian Flock. I think now that the track's heated up, maybe that's a bit more to Flock's liking. And, we only ever saw that one qualifying lap from him before the race got going. But now he's pulling it in. This is looking really good here for Flock. And, I saw the car attitude when it came out of the pits. Look at how much he's flinging it into the corners. Look at how much he is pushing the throttle on acceleration. We mentioned earlier how these cars are so difficult to drive. You've almost got to drive them at 80 or 90% of what you think is its potential in order to get the best out of it. But apparently no one's told Sebastian Flock that.
Definitely not. If you are just joining us, by the way, do not forget that Next Level Racing, official partners with iRacing for this Bathurst 1000, proudly based in, of course, Australia as well, have joined in on the fun to give away a GT Elite Ford Edition and an ES1 Seat Ford Edition as well. So I hope you're Ford fans, but all you need to do to join that is to put a Next Level Racing logo on your car in the iRacing paint shop, and then go and compete. Every single completed lap is an entry into the raffle, and so with 4 time slots, Reese, the best part is, the more you race, the more chances you have to win.
Exactly. Awesome to see that Next Level Racing have come on board with such a cool prize. If you're looking for a new rig, definitely get in on that. See if there are any drivers in this split that have ended up with that and have entered themselves into the raffle. Right then, next lap time on the board for Sebastian Flock, and it is another 206. 206.434. Compare that to a 206.8 from Riley Bilson. Looks like he's picked up the pace. He's seen Flock in his rear mirrors and he's thought to himself, oh dear, better get the hurry up on.
It does often help, doesn't it? A visual reminder of I need to go a little bit quicker because there's someone closing on me. You can see the leader, 207.1 last time by, left side of your screen, the last lap time. There are only 2 drivers in the 206s. And for Sebastian Flock to have been now 7 laps pushing on the tires, maybe only 2 or 3 to go before we see the rear tires start to slide just that little bit more and to potentially see just a little bit of struggle. Mentioned that we saw Richie Stanaway posting on the iRacing forums that he wishes that the schedule had worked in a way that it was not the same day, this Next Level Racing Bathurst 1000 as the real Sandown 500. But of course, the great thing about iRacing Race, even if we're still waiting for the Gen 3 supercars to arrive, is that there is an influx of some tracks. Of course, Sandown recently joining the fun. I'm very much looking forward to Pukekohe as well. There is some excitement, I feel, for the Australian community and for these cars.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you know, Supercars and iRacing have been partners for a very long time now, and you know, the partnership goes all the way back to 2010 or thereabouts, when the 2009 Ford Falcon was added to the service along with Phillip Island, and that was what started it all. Fantastic. And you know, there's obviously quite a few tracks here in Australia that people would like added to the service. Winton was one of them, and though Winton has gotten a bit of a polarizing reception from the wider sim racing world, I still think it's a pretty good track. Personally, I'd love to see Wanneroo, my home track in Western Australia. It's a very short track. A lot of people probably won't like it, but man, it's my home track. I've got to back it.
There is a place for the smaller tracks at the end of the day, right? Like Lebanon, that we've just had added in the most recent build. You're not going to go race. You're not going to race Formula One cars there. But can we send V8 Scops there, please, Reese? Can you put a word in?
Look, honestly, I've had the thought. You know, during week 13, I was playing with the idea of, oh, maybe I should just throw up a hosted session with these cars at Lebanon and see how they go. It definitely is an Australian touring car-esque track. I can think of a few venues here in Australia that are very similar to Lebanon. I'm really happy that Pukekohe is on its way as well. Obviously, one of the high-profile venues in New Zealand, and unfortunately closing in the very near future permanently. And it's going to be a big loss for the New Zealand racing community to have that track gone from the real world. Fortunately, iRacing have preserved it in digital form, and I think we have to credit the likes of James Anderson, who's a member of the sim racing community in New Zealand. He was one of the guys that really pushed for iRacing to add Pukekohe, and now it's coming.
Very much looking forward to it, and it is, I think, a testament to what sim racing can be. Of course, there is so much that it does. iRacing special events are about, you know, diversity in motorsport. We do everything on all 4 disciplines that we have: dirt road, dirt oval, road, and oval. And to be able to preserve not just Pukekohe, but certain other tracks that are now no longer in the real world that we already have on iRacing. Not just here, but even the likes of Belle Isle.
Yes.
It is, I think, what we can look forward to, hopefully, being able to remember some of those memories, because ultimately a lot of us got into sim racing so that we could replicate what we saw drivers doing in the real world, what our heroes were doing. Sebastian Flock makes a little bit of a mistake through the final corner, right on the bumper now of Riley Bilson. And these 2 drivers are only 10 seconds off of Craig Schultz, who has brought the pace up. Oh, pace down, you should say, I guess. The lap time's down, the pace up in the last couple of laps. But Sebastian Flock, last time by, another 206.5. Bo Albert said Sebastian has never driven that setup before. I'm not sure I necessarily believe him.
Yeah, well, I think, going back to the points we made before about Australian sim racers getting into the high echelons of global sim racing, I think one of the things that you learn driving this car as well is adaptability. And there's plenty of freaks in the AusNZ community that can just jump on any old setup and do stonking lap times in it. Flock is doing that. Pass for fourth, meanwhile, Philip Kraus in the Americans Down Under car. I was going to mention that car's actually showing some fantastic pace. Kraus has been doing mid-206s for the last few laps.
Phil Kraus got about 2 hours of sleep before this race started, saw Adam Blocker qualify, jump in for that first stint, and I'm sure for a couple of moments thought that, oh, I could have kept sleeping for a little bit longer, and now that he's in, the pace has been unleashed, and just look already visually over the top of the mountain, the level of commitment out of Phil Kraus, you would not be able to tell it is just past midnight for him. It's something that Australian sim racers are used to dealing with when they compete in European championships. It's one of the unique challenges that for Phil Kraus, Adam Blocker, and a handful of other Americans they will have to deal with. We missed the pass for fourth, we missed the pass for second as well, but this one, once again, slightly assisted as Sebastian Flock dives past Riley Bilson, and now will try and charge back towards the front and interrupts the dominance of the Triple Eight.
Yep, Bilson looked like pulled to the side near the end of Conrod Straight and decided, okay, I'm just going to allow Flock through. He's a lot faster than me at the moment, but this could be a good benefit for Bilson. He can now follow Sebastian Flock, stay in the slipstream, of course, if he ends up nailing the first corner, which he doesn't, and potentially try and draft himself back up to potentially the race lead before the end of the stint. Obviously, every team wants to win this one, even if you are stablemates. At the very least, though, it would be beneficial for Bilson to stay in touch with Flock so that he can at least try to help the Triple Eight if they start to come under fire from the 161.
Yeah, we're not going to be talking too much about fuel saving in this sort of a race. We are a little bit more concerned about tire saving. Fuel mileage is important, don't get us wrong, but it's not the main factor that these drivers are dealing with. Hell Corner, by the way, I know there is an actual reason why it's got that name, courtesy of two-wheel motorcycle riders, but I still maintain it's called Hell Corner because it is so frustrating. In my opinion, some ways the most frustrating corner of the track, and if you get it wrong, you've got to do the entire lap before you can come back and do it again.
Oh yeah, don't worry, I know all about that. It's one of the corners that I always have trouble with when I'm racing. The braking point seems to change every lap. The car seems to behave differently on turn-in every single lap. Every other corner on the circuit is pretty easy to get right compared to that one.
Again, Hell Corner, aptly named. Aptly named. The 575, we saw Luke Grundle pushing pretty hard early doors. Came unstuck for him, and new driver in, Stephen Grumley. Unfortunately, also not enjoying the best of days, bouncing off the wall. Fortunately, it's just a tyre bundle there. It does a wiggle to make sure the car is all right, and I think, fortunately, it's not going to have a subsequent trip back down towards the pit lane. Riding in the 23rd position right now of, again, 26 starters, 22 technically running. Autoserve Racing, the most recent of the retirees. Seeing Riley Bilson struggling in comparison to Sebastian Flock. And this is the thing, it's in comparison to Sebastian Flock. We are 12 laps into the run, Reese. This is where we expect the tyres to be struggling.
Yeah, and I think Bilson is having some trouble keeping the rear end under him, because you notice that time, and the time before, in fact, he got some entry oversteer onto the first turn. So the rears are certainly crying out for some mercy already. And how is that going to affect his run up the mountain? Coming up through the cutting, got to really be careful on the throttle over the bump there on the exit. But it seems like he's gotten it sorted for the time being. I think he's just having to dial the pace back a bit. You can see that Flock is streaking away. Look at the time that Flock has put on him already. 2:06.39 on the last lap for Sebastian Flock. Compare that to a 2:07.2 for Bilson.
At the fastest lap of the race is a 2:04.6 from Craig Schultz's teammate in the 9.5 SimSport 888. Now that of course would have come in the first laps of the race, you would assume, but Sebastian Flock only about 7 tenths off the fastest lap that we've seen from the 161. Out of the elbow, still just very tentative, is Riley Bilson, buffering out to 2 seconds. It's 9 seconds that split the top two. If it's a second a lap, which I think is being optimistic, by the time Sebastian Flock brings this car back down to the lane, the gap will be down to maybe a couple of seconds at the front.
Yeah, Sebastian Flock is putting in some incredible lap times here, and if you're wondering why they're not getting near that 2:04.64 that Rick Kuznetsov set at the start, it's because the track temperature is continuing to climb. It's now at 45 degrees Celsius, so who knows if this continues on. I mean, it's only 1:45 in sim time. By the time we get to 2 p.m, the track could be approaching 50 degrees, so you've got to be really careful on the tires.
About 2:30 is when we see the peak. From there, we will hopefully get a bit of a tail off, and potentially the drivers will have a bit more grip underneath them for the remaining stints of the race. You mentioned a couple of the new updates that we've of course got here on iRacing, brand new tracks to talk about. Riley Bilson just had a big old moment off the exit of the corner. Something does not seem right in that car right now, but again, I feel like that's just because we're watching Sebastian Flock looking so much more composed. This is what I expect to see from the drivers.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is another thing that you have to consider. Bilson already dealing with a car that's a bit wayward, a little bit damaged, but you are racing the track as much as you're racing everybody else, and the curb on the exit of Griffin's turn 2 is one of the ones that you don't want to hit wrong. That's what kicked the oversteer into action.
I just love this downhill section because
yeah,
you let the car run. That's the thing that's counterintuitive to a lot of people that maybe don't do a lot of racing at Bathurst, right? Is that you're not trying to attack as much on throttle. You've carried your speed in over the top of the mountain, and now you just want to be on the brakes as little as possible, basically. Yes, you're trying to get onto the throttle, pick it up early as well, but it's all about bravery, and when you get it right, there's just this flow to the section that you enjoy. But you touched on earlier the fact that doing an hour at Mount Panorama is very draining compared to an hour at some other endurance races. Once you're in a rhythm, you don't feel that fatigue, Reese. It's only once you're out of the car that you realize how drained you might be.
Yeah, and I can speak to that from personal experience. Obviously, I don't race these cars in particular very much. I'm more involved on the broadcast and commentary side of things, but I have done plenty of sports car racing, and particularly in prototypes. And that's what I noticed is when I'm getting into a rhythm, it's almost like you're on autopilot. It's like you're separated from your own body, and your hands and your feet are just working automatically. And you know, I could bring myself back in and sort of realize, hey, I'm actually on it right now. Let's keep this going. But when I got out of the car, yeah, suddenly my joints started to ache, and I started feeling some cramps in my muscles. I was like, geez, my calves hurt. Goodness me. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting experience. If you haven't done endurance racing before, I definitely recommend it. You won't need to go to the gym.
Even Reese with the racing driver excuses. I mean, the iRacing special events breaks them out of everybody. But you're right. If you've never done a 24-hour race before, I would highly recommend. Daytona's not that far away. We got brand new cars. Reese mentioned prototypes. We've got the entire IMSA GTP class available now on iRacing. The BMW and Cadillac, which we've now had for a little bit, joined by the Acura and the Porsche Ferrari 296 in the GT3 class as well. Daytona's not a bad time, but maybe get 3 or 4 other friends for your first attempt. Make sure you can try and get some sleep in there. Save the 3-person no sleep attempt for maybe your second or third or maybe even fourth 24-hour race.
Yeah, for sure. A 24-hour race is a massive undertaking, and I've done quite a few of those. There was a hosted series that was running some years ago where we did a 24-hour race, I think, at Spa, and I drove for like 8 hours straight. It was it was a tough one, but it was so much fun. I wouldn't take that back for anything.
I've done 4 hours straight. I think just over 4 is my max. One of those was at the Circuit de la Sarthe, so that's a relatively easy 4 hours in my opinion. The other one is a VLN Nordschleife race, which is, some would say, a bit more draining, yes, but I feel like 4 hours at the ring, once you're in the rhythm, especially with the right car, if you feel the setup that you've got, is not so bad. 8 hours. Which track was this race?
I might be remembering wrong. I was sure it was Spa, but I think I drove like 4 hours max there. I do remember a Daytona 24 that we did in, I think, a GT3 or something like that, where my teammates were having technical issues and I had to stay in the car. Yeah, and basically I was driving for like 6 to 8 hours straight, and by the time it was done, no one was coming on. I had to say to the guys in the other cars, "Look, I can't drive anymore. I'm sorry."
At that point, there also comes a time where it's safer for everyone just to say, you know what, we gave it a good go, but unfortunately it's not going to happen. I've seen 10 hours at Daytona in the top split. I think it was either this year or last year, one of the two. And this was someone who was in the lead of GT3 for 10 hours straight and gave it over to his teammate and said, all right, here you go. Enjoy your draft train battle for the lead. And then went off and got a lot of sleep and came back to, I think it was a car that was crashed. So, yeah. Good thing is he got his 10 hours of driving it before the crash happened. Look at the lap time. 2:07.5, 2:06.6. 2:06.9 for Craig Schultz on the 39th, 40th lap of the race. There has been a response, but is Flock going to go quicker? No. Flock goes slower.
Yeah, I saw that he got a bit of oversteer there on the exit of Murray's Corner. I think he went too hot into the turn. And, oh yeah, the rear end's starting to complain, isn't it? So, you know, he's getting used to this setup for the first time. I think he's starting to realize, oh, maybe I should have given a little bit less in the opening laps of the stint, so I had something to fight with now. But remember, they're not far away from their next pit stop. 23 to 25 laps is the stint length. We're on lap 41 of the race now, so we can expect drivers to start coming into the pits in about, maybe 10 laps time.
I think that's about right. Schultz and Bilson are already onto their 17th lap of the stint because, of course, they came in relatively early. Sebastian Flock also had to deal with a bit of traffic there right at the top of the mountain, and so that has cost him a lot of time on the entry into Solomon Park, but he's able to gather it back up. The impressive thing, again, has just been the level of consistency that we've been seeing from Sebastian Flock. Of course, the speed itself is impressive, yes, but it's the management of the tires, and four-driver lineup's going to be curious to see. I always find it's unfair to say who's the weak link, who's the weaker driver in the team, Reese, but even when you're talking at the very top level of sim racing, there are tenths, there are hundreds that split the drivers from track to track and from car to car.
Yeah, and I think Bo mentioned the other two drivers in this car are going to be Lachlan Capel and Hayden Veld. Now, from an Aussie sim racing community perspective, I think that's a really well-matched team. Sebastian Flock, obviously, a super quick driver. Bo Albert, super quick. Lachlan Capel has been racing a lot in these cars recently and getting some good results. And Hayden Veld is always super pacey too. So I'd still keep an eye out for the Bring to Bathurst car, as the gap is almost under 7 seconds now. Flock going 0.3 faster than Craig Schultz on that last lap.
It's definitely still a battle to keep an eye on, but the level, the rate at which we are seeing the second place machine close has definitely dropped off as we head into the closing stages of the second stint, and potentially as well, let's not forget, 4 drivers maybe going to see another driver into the car. That's the SLM Motorsports number 38, dipping the right side into the grass down on the exit of Forest Elbow. Chasing down is the Chasing Unicorns 069. You got Matt Bailey at the wheel there, and I'll just point out that 069 is not a number. 69 is a number. You can put a 0 in front of it, but it doesn't change the actual number.
Indeed. Still a very nice number. One thing I should point out is both of these cars still have their starting driver. Dylan Gray started the number 38. Matt Bailey started the 069. I think these are just about the only two cars in the field that haven't done a driver change as of yet. Let's see how it works out for them later. Bailey's starting to get some pace back here, sticking in the slipstream of Dylan Gray. And I remember last time I looked at these cars, I think Gray was behind Bailey. There has been a pass somewhere. It was probably about 20 laps or so ago. Can't remember exactly, but turns out these two are very well matched, but they would be getting tired by this point.
You can see just how much Bailey is pushing as well, dipping the left sides very close to the wall. The 38 is up through the cutting, a bit more contact potentially there. 38 is up 11 positions, has been out of trouble and has a blemish-free car, it would appear. I'm knocking on wood that there is no such thing as the commentator's curse, because the car behind's definitely a little bit more dinged up in comparison. You can see the right side's been through the wars, but we were talking about livery slightly earlier. It's another example of just how hard they're pushing, and Bailey's able to correct it before the descent and the entry into the descent down the mountain. Both very, very good-looking cars, I must say.
Yeah, of course. Dylan Gray running Suit Speed logos. Suit Speed is a new sim racing glove manufacturer based in Australia. They sent me a pair, and they're pretty nice gloves. Bailey, meanwhile, the Chasing Unicorns car, doesn't look to be carrying too much in the way of actual sponsors, but still a nice color combo indeed. I think black with some bright and neon highlights has been a feature of many sim racing teams for quite some time, but the Chasing Unicorns one with that particular shade of, would you say it's
pinkish?
Fuchsia? Yeah.
It's a pinkish of some kind. I do approve of not just the unicorns on the front, but also, is that a unicorn on top of the car as well?
It is.
It's not bad.
Yeah, little chibi unicorn just sitting attentive, probably trying to stare Dylan Gray down and try and pressure him into a mistake.
Scott Rankin has jumped into the RaceBot TV YouTube chat. Do, by the way, whether you're watching on RaceBot TV on the iRacing Esports Network, chime in, let us know where you're watching from, and more importantly, who you're cheering for as well. Timing71.org if you want to follow any particular driver. Scott Rankin's going to take over from Dylan Gray in that 38. Got a bit of pressure now on his shoulders. Has been watching on in the YouTube chat, seeing his teammate climb up through the field, and more importantly, after 43 laps at Mount Panorama, a damage-free car is about to be handed over to a teammate. That's all you expect of your opening driver.
Yeah, exactly. It's been a fantastic opening stint here from Dylan Gray. Just got to keep it together for the next few laps before he brings it into the lane. Bailey starting to gain back a little bit more time. Remember, these guys are battling for the last two positions in the top 10. Doesn't matter where you are on the field, you will likely have someone to race with. Dylan has been pushing hard through this section in particular. Bailey taking it a little bit easier, but now exit onto Conrod Straight. You can really nail the throttle out of here and pick up the slipstream coming into the chase. The draft takes effect from about 1.5 seconds back, but as soon as you're within a second of the car in front, it really starts to come to the fore. Look at how much Matt Bailey is gaining on Dylan Gray there. You can physically see the car getting bigger. Not going to be quite enough coming into the braking zone for the chase, but could still build up to something here as Gray goes a bit deep. That might let Bailey go, but parks it on the apex.
A bit too overcommitted, but I tell you what, only about 6 laps away from heading on to the lane for a fresh set of boots. You can tell that the tires are starting to give up the ghost. Slippery off the corner as Dylan Gray able to hold on to 9th position, but Matt Bailey's going to force a nose to the inside, covered off by the 38. These two are fighting, but it's bringing in those behind. You've got Timothy Vaughan that's closing, just 2 seconds off.
Yeah, Vaughan in the Vermilion Motorsports 026, he took over from Oliver Patterson, who we saw involved in an incident earlier. His time, 207.79. Dylan Gray did a 208.7, 208.3 from Matt Bailey. So the more these guys battle, the more time is going to be gained by Vaughan, obviously. And I mean, if you're a chasing driver watching two cars very close together, you're already licking your lips, but especially at Bathurst, because this track is so narrow through this section. There's no margin for error with the concrete walls on both sides of the track. You try and run side by side through this section, you are giving up seconds.
Yes, I found out the hard way as well. It's a good thing you can try things in practice, though, rather than having to experience them for the first time in a race. I think, of course, these drivers have so much experience with this car and with this track. Doesn't stop you from making mistakes. Gray goes straight down on the entry, down at the descent. Now we'll have a slowdown penalty to clear as well, and this will check them up even further.
Oh, yeah, but there's nowhere for Matt Bailey to get through. I think Gray will have just cleared the slowdown by the time they get onto Conrad. Oh, no, he still has to clear it. He has lost some pace there. Bailey finally finds a way through, and Timothy Vaughan is looming in the distance.
And instantly, what was 3 seconds, now down to 1 second. In the draft is the 026.
He's coming back.
But back in the draft is Dylan Gray, who's going to potentially try and work on forward, but realizes discretion, the better part of valor, does not want to lose any more time squabbling, because this lap, I can guarantee you, 2:08 last time for Dylan Gray, a 2:09 at least, as coming down to pit lane, Timothy Vaughan wants no part of it.
Yeah, okay, that's an early call to the pits for them. That stint only lasted 20 laps for the Vermilion Motorsports 026. There's potential here that they might be pitting a little bit earlier to try and eliminate that short fill stint later on. We'll have to wait and see on that, but the fight just doesn't stop here between Chasing Unicorns and SLM Motorsport. Gray with a fantastic run there, coming out of Hell Corner, and crucially, he's got the inside for Griffins, which is exactly where you want to be. Bailey has to give it up. Haven't
seen too many drivers be able to do that, grab the inside, and see just how easily 38 slides back on forward. I said 2:09 was the estimate for lap time. 2:10.1 for Dylan Gray. Those last 2 laps have cost these pair going on almost 3 and 4 seconds. The more they fight, the more they will lose each other time, and that's why Timothy Vaughan said, see ya, I'm down to the lane. That's a pit call that I think might end up playing nicely, even considering the fact that we already know an undercut is beneficial. Going to be a double benefit here. Interesting lines being taken as well from Dylan Gray, a little bit shallow on the run out of turn 9 into turn 10. We saw the mistake a lap or so ago on the entry to Skyline, but as the balance of the car changes, Reese, I touched on earlier, anti-roll bars, front and rear, that's one thing the driver can do to shift the balance of the car.
Yeah, exactly. One of few cars on iRacing where you can adjust the anti-roll bar stiffness on the fly, and I mean, you know, even in real life, I mean, you know, looking at Shane Van Gisbergen as we check out the replay of Dylan Gray, unfortunately running a bit too deep coming into the S's, had to take to the tarmac runoff there. Watching an onboard of a pole lap from Shane Van Gisbergen last season in the Real World Series, it was almost Schumacher-esque. He was adjusting the anti-roll bars in between every single corner. And in these cars, anti-roll bars in the real world are adjusted by 2 levers in the center console. So the hands were absolutely flying around.
It's always interesting watching hands in the cockpit, right? Not just the dance on the wheel itself to balance the car, but like you say, they have to often take the hands off the wheel for those adjustments. ARBs are on the sliders. Brake bias is usually on a dial that you rotate in either direction, depending on what you want, front or rear. So often in sim racing, we've got all our controls on the wheel. No. This, you take your hand off for the shifter as well. You mentioned you're blipping the throttle manually as well. There's a lot more that goes into piloting one of these cars, but there is a certain allure, I feel, for for drivers around the world. They see this car, it's a bit of a mythical beast for some, and then they get to experience it, usually not as a driver, Reese, usually as a passenger, and then they want to try it a little bit more. They get the taste and they're like, it's not too bad.
Yeah, absolutely. These cars are brutal in the real world and in the sim too. And yeah, you mentioned in terms of the manual blip, that's another thing that drivers can do depending on their preference, is whether or not they actually use a clutch pedal. Obviously, there's a lot of drivers here who are using paddle shifters. There's quite a few drivers in the community who have sequential shifters as well. But when it comes to the pedal actuation, there is a bit of a difference in drivers depending on preference. You can left foot brake and blip the throttle with your left foot, but a lot of drivers like to imitate what most drivers do in the real world, actually right foot brake and heel and toe on the downshifts. It seems like a lot of extra work for me. It works well either way, but I guess it's all about what you're comfortable with.
I think that's the thing, right? Because iRacing allows you to do either, right? The mechanisms are in place to handle either, and probably have performance be the same. If you had the same inputs for the most part, you could have that level of precision. You would probably find identical lap times, but preference. And didn't when Shane Van Gisbergen came over to run in NASCAR, like we mentioned earlier this year, didn't he right foot brake as well, or am I getting myself confused?
I think he did. I think he did indeed. And of course, you know, NASCAR recently moving to sequential transmissions themselves after many decades of 4-speed H-pattern manual. I noticed there was a bit of chat on the socials about Shane Van Gisbergen's seemingly unique style for the series. Interesting to note. Ooh. As we have our race leader coming into the pits, Craig Schultz bringing the 9.5 in, and that lap, that stint was a solid 24 laps. Let's see if Flock follows him in.
It's a pretty good stint, but as expected, Flock's going to go at least one lap longer. Riley Bilson, well, I thought for a second had pushed too wide on the entry there, but nice and committed. Brings the car onto the lane. The 995 follows the team car in. And so now we'll get a sense for, is there going to be another driver swap? Sebastian Flock, by the way, has still been able to punch in a handful of 206s. Very impressed in this second stint of the race. Gap before we saw the 888 down onto pit lane, and before Rick Kuznetsov's going to jump back in, was down to 5 seconds. It was really on a charge.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Kuznetsov back into the 888. Cameron Jones jumping back into the 995 as well. This looks like a solidly coordinated race from 95 Sim Sports so far. They're pitting both cars at the same time, doing driver changes at every stop so far, and I think that's a pretty smart thing to do. It keeps all drivers involved nice and fresh, regular rest periods in between their stints. Question is, what is the strategy for the Bring Into Bathurst car? I know that Bo Albert said there isn't a strategy for that car, but will Sebastian Flock give up the car or hand it over to Hayden Veld or Lachlan Capel?
I hope we'll find out in a lap's time. That would at least track with the expected pit stops. 888's emerged in clean air. Relatively important to get the tires back up to temperature now. We know that we are going to get 4 tires on in every single stint of the race, and so fresh set of boots, fresh driver as well, seems to line up relatively well. One factor, of course, that we don't have to deal with today that drivers will be taking into account in the V8 Scops, Bathurst 1000, and some of the other events that are coming up for the Australian and New Zealand sim racing community races, the addition of manual safety cars, which I love as a viewer. I'm always enjoying it when I see V8 Scops throw the safety car, whether it's one of the quote-unquote random schedule one or one in response to track action, because it requires the drivers to be adaptable on strategy and not to be locked into something that maybe they planned out at the start.
Yeah, exactly. And that's part of the reason why manual safety cars were brought in for those hosted series. It provides that variance, it keeps the drivers on their toes. But I think there's value to a race like this where, you know, it's just flat out all the way. It really tests the driver's consistency as Lachlan Capel jumps into the 161. Interesting to see there. All right. What will Capel's pace be? Presuming, yes, he has done some laps on the setup, as Bo Albert pointed out. The Americans Down Under car getting brought in as well. It looks like Kraus is going to be handing that one back to Adam Blocker. Kuznetsov will resume the lead of the race. At least I'm presuming so. Capel still at a standstill in the pit lane, waiting to come off the jacks. And here we go. Kuznetsov back into the effective race lead at the moment.
Is bringing to Bathurst going to come out in front of a second 9.5 car? Yes, and I don't think it's even a close margin. That's a 8-second gap. The gap between Kuznetsov and Capel is, what, just under 10. So through that strategy sequence, somehow, the gap got bigger, if my math is holding.
Yeah, which is interesting because
it was only one lap.
The pit times... Yeah, the pit times were pretty much the exact same between the cars. So, yeah, looks like, unfortunately, undercut not working too well for the 995 at the moment. Capel out on track, though, and getting used to the car in these conditions. Interesting to note, the track temperature has actually dropped by 1 degree, so probably a little more grip on the cards here for the drivers.
That's the partly cloudy, isn't it? That's just a cloud that's flown over the region and slightly cooling the track. Do not expect it to drop significantly from here. It's going to take at least another hour or so before we start to see temperatures fall on off. You did see, by the way, your eyes did not deceive you. It was very quick work from the pit crew, not just to change 4 tires, not just to put fuel into the 161, but to transform it from blue and black to red and black now. I got told that they had forgotten to get the paints sorted before they loaded in for the race. Fortunately, Reese, Trading Paints did its magic, and their new paint has appeared. Although I don't think we get to read what they envisaged for us to see on that left-hand side of the car anymore.
Yeah, it was a very quick job from the vinyl wrap guys, but unfortunately they didn't have time to cover up the scuffs on the left side of the car. But from what I can see, it's actually got the same thing on the other side as well. Looks like, yeah, it's a screen cap from a real life ad.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Are we gonna get in trouble here? That's the question.
Potentially. Can't really see it. It looks like, actually, there is text as well. Capel's bringing the Bathurst to Bathurst. Bo's bringing it on the back of his head.
Okay.
Bowler didn't bring the Bathurst.
Okay.
So that's a reference to Matthew Bowler, who is another driver for Revolution Racing Team. It seems like the whole team name and aesthetic is actually a reference to an ad for Repco down here in Australia. They ran a campaign last year, Bring in the Bathurst, and it seems that ad really resonated with these guys.
I mean, that would definitely explain this. I get to break out my yellow pen, so I'm very excited about that. Yes, very quick work from the vinyl people. I'm sure the sponsors love that. Gap growing slightly up to the 888. We saw just how calm the 9.5 888 was looking in the early stages. I think we're expecting to see somewhat of a similar phase here. Out of pit lane, and the Dr. Wobbler Mr. Slide 69 is going to have the car that got a monster undercut now working behind. Vermilion Motorsports and Timothy Vaughan were behind SLM Motorsports and Chasing Unicorns before the pit cycle, but now find themselves 10 seconds in front. That's the value of the undercut.
That it is, and the really fantastic undercut from that car, despite carrying the damage for the Dr. Wobbler and Mr. Slide car. They're continuing on nicely, and Timothy Vaughan keeping it nice and consistent as well in car 026. Looks like the Super Cheap Performance Racing car has brought it into the pits as well. That promotes 9.5 SimSport back to overall lead of the race. And as things stand, it looks like vast majority, if not the entire field, has completed their second pit cycle now.
And that means that we'll get a better sense for how many cars are one lap down as well. We mentioned attrition might be a factor. We're not even halfway into this race. 26 starters down to 22 running cars. Only 12 left on the leading lap. There is definitely something to be said about races without safety cars. It brings out slightly different qualities from the teams and from the drivers. I think the one thing that you know for sure is it is an absolute sprint, and no teams are going to give any quarter, that's for sure. The team that went longest of them all in terms of strategy, though, and might have a bit more room to wiggle with in terms of pit times later on in the stint, the Super Cheap Performance number 25, who come out in 5th spot, 15 seconds behind Adam Blocker and the Americans Down Under machine, about 5 seconds in front of the haha yeah okay I'm out of the shed, she is inside team, who are very much challenging the Dr. Wobbler, Mr. Slide guys for the best team name today.
Yeah, for sure. It's always fun to see the team names that people come up with for these events. There's been some really good gains throughout the field as well. Yank Oz, another one of the cars that's got an interesting team name. That car was the one that we saw Sebastian Flock negotiating earlier as he was making his way across the top of the mountain. And actually, I think we just missed it. That car at the time had just had an off at the cutting. Unfortunately, going straight into the wall. That's the reason why the bonnet is missing. But Julian Orozco keeping it consistent here, and that car is up 9 positions from where it started. Most positions gained in the field belongs jointly to the Vermilion Motorsports 026 and the SLM Motorsport 38. Both cars up 10 spots.
And as mentioned, SLM and Chasing Unicorns both had drivers in from the start, did a double. Scott Rankin takes over the 38, Jordan Duffett takes over the 069, and so now potentially both drivers going to settle in for what will be a double stint for them. I do know the Americans Down Under, the advantage of being in their Discord is I can go and see what their plan is in terms of stints. I don't think they'll mind me saying that it was a single stint to start. It's going to probably be double stints after this one. So Phil Kraus going to jump in for a double and then back for Adam and then Phil going back and forth. I feel like when it comes to single versus double, it just comes down to driver preference, Reese, like we were talking about earlier. Once you're in the rhythm, if you don't want to get pulled out of it, great, stay in there. If you're the 9-5 crew, they clearly prefer 1 in, 1 out, 1 in, 1 out.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that all like you say, it comes down to driver preference. Some drivers like to go hard for one stint and then bring it in. Others, they prefer to get into a rhythm because that's when, they can get a little bit of consistency going. Once again, it all comes down to what the driver prefers and whether or not they feel they can actually make it to the end of a stint like that. It's going to be difficult, I think. Seeing as the track is the way it is, I think at a track like Daytona or the Circuit de la Sarthe, it's certainly a little bit easier to go for some really long stints. But here at Bathurst, you've got to be a special kind of animal to drive for more than 30 laps at a time around here.
Can you imagine doing an entire 1,000 solo?
Oh god, I couldn't do it myself, but my former teammate Scott Stevens did it a couple of years ago,
wow.
And he ended up, I think he ended up finishing on the podium.
Wow.
Yeah.
Kudos. Props. That is a mega effort. Yeah, I can't imagine doing 3 hours by myself here, let alone 6. If I was in a GT3 car, I think that's a slightly different proposition, but you take away the ABS, the traction control, the auto blip, so it's a very different sort of a story at that point, and definitely asking for just a little bit more from the drivers. Gap stabilize up towards the front. I say stabilize, it's starting to increase. What we saw out of Sebastian Flock in the previous stint, well, Rick Kuznetsov was watching and saying, you know what, it's going to be my turn to do that in just a little bit of time. Take a look at the lap times. All 4 laps technically since he jumps in the cars, underneath a 2:06.
Yeah, Kuznetsov once again, absolutely nailing it out here. Really has been an incredible race from the 9.5 888 so far. Kuznetsov obviously dealing with slightly different conditions from when he started the race. The track was cooler at the start, but it seems that he has lost none of that pace. And with Lachlan Capel now in this car, the Bring Into Bathurst car, 2:07.0 for Capel, but he did do 2 laps in the low 2:06s straight out of the pits. So I think that car is safe in second for now. Whether or not they can catch up to the 9.5 888 will be down to the other drivers who take part in this Machines campaign, because Kuznetsov, it seems, is the man to beat, and it's not going to be easy.
Oh, there's a good look at the side, if only for a brief second, at the newly painted black, grey and red 161. Like we said, 4 drivers in this 161. That means that we've seen Bo Albert, Sebastian Flock, and getting a sense for Lachlan Capel's speed. There's just one more driver to get a sense for, well, they'll stack up, and if it's going to be a fight for first, if it's going to be a fight for second, or if potentially there is something else that we'll see out there on the track. Top 5 have all ducked down into the 2:06s though, with fresh tires. Not entirely unexpected to see that turn of speed. They're all having to deal with different amounts of traffic though. That is the thing. We mentioned only 12 cars left on the leading lap, but 22 cars still running. You can see behind Blocker in the American Down Unders car. He's just gone and passed the Yank Oz at number 3. Traffic here at Mount Panorama as well is something where you don't do a lot of take. It's a lot of giving and waiting until the opportunities to get on past.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I mentioned right at the top of the broadcast how the top of the mountain is pretty much single file. You don't want to go side by side through there, and if you end up getting caught up behind a lapped car coming out of the cutting, you're likely not going to be able to get past them until Forest Elbow, unless they pull out of the line over Skyline. So yeah, it's hard around a track like this. It's all about timing. It's all about keeping the pace consistent. You don't want to ruin someone else's race. But as long as you have the ability to on Conrod Straight or Mountain Straight, then you can let them go pretty easily.
The private label Team Hype side of the Americans Down Under. That's a team co-owned by Corvette Factory GT driver Tommy Milner, someone that we often see jumping into various endurance series and getting behind the wheel of the car. But I think one thing that's very exciting, we talked about 2 new prototypes, 1 new GT3 coming in this most recent build of iRacing, but it comes in a time, Reese, where it feels on a whole, it's an exciting time for motorsports fans, right? There's a new generation of supercars, even if there are maybe some discussions about parity. Hopefully soon we get that into the sim. It'll be a lot of fun when we do that. Sports cars, prototypes going through a bit of a revitalization, of course. In general, it just feels like there's so much positive stuff that's come to iRacing. Let's not forget what was a bit of a wild card. Super Formula is now part of the fun.
Oh yeah, my goodness, and that car is so much fun. I drove it for the first time in week 13, obviously, as, oh dear, looks like some technical problems for the Americans Down Under car. Hopefully they can get that sorted. Yeah, driving the Super Formula around the first sector at Suzuka was one of the most refreshing experiences I've had in sim racing in quite some time. That car just rips. It's so easy to drive. You can push it so hard through the corners, and I think my good mate Keenan Kusin, Aero, he described it as it's like a Formula One car that makes sense to me.
That's a pretty good description. It helps that it's not got all the hybrid wizardry and stuff that you've got to try and wrap your heads around as well, so it's a bit more down to earth in that one. But I maintain that for the past 2 and a bit years, the best car on iRacing has been the Dallara IR18. There are a lot of good open wheelers that iRacing has, and I'm so excited that Super Formula is now available. It looks amazing as well. We talked about how there's some pretty incredible liveries that we have out there on display today. I've seen some pretty good examples of Super Formula liveries as well. Another car having a slight issue. It's the Obtuse Racing number 4. Been a relatively quiet period of the race. Everyone running to their own rhythm, staying out of trouble, and a little bit of trouble then for some. Let's pick up what happened down at, running our way down to the Dipper.
Ooh, yeah, a little deep. Just tags the wall on the way through. Thomas Langille, obviously not able to get the car slowed down in time. And I mean, you know, look at all the dips in the road, the curbs you have to negotiate. You brake just a little bit too late, and that's what happens.
It's one of those things as well where we talked about the lack of blip, but that often contributes to the timing of your downshifts as well. If you don't feel like you have as deep under the brakes, locks the left front, able to grab all 4 tires on before he slides off the track. But if you don't feel like you've got the ability to shift down a gear, if you don't have the ability to use the engine brake, it sometimes feels like a very slow slide into the wall.
Yeah, and engine braking is so crucial to getting these cars slowed down. You hear on the onboards and you see demonstrated how it can go wrong. You have to keep the revs high when you're downshifting these things, because a big part of slowing these things down is getting that blip nailed, keeping the revs high, making sure the engine braking can help slow down those rear wheels. Because remember, these cars have a locked differential. You're not going to face wheels turning at different rates on the rear. So if you can nail that braking, if you can nail the blips, then you will slow down massively. And you have to run the brake bias a bit far to the rear in these things as well, just to get them slowed down. Remember, these things weigh 1.5 tons, 1,500 kilograms. So brake bias a little too far forward, and you're just going to go sailing off.
Yes, brake bias forward often, It's also without ABS, one of those things where you'll find it so much easier to lock up either corner. Saw someone jump into the RaceBot YouTube chat and say all they want in iRacing is lawnmowers. Now, that's a proposition. That is definitely something that would be interesting. I still maintain, if we're going to add anything, Porsche or Lamborghini tractors, please.
Yeah, I know iRacing made a joke about the Porsche tractor, but I think seriously, it would be really cool. I mean, Farming Simulator currently has the farming simulation genre locked down. Maybe iRacing can get in on that as well. We should wait for potentially the new wheat model potentially.
Can you imagine the discussions we have about tire models? And now let's talk about the wheat model. That definitely sounds enthralling to all sim racing fans. What I will say is, Porsche tractors. It's Rennsport Reunion in a couple of weeks, which is at Laguna Seca. It's Porsche's celebration of motorsports. It's the 75th anniversary of Porsche. They're going to be racing tractors at Laguna Seca. Reese, in what sensible world are we living in?
We are living in current timeline, which has certainly been a bit crazy in the last few years. Tractors at Laguna Seca. I'm wondering what the corkscrew's going to be like in those things.
You just made me realize that I've got to make sure I am there and ready to take some photos of that site. Yes.
Please.
I've also been informed that Peter Mackay is going to be there, mainly because there's going to be Porsche RS Spiders. And anywhere there is a Porsche RS Spider, Peter Mackay follows in hopes of getting behind the wheel, I think. Here's what happened a few moments ago to the SLM Motorsports 38. Scott Rankin's actually done a pretty good job at building a bit of an advantage to the Chasing Unicorns 069, and so even a trip through the grass, a bit of a rallycross excursion, does not see him drop that position to the Chasing Unicorns pink and black machine.
Yeah, and I think that run through the chase, though a mistake was made and he did go through the grass, it wasn't as bad as it could have been. I've noticed, you know, I've been commentating, watching races at Bathurst on the sim for many years now. Almost every time someone overshoots the braking zone at the chase, they either pinch the rears and go for a spin, or they go massively off into the gravel. I think that was very well controlled from Rankin there. He did lock it up, but he managed to get it gathered up, and it was a slow tour across the grass back onto the track. Didn't lose as much time as he could have. But it looks like both of these cars have now new drivers in the car. Jordan Duffett has taken over the Chasing Unicorns car from Matt Bailey, and the battle shows no signs of slowing down between these two. The Chasing Unicorns car has a little bit more damage though than the SLM Motorsport car. That front bumper is looking a little bit substandard.
You know how the Apple logo looks like someone's taken a bite out of it? Someone's taken a bite out of the front bumper there. And an important part of the aerodynamic profile of the car as well. We're not talking massive amounts of aero by any means, but that splitter that helps keep the airflow stable around the front portion of the car, a little bit of damage there will definitely be something that you're feeling. And so in the wake of the car in front as well, it's going to be holding on to those tires, the key task for the Chasing Unicorns car for the time being. 888 speed is not abating. Kuznetsov is still in the 205.5 last time by. He goes quicker just to prove me wrong. Margin back to second. Let's not forget, 5 seconds before the pit stop cycle began. It's now up to 17 full seconds, Reese.
Yeah, at this point, it doesn't look like there's any overcoming 9.5 SimSport 888. They've been pounding out those quick lap times all race long, and bringing the Bathurst is still keeping themselves in the hunt here. I mean, they're continuing to gain time on the second 9.5 car behind. You see in the distance there the little yellow Mustang. It was a little bit closer some laps ago, but now Capel continuing to put down consistent times, staying in the 2:06s, as does Cameron Jones. Looks like the gap has stabilized between those cars for now. I think the goal now for this car is just to keep lap times consistent as per usual and stay out of the wall.
Yes, and with fatigue maybe building, easier said than done. We're not going to get too excited about a lot of the puffs of smoke that we see, but if there is more indication of contact, that's something to be aware of. The smoke is sometimes just the representation of the margin being left, the inches or pixels in some cases that these drivers are able to get up and close to the walls. We are only about halfway through the fuel window as well. Let's not forget, it's a 24-lap tank that we expect from these drivers to be able to run. The two 9.5 SimSport teammates running first and third both come in amongst the earliest. The only driver that comes in earlier now is Vermilion number 26 of Timothy Vaughan, who has taken full advantage of the undercut to cycle up into that 7th position as they cycle right now. Did see a lot of chatter on our RaceSpot TV chat slightly earlier about different Australian tracks that they'd like to see join the fun. Dan Yeaman was saying Adelaide Street Circuit, The Bend, Sydney Motorsports Park. Reese, I think one of those definitely your favorite.
Yeah, bring Adelaide, please. Oh goodness, Adelaide is absolutely iconic, and I think if we managed to get that onto iRacing, it would be a huge addition to the service. I mean, we have Long Beach, we have Belle Isle. You know, street circuits are now a part of the iRacing fold. And Adelaide obviously has a lot of heritage as well, being the host of the Australian Grand Prix from 1985 to 95. I do think that the Bend has a lot of potential as well, because it has quite a few different layouts that can be used. In terms of configurations, I mean, Adelaide you've only got the one layout. But the Bend, my goodness, you could get so many different kinds of racing, so many different layouts out of that one facility.
Sorry, excuse me. I think I agree with you there. I think that's part of why I would be very excited for the Bend, but as much as I would actually be on board for Adelaide, I don't know if I would be on board for Albert Park. At least the current version of Albert Park. I'd like the old version of Albert Park, though.
Yeah, that's interesting because I mean I like both layouts of Albert Park equally, but yeah, it would be interesting to consider. Unfortunately, iRacing laser scanning tracks, obviously, that's fantastic because it gets the tracks as they are, but it means that past layouts of racetracks aren't really an option in some cases. Jim in the Twitch chat saying that Surfers Paradise could definitely be an option. Including the old IndyCar layout, though? No, unfortunately. There's a tram line that runs over the old IndyCar layout of that track.
That seems fitting for IndyCar. It's not like they've never not raced over train tracks before. So, these seem like minor complications. We can figure them out. There are many. I think what you said about street circuits as well, that is something that has changed significantly compared to even 5 years ago, right? Where we had Belle Isle. Was that pre-Long Beach? We had Long Beach, of course, as the tech track, but I don't think we had the final, full version of Long Beach. We've kind of been spoiled recently to think that street tracks, with the extra level of work that the iRacing staff has to do to scan the outside of the tracks, represents the KFCs and whatnot that adorn the streets of Chicago or whatever. We've become used to thinking that we're going to get that all the time.
Yeah, of course. I mean, don't forget, Long Beach did take some time to get added to the service just because, there's so many objects around the racetrack, and it was a genuine worry that a lot of PCs wouldn't have been able to run it. But fortunately, we are now at the point where we can get super detailed objects like that. And I mean, iRacing's graphic improvements over the last couple of years and the last few builds as well have been spectacular. It's really awesome to see visually how far the sim has come in 15 years.
Oh yes, 15 years celebrated on, what was it, the 26th of August in terms of service being live for the public. And yeah, iRacing did a couple of content pieces, including a slideshow of some images from 15 years ago. And Reese, when did you join iRacing? When did you become part of the iRacer community?
2011. Okay. So, not that far behind.
I was, I think, 2012, 2013. So I kind of vaguely remember, but I only seriously got into iRacing after I graduated college in 2017, 2018. But you're right. The journey that, if you've been around with iRacing since the start, you've seen that Skip Barber, for example, be a staple of the service. You saw the Star Mazda go away. It used to be, again, a staple, and now replaced by Pro Mazda, Indy, Pro 2000, whatever, etc., etc., etc. We have come so far. 24-hour day-night cycles. The first couple of 24 hours of Daytona were first day only, night only. Then we got the full cycle. Rain's not far away, Reese. You and I were on the Race for More 2.4. Got to hear a little bit of what's in the works there. There's still more to come.
Yeah, there absolutely is. Oh, I can't wait for rain. That's going to be incredible. And I think it's fantastic to see that iRacing is so involved as well in the updating of the sim. Oh dear, that's pretty involved there for Jackson Pringle in the Virtual Motorsport Mentor Esports 911. We almost forgot there's a motor race going on here, Arjuna, and this is a little bit of drama.
It's reminding us of the race that's going on! No. Somehow we're safe. Adam Blocker in fourth spot's going to cycle on through. I think somehow Lachlan Capel and Cam Jones did not have to experience that sheer moment of terror. But yes, there's a motor race going on, and it's at Mount Panorama, where you can never take your eyes off the action.
Yeah, for sure. There's always something going on around here, and you know, there's so many commentary cliches about this place as we get another view of what happened here. There's that curb at the exit of Griffin's Bend. Yeah, that took another car potentially out of the running before, and now it's done it again. Got to make sure not to run all the way across the curb. And I think very well avoided by everyone involved. Had to take a little bit of avoiding action, did the Centrelink car, but regardless, no damage. But yeah, Arjuna, there's so many commentary cliches about this track. You know, when the mountain bites, it bites hard and stuff like that. And look, I can say, having gone to this track in the real world, it's all true, especially when it comes to the elevation changes, mate. Seriously, I have done a lap of this track on foot.
Oh boy.
And it nearly took me out completely. it was crazy. It was on the Friday of the Bathurst 12-hour weekend, or was it the Saturday? And I felt like I could sleep for 2 days. I still had a 12-hour race to get up at 5 a.m. for to watch the start for in the morning. But honestly, the elevation changes are immense. The run into Forest Elbow, it's like a cliff of tarmac. They always say that, oh, TV pictures don't do it justice. Even racing games don't do it justice. I believe that.
Yes.
Because walking this track in the real world, you are, especially going on the downhills, you've got to try and keep yourself from tipping forward.
We'll ride on with Cam Jones down the mountain and just get a sense for that drop-off. But you're right. I can say same thing at Laguna Seca, right? We all talk about the corkscrew and the elevation there, but until you've seen it, I don't think you visually really understand just what a spectacle that corner is. And Mount Panorama's on the bucket list. I think the 1000's higher on the bucket list than the 12 hours for me. I was very jealous of Adam Blocker, who at the end of last year, he works in the NTT IndyCar Series. End of the season, went off to Australia, spent a week there. First watched, I think it was MotoGP at Phillip Island, then made the trek over to Mount Panorama, stopping off to explore a little bit for what might have been, Reese, the wettest Bathurst 1000 in history.
Yeah. What a time to make your pilgrimage. You know, obviously, yeah, this track is very reminiscent of Spa and the Nürburgring in that weather definitely plays a big part in the racing, and the track is so long, it's so big, that the weather can be completely different from one end of the track to the other.
Yes. Oh, and we're talking about rain. Can you imagine when we have, whether it's the Bathurst 12 or Bathurst 1000 here on iRacing, first one with rain, when it's drizzling at the top on the run down the mountain, but it's bone dry on the pit straight, it's bone dry potentially on the initial climb up. You might have those little isolated pockets. It's going to be a lot of excitement, and of course, figuring out how that's all going to work as teams and drivers is going to be an endeavor in and of itself. And best of luck to them, Reese. I'll be doing it from the commentary booth, nice and safe.
Yes, indeed. I'll definitely be getting a few races in when rain comes out and seeing, you know, just experiencing the new system that's getting put in place. We shall see how it affects the racing at special events like this. So, have a look at this. The Brian de Bathurst car with Lachlan Capel at the wheel has actually lost a bit of time recently, and Cameron Jones is starting to bring it in. Gap is only about 3 seconds, and you can just see him there, just in the distance. Capel, his last lap was a 207.4. Compare that to a 207.1 for Cameron Jones. That's been going on for some time.
Yeah, it's been trending in this direction. Cam Jones, of course, in a 2-driver lineup, 4 drivers in the 161. So we expect when Jones brings this car back down to the pit lane, and maybe 8 laps time, he's on the 16th lap of the run, that we'll see Riley Bilson get back in and potentially be, it's only a few tenths a lap slower, but it adds up over the stint. Just a bit more comfort, it would seem, for Cam Jones with the setup that has been brought today. And they just continue in what is effectively a sprint race to be running the shadows of the 888 that just continues to build its margin at the front. We're only 15 laps or so away from getting to the halfway mark of this race, and I'm sure a mark that's going to be anticipated by many a team. It will also see us get towards that point where track temperatures will start to drop off, but Reese, we haven't hit that mark just yet, holding steady at 45 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, we briefly dipped down to 44 degrees before, but now back up to 45. Looks like, yes, it is going to stay that way for a while. And I think the higher track temperatures caught Lachlan Capel out a little bit, because at Murray's Corner just then, he ran a little deep and had to recover the car. Lost some more crucial time to Cam Jones as the battle continues to rise in intensity here. See the onboard from Jones. He can almost catch Lachlan Capel in his sights across the mountain. When you're at that point, you know that you've got something to fight with.
Drivers are visual at the end of the day, and it all comes with that. But has there just been drama for your race leader, because the 888's missing the bonnet down out of the elbow? It's slow for the 9.5 SimSport 888.
Oh dear. Rick Kuznetsov making a rare error? No, it's not an error. It is contact with a lapped car who spun at Forest Elbow.
Here's the replay instantly, and rear end steps out, and Kuznetsov locks the brakes in desperation, trying to avoid, and straight lines into the other car.
Okay, so I think Kuznetsov was expecting, because of the spin, that Langille in the obtuse racing car would swing to the inside of the corner, but he didn't. You can see the door is open on the inside. Kuznetsov could have gone for it, but I think in reaction to the incident, he just got on the brakes harder and ended up locking them up. So now that car is walking wounded in the lead of the race.
And again, no ABS. Those are the moments where the assists can come to your aid. 21 seconds the mark between first and second, a 2:12 last time by for the race leaders. We'll get a better sense for the damage on that car this time by, but it all comes amidst the shadow that is the gap for second being brought down, and Cameron Jones and Lachlan Capel potentially now finding themselves in a much more interesting fight. If 888's been lucky enough to get away without a meatball flag, which I think it does, which would be a mandatory trip down to pit lane, it's now got 6 laps, Reese, before it can head to pit lane and assess the extent of the damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's still pretty disastrous to get any kind of damage when you've been in the lead the whole time and been able to keep the car clean for so long, but it is at this point of the race, when you start getting to around the lap 60, lap 70 area, that fatigue starts setting in for drivers, lack of consistency starts setting in, and if you're trying to negotiate traffic, you have to trust them to keep it stable while you're running behind them. Unfortunately, that was not the case for Rick Kuznetsov. He is onto Conrod Straight, though, and pretty soon we'll get a marker for how the speed of that car has been affected.
So top speeds have been impacted by some of the damage. Americans Down Under said they lost 1 kilometer an hour after the early couple of laps, the banging that we saw go on in the top 10 or so. Going to get a better sense now for 888 as to whether there's going to be a lap time drop off. We will have to wait and see if it's top speed related or if it's through the corners. I think they've gotten away with one because the car looks to handle okay, and it's a 2:06.4 last time by.
Yeah, cool. So Kuznetsov's still able to extract pace out of that car. Not quite in the realm of the 2:05s that he was setting earlier, but that's still quicker than everyone else at the moment. So, yeah, I think breathe a sigh of relief, wipe the sweat from your brow, and keep going.
Can see. Look how banged in, not just the bonnet is, of course, but the radiator, the splitter. I mean, I'm not suspecting that this is going to be big damage by any means. My question now becomes, when we see the driver swap over, what notes are going to be shared? What's the current driver going to be able to say about the impact on the car's handling? Or is Kuznetsov going to be able to say, you know what, it looks bad, but it drives just fine?
Yeah, that's often the case in these cars. We see damage that we would think, oh dear, that's potentially race-ending, and yet the car has managed to escape any lasting critical damage. And looking at the handling of the car, if I'm not mistaken, the wheel is still straight. Wait until he gets onto the straight here to see what angle the wheel sits at. If he has any left or right hand down, then it could be an issue, but no. The wheel is straight. There's no suspension damage on that thing. And I think that's largely due to the fact that when he went into the obtuse racing car, he hit it head on.
Yes, I think that was the crucial thing. Reese, do these cars, they don't have the new damage model, do they?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
Not yet.
Not yet. It's one of those things where, depending on which version of the damage model, iRacing is slowly been adding more and more cars to its new damage model, which you can have wheels go flying, the body parts can go flying across the track as well. It's a system that is very cool on the open wheelers, and they've slowly been adding it to more of the tin tops as well. It does change how you think about damage, and I think they might have been able to get away with that one, that's for sure. Now, while one 9.5 SimSport car slightly less, maybe, worried than they were 5 minutes ago, for Cameron Jones, the focus now is on making it a 9.5 1 and 2, as the gap to Lachlan Capel is down to maybe a couple of car lengths. 20 laps into the run, we're only 4 laps away from seeing the drivers down on the pit lane again.
And that introduces the possibility of an undercut for either of these cars here. That could define the battle going forward. I think Capel and the rest of the Bring to Bathurst team are thinking about potentially bringing it into the pits a lap earlier than they are projecting the 9.5 car to go, and potentially gain some time back. I think with the pattern that we've seen so far from the 161, I'm expecting another driver change in that machine too. So it'll be interesting to see how this pans out.
Dab of the brakes there from Capel on corner exit out of the cutting. I think ran a bit too wide. Just watch. It's not looking comfortable. It's being hounded right now. Yes, it's able to run all the way to the wall, but Cameron Jones looking a lot more comfortable, a lot calmer in the language that the car is showing out there on track, the attitude that we see out of it. And as they work down the elevation change once again, for Cameron Jones, 3 laps after this before we expect the pit stop to come. Not losing too much ground in terms of lap time, you would think. There's only 6/10 or so between the race leader and second place in time now, but was that Capel tagging the inside of the elbow and now setting up a better run for the 995 down the long straightaway?
Yeah, here we go. Slipstream in effect now for Cameron Jones. And, oh dear, that was a bit late pulling out. That would have been a bit of a fright for Lachlan Capel. Side by side into the chase. Is Capel going to fight this? No, he's not.
I tell you what, for a moment there, I thought we were about to see a much bigger incident. And it's a credit to both drivers that they recognized the bump, were able to minimize its impact. And
he's deep.
Was Capel on the grass there as well for a moment? Car is not looking comfortable.
No, I think he was just late on the brakes there. Potentially got a bit spooked by the slight contact that Cameron Jones gave him at the fastest point on the circuit.
That was a great shot from up above as well, just seeing the cars close and how important it is at all levels of racing, virtual or real, to make sure you judge the other corners of the car as best as you can, and every driver makes a slight mistake sometimes. Fortunately, that did not end with more drama. 24 seconds now between the top two, but it is once again a 9.5 SimSport. 1 and 2 at the front, and with still a handful of laps to go, and then an additional lap for Lachlan Capel to come to circle around, given the overcut that we've been seeing from them. I would expect this gap between the 995 and the 161 to open up before we make our way into the pit cycle. Question will be, what's the speed of the next driver that jumps into the bright red machine?
Yeah, well, considering the pattern that we followed so far, I'm expecting it to be, Hayden Veld. That is a problem for the obtuse racing car once again. already going for a spin at Forest Elbow and now facing issues at the Dipper. Yeah, it looks like just a case of losing the rear.
It's a paint scheme that you definitely cannot miss. It's a pretty good looking field overall, I must say. Love the artwork on display. Got it wrong on the curb on the first part of the corner. And then good job from the car behind. Might have been the TC Corsa entry to slow down and not make it maybe even worse.
Yeah, indeed, it was the TC Corsa eSports car with Hayata Asaga, wheel of the car. This is the view from on board Hayata's perspective, and I think he took a moment there to think, okay, which way is this car going? I think I'll just take the racing line, and it worked out for him.
Yeah, sometimes you get lucky. It was not so simple for our race leader in the moment that he had at the elbow. Let's not forget, locked up the fronts down the hill, which is always a bit easier to do for the brakes to grab, and so the damage as a result. You can see Oliver Patterson bringing the Vermilion Motorsport 026 out of pit lane. Another early stop for him, and in that crew might potentially see them jump in front of the Dr. Wobbler, Mr. Slide Car even further, and in their quest to try and close up to Daniel Gray, who is continuing to run in the wonderfully named and totally not breaking our broadcast graphics, haha, yeah, okay, I'm out in the shed, she is inside team name. It's definitely not the longest team name that I've ever seen, but now that I've said that, I have no doubt next special event, iRacing Petit Le Mans, we're going to get a team name that breaks the graphic.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what people come up with, and whether or not you'll be able to break the bounds of that timing tower on the left-hand side of the screen. Daniel Gray, having taken the 077 back over, that car still having a fantastic run here in this race. Started 15th, now running in 6th, and looks like the picture of consistency. They've still managed to keep it damage-free, and despite being involved in multiple scraps, that car is looking good, at least here for the first half of the race.
Yes, the Ford Hold-On Mustang Commodore. One of those two words, you can pick it out and figure out which car this is. Like you say, one of the few cars with seemingly no damage, and maybe the damage is why we are seeing what I think is a one-lap early stop out of the race leader. Kuznetsov is going to bring the car in as Cameron Jones is going to cycle around and take a lap lead, I do believe. Maybe just trying to assess the damage of that incident.
Yeah, all right, let's see with Craig Schultz jumping back into the car, just whether or not the damage is considered worth repairing for that car. Craig Schultz will be dealing with a slightly damaged machine, potentially down on straight line speed. Remember, Kuznetsov clearly the fastest driver in that car, so whether or not Schultz is going to be able to extract the same pace remains to be seen.
So, wait to see the red, white, blue, and black machine drop and roll, and instantly it is stationary for 43.4 seconds. Remember, tires take roughly only 20-ish seconds, and then the remaining time in the lane can be used by the additional mechanics not fueling the car to work on the damage, and so maybe a little bit of the damage repaired there. And so we'll have to wait and see for Craig Schultz what that means in terms of times. Came out in 4th, which is a pretty remarkable stat, you would have to say, and goes to show the lead that has been built up so far. Have seen that it's not been the, well, easiest of days for the Obtuse Motorsport squad. They continue to be out there, 18th position, circulating, trying to get what they can from those that retire. It's gone from bad to worse for Thomas Langiel. Another nosing into the wall out of turn 2, and as the Americans Down Under squad flies on past, it is fortunately no further damage, and lights up the rear tires, spins it back around, and back into a straight line. We're only, by the way, about 10 laps away from the halfway mark of this race. It's really flown on past, that's for sure. Cam Jones left onto pit entry. And Lachlan Capel, as the form book would indicate, goes out for that one extra lap and will continue to run around the track as the 995 machine of Cam Jones is down on the pit lane. Reese, I did take a look at Craig Schultz and the 888. Doesn't seem as though they've really been able to work too much on the bonnet. Does look as though the front splitter, the radiator, looking a bit better.
Yeah, they did manage to get the panel beaters out there just a little bit and get the front bumper looking nice once more. I think what that incident for the 888 has done is actually put the 295 cars off strategy. They probably wanted to bring the 888 in a little earlier. Looks like the 995, meanwhile, keeping to the strategy with Riley Bilson now taking over the 995. And evidently the damage on that car isn't really worth repairing because they're just keeping that one looking the same.
No fast repairs available in this race. It is very much you bin it, you pay for it in terms of physical pain of dragging a limping car around. Riley Bilson, another one to get clean air off of pit lane as tries to bring the tires up to temperature, emerges behind Daniel Gray and only about 2.5 seconds off the back of the 077, so has a bit of work to do to close up there. Just a little comment in the iRacing Esports Network. 161 laps. Yes, it's an intimidating number here at Bathurst.
That it is, and this track is 6.213 kilometers long. It is a very large race, to be sure, but it's been this way since the, I believe, the late 1970s or the mid-1970s. Interesting little history tidbit for you, if we have the time, is that this race, as the bringing the Bathurst car brings it into the pits, this race actually started at Phillip Island as the Armstrong 500. It was a 500-mile race, wow. And after the first few runnings at Phillip Island, is sometime in the 1950s, it moved to the Mount Panorama circuit, and it stayed 500 miles for a while. Then it became a 1,000-kilometer event. But even back then, drivers were still soloing the race. The mandatory two-driver rule was not introduced for quite some time. I think not until the late 70s, early 80s. Famously, Peter Brock won the 1979 Bathurst 1000 in his Holden Tirana driving by himself, and he won by 6 laps.
Part of that, I feel, is the fact that it was in the era of motorsports where cars were just not as reliable. And so you had no guarantee that you were going to get to the end. And so sometimes it felt like in some motorsports, people would enter multiple cars in the hope that strength in numbers, you get one to the end and hope you'd get there. Busy time on pit lane. Hayden Veld's going to take over, bringing the Bathurst 161. Phil Kraus, as expected, after another single stint from Adam Blocker, is going to get in for a double. And Hayden Veld, trying to get up to temperature, trying to get into the rhythm, lights up the rears back out onto track.
Well, here we go. Let's see what Hayden Veld can do in car 161. He's definitely a very quick driver, if a tad inconsistent at times.
Oh.
Just as I say that, he goes deep in the second corner. Bring it in, Hayden, and we'll see what you can do once the car is up to pace.
Of course, I've talked a lot about how strong Australian sim racing is, about how cool the community is. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention at least once, Reese, the fact that Australia has a world champion now, Jordan Caruso.
They do indeed, and Caruso, of course, got his start in these cars. He is definitely a competitor in V8 Scops for a long time, and took a few wins in his time there before Altus shifted its focus more European.
Oh,
and, oh dear! Oh, right, that's one way to lap someone. Goodness me.
Riley Bilson, I think, had enough.
That's the position.
Enough of sitting behind Daniel Gray on old tires who's yet to come down pit lane. If you needed an indication of why overcuts are slow, there you go. Riley Bilson already is 5/10 clear, running into the braking zone at the end of the Conrod straight.
boy. Well, Daniel Gray still has yet to bring it into the pits. I'm expecting he'll come in sometime in the next couple of laps, if not right now. His pit entry. Does he peel off? Yes, he does. So there we go. End of the stint there for Daniel Gray. And someone in the Twitch chat was also asking how many splits there are. I can confirm there are 4 splits of this race running at the moment. Plenty of drivers competing here in the Australian time slot of the iRacing official Bathurst 1000. Let's see what Daniel Gray does here. Will he stay in the car or will he give it back to Dylan Goulson?
I think we're going to see another driver change based on, like we said, form books, and indeed Goulson's going to jump back in. Driver change is going to see them likely drop out of the top 8, but they'll get that back on strategy cycles as we work. You mentioned that this is the Australian time slot, but also an important factor is that it's an Australian server. The fact that the Australian community gets a dedicated race just for themselves, where they're not worrying Reese about whether their connection to America is super slow. The thing they're really concerned about, let's be honest, is about the likes of Adam Blocker and Phil Krause and whether their connection is going to be slow to the Australian server now.
Yeah, but crucially for Australians running on Australian servers, they are in the majority. And look, I know the struggle, okay? As an Australian sim racing internationally at times, I was in the minority. I was one of the people always with a high ping. I almost got in trouble with league admins in another league for my ping being too high. But I was like, sorry, I can't do anything about it.
Yeah. Like we mentioned earlier, Australian internet, just search NBN, and if you don't already know, you'll be on the road. Yeah, I apologize, Reese. I know those 3 letters bring up PTSD for
triggered.
many on Australian. There is, by the way, a remarkable fuel stint being eked out right now by Bailey Ford. Super Cheap Performance Racing number 25 is on to the 25th lap of the run, I believe. Last time by did a 2:08.3, so still by no means slow. And in comparison to the teams that they are fighting, could the strategy help them? We'll have to wait and see. It was an eventful start to the race for Adam Blocker and the Americans down under 074. He joins us now in the broadcast booth with Phil Krause behind the wheel. Adam, talk us through the opening couple of laps from your perspective.
Yeah, I definitely made a mess of it. I got a good start off the line, and which is big for Phil and I, because we don't really do a lot of standing starts with our background. But yeah, I just locked the right front going into Skyline on the first lap, went a little bit wide. Fortunately, was able to make it so the car hit square on the wall, so we didn't get that much damage. Yeah, and then really, I mean, the rest of the first stint was kind of a mess because I kind of screwed up my tires early, making mistakes and just fighting and the whole mess there. So, but yeah, the last couple stints have been pretty solid for both of us.
It's all prep for the V8 Scops Bathurst 1000 in a week's time. You and Phil will be teaming up to make a crack at that as well. Of course, one of the things that we've already discussed a little bit is the fact that you're Americans but competing in an Australian series. That means often competing in the night. Adam, you and I, we did a race together once where I remember setting my alarm clock for 2 in the morning. How does that impact you guys behind the wheel?
Yeah, you definitely have. The main thing is that you have to make sure you schedule a nap or something to get your sleep okay. I've gotten a little bit better at it now where, you know, I kind of know what I need. And so like today I went to bed at like 5 p.m., woke up at 9:30 or so. And obviously like right now it's 2 a.m. for me. So yeah, should be good at least to the end of the race, and then I'll be tired after that. But yeah, it makes a difference. The main thing also is you have to worry about netcode with the poor connection. But yeah, overall, these cars can take a little bit of contact, so normally it's not a huge deal.
We were just talking about that server thing as well, actually, so it's quite relevant, I think. As we look forward to the rest of the race, you just jumped in front of the 161, who's had to make an unscheduled return to pit lane. How's the damage feeling? How's that impacting your car and your strategy to the end of this race as you potentially are now in the fight for a podium?
Honestly, the car feels pretty good. We're just down a little bit of straight line speed, but we're slowly getting our optional fixed. I think in a couple stops, the car will be back to 100%. But really, it's not really costing us a lot of speed. Like I said, we just got behind at the beginning, and since then, our pace has been pretty much even to second and third. Not equal to the leader. Rick's been in his own world, but yeah, we definitely have solid pace. So if we just execute to the end and kind of keep doing what we're doing, we should be in good shape.
Phil's in for a double. You'll have a double to finish. Best of luck, Adam. Hope to see you at the checkered flag and maybe talking with us.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for y'all calling the race, and yeah, hope y'all enjoy it.
Adam Blocker joins us from that Americans Down Under squad, and of course, Reese, the big drama happened that they're now in a podium spot, but mainly because of an unscheduled trip to pit lane for someone else.
Yeah, so Sebastian Flock jumped into stream chat to let us know that Lachlan Capel didn't check tyres when he came in for a stop. So for Hayden Veld's first few laps, that explains why he was sliding all over the place. That car was on tyres that were about 26 laps old. That is no fun, especially when you've got a full tank of fuel back in the car. They have managed to get some fresh rubber on the car now, but they have lost crucial time, and that has promoted Americans Down Under into the top 3. Question is now, can they claw any of that back? It's a lot of time to make up one extra pit stop around here.
I'm just going to say, I'm going to defend Lachlan Capel right now and say they have 4 drivers in that car. It should not be the driver's responsibility to make sure the box was checked for tires.
Yeah,
but that...
actually, Capel just saying in Twitch chat, didn't think it was the driver's job to tick tires when you have 3 teammates to do
yes.
so.
Stick up for yourself. 100%. Agreed. Unfortunately, damage has been done now.
Oh, man. Well, Bo said there was no strategy in this car, and that is the proof in the pudding, and they are eating it.
Yes. So again, it means that Phil Kraus, who's jumped in for a double stint into that 74, is now 22 seconds in front of the bringing to Bathurst car with an 11.5 second stop. My impression is that was just tires and no fuel, and so it hasn't really changed the strategy windows at all. It's just cost them a bunch of time.
Yeah, that's time that they're going to have to get back somehow. I would presume that Hayden Veld is the 4th and last driver to take control of that car, of the drivers available. I would expect that they cycle back through and put either Bo Albert or Sebastian Flock back in the car for the next stint. We know how quick those guys are, so we'll see what they can do to try and catch up to Americans Down Under.
I will just say, I think that outside of Rick Kuznetsov, who's potentially the fastest driver on track, it's hard to put an argument up against that, only because we haven't seen Sebastian Flock in the car at the same time. Now, if we could get them both in with the same conditions, get a pretty good reference, that would be good. So if anyone from Bringing to Bathurst is still listening in the iRacing Esports Network, you know who to put in next, so we can get a sense. Can still see on the left side of the screen, by the way, there are some big movers, some big losers. 11 plus for Vermilion Motorsports, who have been sneakily undercutting on a couple of different stints to work their way on forward. 11 positions. Yankos, seen them lose the bonnet of the car. They're still up double-digit positions. The biggest losers, though, after their technical issue, the hardware failure that we saw for Banter Alliance Racing, 19 positions down and watching on from the garage. It's a race where attrition was expected to play its part, but traffic's still pretty tough for the drivers, as our race leader found out not too long ago, Reese.
Oh, yes. The mountain does indeed bite at the very worst of times, and no one is safe. Looks like there's confirmation from Bringing to Bathurst team that Seb Flock is going to be getting in the car next because he needs to have his dinner. Well, Oliver Patterson in the Vermilion Motorsports car working its way around. There's been some issues, unfortunately, for the second Vermilion Motorsports team in the number 43. They had a disconnect. Unfortunately, they went a lap down and got a 40-second stop and hold for cutting the track.
Oh, no.
Interestingly. So things have gone all kinds of wrong for the second Vermilion Motorsports car. This one, though, still running in the top 10, despite having quite a few adventures of its own. They started 18th, remember. They are up to 7th, and only 9 laps into this stint.
Yes, it's shaking out quite nicely for them. And like I mentioned, slight undercuts compared to the rest, and they've been taking good advantage of it. At one point behind SLM and chasing unicorns. They're now what? Never trust a commentator's math. I always preface a point by saying this. They are 30 seconds in front of the 38 now. Going back 2 hours ago, that was a slightly different story. It's also that point of the race, halfway through, drivers starting to maybe fatigue a little bit. You got to wonder, as some of the teams maybe do double stints, are we also going to see an increasing level of attrition? I did see that one car has made a trip back to pit lane. We're going to take a look at exactly what's happened here to Diego Villarreal in the SART number 22. All's looking fine. And then, oh, the
engine.
The good old grey smoke's back.
Yeah. Wondering if that was on the upshift and not the downshift, because here we go. Yeah, oh man. Just brought the revs up a bit too high, and when he tried to get it into fourth, the engine just said, no thanks.
It's weird that it happened on the upshift, though. It is very... Usually what would happen is you'd have a driver that's maybe slightly too aggressive on the downshift and blip combo, gets the revs maybe slightly higher than expected, slightly out of where you usually have protection that would come and help you, and you damage the engine there. But on the upshift, like you say, maybe was bouncing off a limiter or something in a way that was straining the engine, but definitely an unusual one, that's for sure.
Yeah, it does happen sometimes, but like you say, it is very rare compared to blowing the engine on the downshift in comparison. And, I hope that the SART team get that thing repaired and back out there, because, well, I mean, they've definitely been sticking it out for a long time. They are currently 8 laps down the rest of the field. Still a better run than plenty of other teams out there. In fact, the retirement list has continued to grow. Looks like the band of others, number 65, Autoserve number 92, Team Schnitzel 09, Frogleet 066, and Banter Alliance 427 are our retirements. I was going to throw the SLS Racing 575 in there too. They're 11 laps down, but they are still circulating out on track.
Yeah, they are. Spirit of Endurance Racing, circulating and hoping for some decent success, and might still be able to jump in front of at very least the SART team, and hoping to potentially grab more from there. Centrelink's 467 is down to the lane. Very off-cycle pit stop compared to the rest of the cars, but comes about halfway through. So maybe they've been thinking about a specific strategy in mind and are working to the plan that they devised at the start of this. You can see Fords and Holdens pretty equally split inside of the top 16 or so as they run right now. And it's that phase of the race where things have settled down, gaps have built up through the field. It's enough time for us, Reese, to go through and take a look at some of the liveries. We've already talked a little bit about the 9.5 Simsport car. I must say, out of the two, red, white, and blue is a classic combo. Yellow and blue is maybe a little bit more uncommon in the world of motorsport, and so I quite like that they've gone in 2 different approaches, and it's great that they're not identical cars that we're trying to figure out, oh, that's the 888 and that's the 995.
Yeah, one's a Ford and one's a Holden as well, which definitely helps matters. I now that I think about it, I think this livery is riffing off the Peter Jackson tobacco livery that ran on Ford Falcon in real life in the early 1990s. The early 90s was a big period for excellent liveries, and that is no exception.
Yes, there are some liveries from that era, though, that stir up some controversy. I'm not necessarily... Well, it's lock up there on the right front from the 995 down through the elbow. You can definitely tell there's some pushing going on there. The most controversial livery of all time. Do you know which one I'm talking about?
I might need to jog my memory.
It is a Formula One livery. One side was different than the other.
Yes. Yes, BAR's first livery. The Zipper.
The most controversial livery in motorsport, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, it all came from, the FIA's application of livery rules. They, the BAR came in and said, hey, we want to run cars with 2 different liveries because we've got 2 different tobacco brands we want to promote. And the FIA said no.
It's funny, the FIA's rule is that they need the liveries to look the same, and I'm sitting here complaining and saying I don't want them to look the same. But if you've ever tried to commentate on a race where you've got 2 teams, let's say, I'm giving an actual example from a race I've had to commentate on, Reese. Apex Racing Team and BS Competition. Both cars are blue, white, and shades of black and grey.
Oh, lordy.
And people have this assumption as commentators that we get 4K resolution of what we're commentating on, right? They think that we can see everything. What happens when you're looking at pixels and you can't tell which team is which car because they all just look like blue, grey, white blobs?
Yeah, exactly right. And spare a thought for me and my co-commentators in V8 Scops a few years ago when we had teams bringing something like 8 cars to a race, all running the same livery. We could not get the driver names right at all.
This is reminding me that I'm currently working on the rulebook for the return of the Esports Global Championship. Add into there, if team liveries are close, there should be identifying marks on there. It's a helpful thing. Put it in the rulebook and everyone wins.
Yes, exactly. Different colored mirrors, different colored rear wing end plates, stuff like that. Please, if anyone who's listening, please differentiate your cars. It makes our job a bit easier.
See, the problem is with IMSA in particular is we can't use end plates or mirrors because those are already reserved for class-specific colors.
Oh.
Yeah, so you do... Okay, I will say, I have a bit of sympathy for the teams now that I think about it because it's not the easiest thing in the world. But it's their problem, not mine.
Yeah, headlight lining. Just put a little couple streaks under or over the headlights in different colors. That could work.
What we need is for iRacing to allow us to choose the color of the headlights.
Oh yeah, that would be awesome. Because and I think that's relevant to this race as well. Because in the history of Australian touring car racing, we have had plenty of cars that have used differently colored headlights to great effect. I recall the green-eyed monster, the AU Falcon of Craig Lowndes in the late 90s, early 2000s. That thing had beautiful, bright green headlights that pierced through the veil.
Let's look through some of the other teams. We got a bit off tangent with talking and reminiscing about other liveries. And
I mean, we've got time, haven't we?
We could, although that's a blown engine for the 995. No. The 9512 will come to an end, and Riley Bilson is going to struggle to get up the mountain, let alone down it.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. That car was having such a good race. But no one is safe, as I've said. Where did that happen? That was on the way into Griffin's Bend Turn 2.
It's still giving power, though, isn't it? It's still giving them a little bit of power, unlike what we've seen. And now it's going to pick up speed as it dives down the hill. They'll get this to the lane.
Yeah, this is the thing for Bilson. What he needs to focus on is maintaining the speed. If he accelerates too hard, if he tries to, put the power down Conrod, then the engine will likely blow and he'll coast to a stop. He needs to make sure that he keeps that car moving. Americans Down Under moving into second spot. Wow, what a race it has been for Blocker and Kraus. But man, you can only imagine what they'd be saying, the communications of this car, and it probably wouldn't be fit for broadcast.
No, definitely not. This is the frustration that whether it's real or virtual motorsport, you feel it. Watch off-board first, and then we'll ride on board. Engine's already giving out smoke on the entry into the corner. I'm going to guess this is on the downshift like we were talking about.
Yeah, let's listen in. Yeah, you saw it there. It was the downshift into third. Did you see the lights go up there on the rev meter, the rev lights on the dash? That was way too high there. Just a bit of an overzealous blip here for Bilson.
There's the look on board with the cockpit, the virtual visor cam that you can just see, and instantly, car's limping, not much that he could do. Was able to get the car to the lane. Riley Bilson is still trickling down into the box, but it is now going to be a stationary a trip to the lane where I don't expect them to be leaving any time soon. And it promotes Americans Down Under to second, promotes bringing the Bathurst back up into a podium spot as well. And it means that Super Cheap Performance Racing's number 25 is only 5 seconds off the podium now.
Yeah, this could be a very significant change in the race for Harrison Lillis and Bailey Ford, who you mentioned. Bailey Ford actually put in a really good fuel stint there, managed to make it 25 laps on his last stint before he handed the car over to Harrison. Be interesting to see whether or not they'll be able to catch up to the fellow teams on the podium. They are, I think, a bit off the pace compared to bringing to Bathurst and Americans Down Under at their ultimate pace, though. So I think they might have to rely on a couple more errors, a couple more mistakes, a couple more incidents.
I have to wait and see, though. With still just under half the race to go, there is a long time to run. And in terms of distance, these drivers have still got to survive just under 80 laps. Word from Dan Yeaman saying that the 9.5 team is under the impression, under the sneaking suspicion that it's long-term accumulated damage. Let's not forget that they had a bit of a bosh with Team Schnitzel out of the elbow, separate to what the 888 had with Obtuse Racing. Both of the 9.5 cars involved in various bits of drama. And now what worries me, what surely is worrying the rest of the team as well, what's the state of the engine for the 888?
They definitely don't have a cooling issue. Yeah, I think they'll be driving like a grandma at this stage. I mean, they're holding on to a fantastic lead now over the Americans Down Under car. They got 36 seconds to work thereabouts, so they don't have to push this thing too hard.
Well, it's been a race where you can't take your eyes away from it because you know the jeopardy that all drivers are contending with. But at the same time, it's a race that has been very much defined by, A, the opening hour, which is any endurance race, let's be real, and then the isolated moments that we've had outside of that. I am of the impression, Reese, I've had this discussion with John Hindhoff before of Radio Show Limited. 3 hours is not an endurance race. 4 hours is not an endurance race. 6 hours is when you're starting to touch the realms of the fatigue. Yes, Bathurst and the 1000 is an exception. We've talked about its physical nature. But 6 hours flies on past. Once you get to 10 to 12 hours, those are the races where I feel sometimes in the middle it drags for the teams, the viewers, and even for us sometimes.
Yeah, that's a good point. And like you mentioned, Bathurst is the exception. I mean, the track being the way it is, how much of a physical challenge it is, how on edge you are over the course of the whole lap. Sometimes it feels like a 1 hour race around here is a bit of an endurance fest. But yeah, I mean, as long as you can keep yourself alert, you'll be all right, I think, for the stages of this race.
What time is it in the east coast of the US right now? 2:45 in the morning. So that's what Phil Kraus and Adam Blocker are dealing with in trying to keep alert. Talked with Adam Blocker already. Seems relatively awake. We'll chat with Phil Kraus, hopefully, when he gets out of the car after his double stint. From what Phil was telling me, he's got an interesting sort of a journey, Reese. Finished up, he went to school on Friday, finished up, got, I think, 2 hours, 3 hours of sleep, woke up, has been in the car, and as soon as he's finished, is basically going off for his Saturday day at work. Commitment.
Thanks.
That's a commitment to the series.
Yeah, that is, super commitment there from Phil Kraus. I don't know how he's able to function with that. I mean, I do a stream on my personal Twitch channel every couple of weeks where I'm racing in a European league, and that starts at like 2 in the morning, finishes at around 5. I usually pull all-nighters for that, and it wrecks me. So I can't imagine only sleeping for 2 hours, driving one of these things around Bathurst, and then going to work.
I'm guessing it's a full day of work. Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. We got away from our livery discussion again, so I want to cycle through.
We did.
I want to cycle through the field properly, but pink and blue. I'm friends with Phil Krause. I'm friends with Adam Blocker, but I'm not friends enough with them to say that that's a color combination that goes naturally together.
I mean, it's definitely striking, isn't it?
Yes.
You can't miss it. I mean, I don't know. I don't mind it, but evidently, color is always, your mileage may vary sort of deal. I gotta say, I'm not a huge fan of the blue wheels though. Like wheel color is a big point of contention for a lot of drivers.
What are your thoughts on wheels? Because there are people that believe that you can either have regular colored wheels, or you're wrong.
Yeah, well, I know that in the AusNZ community, there's a bit of a point of contention around chrome wheels. Personally, I prefer it when they're either all white or all black.
Yes.
And, I don't mind chrome, but I would prefer black wheels. They tend not to clash with the rest of the car, but white wheels can work beautifully. This color of blue, though, I don't know.
It's I think Ford Grabber blue is what Adam Blocker calls it. Yeah, I think I agree with you there. Bringing to Bathurst, of course, had a very quick wrap change after one of their pit stops. They now have a nice red, black, and grey number on their car rather than the blue one that they had to start things off. They've got regular colored wheels, though, so it's instantly a win there. I will say, I'm looking at the Bringing to Bathurst car, but I'm more interested, at the chop of the nose that SLS Racing slightly gave them there, but what is a very, very interesting 575.
Yeah, it's a beautiful looking livery on this thing, isn't it? The absolute kaleidoscope of color here. I'm rotating around it on my end, and wow, like the more you look at it, the more interesting it gets. There's so many different patterns on this car. Like there's layers upon layers of dots and stripes, and all very striking colors as well. I've always been a fan of race car liveries that do that sort of thing.
It's asymmetric, which I think for me, I don't know why, but there is something about an asymmetric livery where I'm down with it. I enjoy it. That is a very nice livery. I quite enjoy that. We'll continue our cycle through the field. This is the Super Cheap Performance car. There's not much to say about it other than you all know what it looks like. The haha, yeah, okay, I'm out in the shed, she is inside meme. This is a meme livery. I mean, I think that's the only way to describe it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's full on, just go straight for Australian motorsport memes, and that's about it. Plus, a Bathurst track map side as well, and actually I'm looking at the rear quarter of that thing. I think that's Mark Larkham.
Is that
rear bumper of that car?
I've been trying to figure out who that is. We've seen a couple of glimpses here and there, but that definitely makes a lot of sense. We definitely know that Dylan Golson and Daniel Gray are very much eagerly awaiting the brand new generation of supercar. One that is going to be interesting to see how the liveries kind of adapt to a new shape of supercar generation as well. This is a very striking livery, I must say. You got plenty of sponsor work on display, but it's another nice little pattern and a livery that takes full advantage of the iRacing spec maps.
Yeah, absolutely. Vermilion Motorsports is one of the teams in the AusNZ community that loves to take full advantage of those options for liveries. They've got a little bit of a matte thing going, the dark grey to black, and interestingly also they've gone for a little bit of a John Player special style with the gold highlights, and it's always a pleasure to look at these cars going around. That little splash of white on the bonnet works wonders.
Just a little bit of a different thing as well, right? It's just a little highlight, a little eye-grabbing piece of color, and it's always nice to see. Dr. Wobbler missed a slide. Now, they've been running with no rear wing and no, I guess, boot cover since the first stint of the race. Hasn't stopped them from being pretty consistent in terms of speed. That's another livery where you were saying earlier, Australia, New Zealand, the community's got some great paints. I'm getting a welcome invitation to that right now.
Yeah, this is a nice livery, this one. It's obviously got a lot of promos for a better bloke. I presume is Daniel Mulcahy's Twitch and socials, etc. Something that is a bit blink and you'll miss it is that the front bumper of that car says, "Prepare thy cheeks."
Does it?
Yes, the meaning of which I'm assuming is a bit lewd. And you saw that little twitch down Conrad as well. Evidently, Mulcahy is listening into us.
Or at least aware that he's on the broadcast and wanted to make sure that that was the equivalent of the wave when sometimes we get the webcams from the driver. Oh, this is it's taken green, it's taken yellow. We talked about highlights earlier, and the Crow Mountain Motorsports car has even managed to add some color into the radiator grille itself as well. This is a car that you can't miss. I think that is for sure.
Yeah, can't miss this one at all. Lee Crowhurst running a machine that, once again, is asymmetrical. Got some excellent color schemes going here. You don't often see green with orange, do you?
No, that's a good point, actually. You don't. Papaya orange, excuse me, from McLaren is the most common usage of orange that I can think of nowadays. And yeah, when Tony Kanaan went and raced with them, there was definitely none of that yellow and green merchandise that got slapped on top of an orange. Although, that does sound quite interesting. I'd be curious to see what that's like. We talked earlier about these machines. Well, they're now separated by quite a bit out on track. The SLM Motorsports, number 38, Scott Rankin at the wheel of the Mustang, the green Mustang as well, that has got a very American style forward number. So the rest of the livery is great, but it loses points for that number.
Yeah, that it does. I think that it is a lovely livery, this one. Some excellent little highlights here on this livery. It looks like it's sort of imitating a spec map, potentially, with the sort of semi-shiny kind of dappled look this thing has.
Ooh, that is an interesting texture.
Yeah. You only really see that when you get up close to it, though. From a distance, it looks really lovely, and you know the overall color scheme, nice and simple, green and black, green on top, black on the bottom. I mean, it works. It's really nice.
It is. I quite like it. It's just the number. It's very NASCAR next gen. And that number placement has been debated to no end in America. We don't need to bring that conversation halfway around the world. Here's the Chasing Unicorns car. It's got some unicorns on the front, but the thing that I think I love the most about this livery is what's on top. It's not what many people are going to get to see of the livery, but I guess it's there for some to see.
Yeah, some at least. Those of us who are in the air and watch from any point on the racetrack. I mean, this thing is so striking. I really do love it. It's a gorgeous car, and you know, sometimes I think all black or all white liveries are a little bit overdone, but I think in this case I can make an exception because it's got an almost sort of synthwave aesthetic to it. I think with the sort of neon pink.
It does. I mean, pink's not a bad color in general. The most overused combo in motorsports, in sim racing as well, black and red. There are enough black and red cars in sim racing. We don't need any more of them. the TC Corsa Esports crew. We see them a lot, actually, in various iRacing Top Splits competitions. We've seen them in some other special events, but also in the BMW M-Sim Cup racing prototypes on occasion. Nice and simple, the blue line down the middle, the red accents down the side, and they've gone to the effort of placing the sponsor logo at an appropriate angle, which is not such a problem on this car, but we're, Super Formula, prototypes, brand new pieces of content that everyone is trying to paint on iRacing. I'm not a painter, Reese, but some of the complex alignments that you have to do across body panels and whatnot to get liveries to look good, boy. Livery designers very much earn their money.
Oh yeah, they absolutely do. And sometimes I look at a template and I think, oh dear, this is going to be a bit of a trial. But when you can make something work, it is incredibly satisfying. And I've always been a fan of Japanese motorsport liveries, and I think that the Japanese really have a good eye for design when it comes to race cars. I mean, this thing is just a pleasure to look at. It's a gorgeous livery, and it uses white really well, which I think is difficult to do at times.
I like the way that the red wraps around the bottom of the door and then all around to the top. There's continuity. It's clearly been thought through. That's what I like about it. Centrelink's Racing's Castrol liveried one. This is another one that looks fairly familiar to some. They've gone to the effort of including some custom number plates as well. Always enjoy a bit of a classic throwback tribute livery, but going over to the Yank Oz car, it's hard to see too much of the sides, unfortunately, at least that right side, because it's been beaten up. Bonnet's missing as well.
Yeah.
Moving away from the livery for just a second. This is one of those cars that we talked a bit about, spirit of endurance racing. They've gained 11 positions so far. The final car running one lap down. 13th spot, missing the bonnet. Staying out of trouble though. And still, with now 70 laps to go, in with a chance of seeing the finish and getting a top 10.
Absolutely. I mean, this it's been a big run for Jay Potts and his teammate. They've certainly had some trouble over the course of this race, but they are still plugging on, and they're continuing to have a good time out there. In terms of the livery itself, it's pretty simple. It's a Holden Racing team throwback, particularly to the Commodores that were driven by Peter Brock and Craig Lowndes in the early 1990s, to the mid-90s actually. The VR and VS Commodore cars, of course, with a few modern-ish sponsors on there as well. I've always been a fan of this livery, but I'm a General Motors guy. I've always been a Holden supporter, so I have a bit of bias there.
Yeah, that is an argument that splits families, Ford or Holden. It feels weird in 2023 though to not have a Holden in supercars. It does feel wrong. I'll be honest. It feels wrong to me to have a Camaro racing in Australia.
Yeah. And even then, the Camaro isn't going to last very long as a model for the next couple of years, which is a shame. Craig Schultz now working his way through traffic, meanwhile, in the 9.5 SimSport car. That's another Holden tribute livery. I think it was a real shame to lose Holden. It was definitely one of Australia's proper car brands, and though Ford is an American company, Ford Australia operated as its own arm. Holden made a big hubbub about the VE Commodore being the first Commodore designed and built entirely in Australia. Well, Ford had already been doing that with the Falcon for a couple of decades before that, so full credit to them.
Yeah, I agree. It's also a bit of a visual shift, right? These cars, in my opinion, look better. than the new generation cars. The new ones are a bit more boxy, I feel, and more... Am I going to get in trouble for calling them American?
I don't think so.
You don't agree with me, or you don't think I'm going to get in trouble?
I don't think you're going to get in trouble.
But you agree with me?
At least, yeah. Well, look, I mean, I understand, because, you know, it's the real life series was a touring car formula. Okay, so you know this Holden ZB Commodore you're looking at right now, 4-door family sedan, and that was the format that supercars ran for ages. And now, because the market has shifted and you know, people are buying different cars now, there just wasn't really a need for the Commodore and the Falcon like there used to be. People just weren't purchasing them. So the series had to move on. And considering what the cars have morphed into, I think it made sense to go to the Mustang and the Camaro. But yeah, there is definitely a bit more of an American flavor to the series now.
I mean, I would say that I'm probably part of the problem, because as much as I would say that I would buy a Holden Commodore if they would sell a souped-up version of that in the US, I don't know if I would. I always told myself that Colin McRae's passing, it's the anniversary of that this weekend, and so I grew up a big rally fan, loved Subarus. My dad owned a 2004 STI. It was the first car that I ever got to quote-unquote drive, you know, sit on his lap and kick the throttle kind of thing. Always told myself I'd buy a Subaru. And then 20 years later, when I had the ability to potentially buy myself a nice new car, you go and you try it out, and it's using the same engine that it did when my dad had one almost 20 years ago, and I'm like, you know what, I don't want one anymore. And so, yeah, I feel like I'm part of the problem. I tell myself I'd buy a GR Corolla if they sold them, GR Yaris if they sold them in the US, but I also say I wouldn't buy a GR Corolla because it's not as special. I don't know, I'm a weird guy.
Yeah, don't worry. Buying habits are, you know, they have a massive effect on motorsports, really. You see that in the history of many touring car series around the globe. Pit stops happening. Meanwhile, Oliver Patterson bringing the Vermilion Motorsports car into the lane. Now, this was the 026. That stint has lasted for a solid 24 laps, so that's right on the money for what we're thinking. And the 24th lap of the stint has just started for Craig Schultz in the 888. So I get the feeling we're going to be seeing them in the pits pretty shortly. Interestingly, the gap has decreased quite a bit. I know that Schultz has been working his way through traffic, but since we last checked in on the time gap, they have lost about 10 seconds to the Americans down under car.
I think this is that response to the engine blow up for Riley Bilson, who is back out there, I will just point out. 22 minutes of damage repair, 10 laps down, 19th position, but circulating with a recovering car. I think this is the recognition from Craig Schultz as well, that they don't need to push the issue. They can be a little bit safer, and you've potentially still got the fastest driver in the field who's going to be able to try and push that margin out just that little bit further. Hayden Veld has also not gained any time on Phil Krause. I've been tracking second and third, the margin there, seeing if Veld was going to be able to close after the unscheduled pit stop. Not only has that not been the case, definitely not having an easy ride of it. Here's a look at what just happened into the final corner. Pushing, pushing, and fortunately not pushing too hard into the wall.
Yeah, that was a lucky escape there for Hayden Veld. He's evidently not having the best of times out there, just a bit too deep into Murray's corner and off into the grass. Fortunately, there is a little bit more grip on the grass now than there was, so it is a bit more easily recoverable, which is especially significant in a car like this.
And now I've just gotten word that the 888 has hit the wall.
Oh no.
Where did this they are into pit lane, but this is scheduled. Let's remember, let's not get too excited about this just yet. Got told it was after the cutting, just before Reed Park. We'll get a sense for how significant that contact was in a few moments' time. But now both of the 9.5 cars trundle their way down the lane. Let's see what happened on board with the race leader.
All right, so coming out of the cutting, and yeah, I've just reviewed this on my end. It doesn't look like if there was a hit, it was that much of a hit. Unless it happened here across the top.
Was it maybe a lap or go? Because that seemed pretty normal.
Yeah, I don't think the mistake happened on this lap.
See if we can figure out what happened there, but it's a regular pit stop, it would seem, so far for Schultz, who hands over the car to Rick Kuznetsov, who's going to jump back on in. And with what I suspect to be 2 more pit stops to come after this, because 67 laps to go, you can break that up into 3 22-lap stints. My suspicion might be here that we're going to see the Triple Eight get their fastest driver back in to close the race out.
Yeah, that's looking like that's the case. Kuznetsov goes in for 30 more laps, then maybe a short stint. Craig Schultz get Kuznetsov in to finish. That could be the way that the Triple Eight goes. For Americans Down Under at the moment, it looks like Philip Kraus is the one who is slightly faster. So let's see what they do here when they come into the lane. I think they've still got a couple of laps left, or they have to come in. So we'll see if Philip Kraus decides to stay in for those couple more laps, hand it back to Blocker, and then put Kraus in for the finish.
I think that is the plan. Last time I took a... Wait, excuse me. No, never mind. It is going to be Phil Kraus in for another stint after this, and then Adam Blocker in with the double till the end is what I think was the plan. But again, they are slightly off cycle to the rest of their competitors just because, as Steve Grumley brings the SLS car maybe out of fuel back down to the lane. Blocker and Kraus, I think, slightly compromised by just the fact that they're trying to account for their lack of sleep as well, so maybe not thinking about it in the same ways that others will.
Yeah, exactly. That's definitely something to think about. I can confirm that the SLS racing car we saw going slow has blown the engine. Yep, that's another car that has overcome the limits of the 5-litre V8, and it looks to me like it happened very early on in the lap. Oh, okay. It was on the way out of turn 2, Arjuna, if you want to cue that replay up. This was not exactly a blown engine scenario. Watch this.
Okay. So. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know if that was a hardware issue or what, but playing ping pong for a second, and yeah, fortunately, that's what she wrote.
So watch the steering wheel on the right. It's just drifting off, and it's a very late recognition that it was the car was drifting into the wall. Not much time to really react, and eventually Grumley had to tow back to pit lane, but not for a lack of effort. Got basically the entire way around, and I think just ran out of momentum in the final couple of stages. So here is the net race leader. Let's not forget the 9.5 Triple Eight back out onto the track. Yes, it's missing a bonnet, but do not be alarmed. That's not costing it any pace right now. Got to wonder. We know that Kuznetsov's the faster of the 2 drivers in the Triple Eight. Could he go to the end from here potentially?
I think there's some good potential for that. Driver fair share, I don't think is going to come into it. What's the minimum laps?
So it would be, the way that fair share works is you take the number of laps, so 161. I think you divide it by 2 to get 80.5, and then you divide that by 4 to get your fair share. So 20 laps should be fair share.
Yeah, all right. So yeah, Kuznetsov's teammate Schultz has already done the minimum required laps, so there's potential for them to keep Kuznetsov into the end.
I wonder. He is by far the fastest car on track. fastest driver on track, with maybe the exception of Flock in the bringing to Bathurst 161. And as Kraus jumps into the lane, up on the jacks, getting the tires replaced. As expected, double stint coming from the Wisconsin native, and he's going to stay in that car and try and eke out a little bit more speed before he hands over to Blocker for a push towards the end. Veld's going to cycle around, grab a lead lap, but remember, the unplanned pit stop to come and take tires for Hayden Veld has almost put them now a full pit stop behind the race leaders.
Yeah, and that's going to be difficult to get all that time back. Of course, we've got to remember Seb Flock is getting back in the 161 after Veld is done with his stints, so maybe some of that time will be desperately clawed back. But yeah, the next stint after this car comes in. Hayden Veld is currently on the 23rd lap of his stint, so should be expecting him to make his way in the next 2 laps or so, if not at the end of this lap.
Might be the end of this lap, let's not forget, because they came in, put fuel in, didn't put tires, did 2 laps, came back in, and I think only did tires, but that is just speculation more than any firm guarantee or knowledge with data, so hopefully off to the lane this time by and we'll get a good sense. But margin back to Phil Kraus is going to end up sitting at 24 seconds. You mentioned that the gap between the 888, the 074 had been coming down in that last phase of the race. With a new driver in, with the driver that put them on the pole back behind the wheel, we'll have to wait and see now how aggressive we're going to see the times be. First lap for Kuznetsov, as expected, by the way, 2:05.108, right onto the money.
Righto. Absolutely. That's a massive lap there from Kuznetsov, especially this late in the race, but he's getting held up a little bit here behind Hayden Veld, who is struggling with the rear end grip of that car. But he's staying out. He's not coming in at the end of this lap.
And this is his right, even if the car doesn't want to grip. Bring the Bathurst, slide off, and taking back the race lead is the 9.5.888. Bit of drama there, yes, but bringing the Bathurst, showing that they are doing something on strategy, going longer than we expected.
Yeah, okay. They might be trying to shorten their final couple of stops here to try and lose as little time in the pits as they can. Oh, good on Hayden Veld for keeping that car under control, not putting it in the wall. Goodness me, that was massive. Another car in the pits, meanwhile. Dylan Goulson has brought the 077 in, and it looks like Daniel Gray is hopping back in. Will Gray stay in until the end is the question.
Wonder what his Twitch audience is seeing from his perspective. Mentioned as well, this is the next level racing, Bathurst 1000, let's not forget. Everyone who is racing in this race, all they need to do to be entered in to a chance to win a next level racing cockpit as well as seat is to run laps in an official iRacing Bathurst 1000 with the Next Level Racing logo on their car. Every single lap is an entry. You just want to make sure you're not kissing the wall like we saw the 161 do there.
Yeah, that's not ideal. Oh no! Round he goes. That was a bit too much wall. Careful, the Hayden. Goodness. All right. Tour it in reverse. J-turn.
Oh!
Nice. Nicely done.
10 out of 10 for the style there. 0 out of 10 for the speed. And around the outside, that is a lapped car that slides on through. Hayden Veld has had an interesting stint. I think we can put it that way.
Yeah, it's been an adventure, hasn't it? But I think that's finally the signal that he should bring that into the pits and hand it back to Sebastian Flock. I mean, the rear end of that car is swinging out at every single opportunity. That thing is no fun to drive, and there he goes into the lane, and he's going to lose it on pit entry. Easy.
I think he's just he's trying to show off for us, I think. That's what I'm taking from that, because I'm sure the tires are bad, but I don't think we've seen anyone struggling that much. I will say maybe the rear is just lit up after this moment, and you can hear him light up the tires after the car had already gone around.
Yeah, I think he recognized that it was gone and maybe it was frustration, but then he turned it into a very nice recovery indeed. Scott Rankin in sim asking for points from the judges. I would give that a 9 out of 10.
Oh, I'm giving it the full 10, just because of the commitment. With the car in reverse, there was still plenty of speed. You can see here, the Super Cheap Performance car did a good job to slow down a little bit on corner exit, give enough room for Hayden Veld to spin that one around. Sebastian Flock is indeed going to take back over control of the 161, and it comes as we see the long stint once again for Harrison Lilas in this number 25 machine. So Sebastian Flock's going to rejoin the track with tires that have not been totally thrown around Mount Panorama, and most importantly, still 7 seconds in front of the haha, yeah, okay, I'm out in the shed, she is inside team.
Oh dear. Well, Daniel Gray working his way around nicely once more. And I've just seen news in the iRacing Esports Network chat. Sebastian Flock, just before he jumped into the car, said that Hayden Veld only had 36% of the tread left on the right rear tyre.
To put this into context, most people would be a little concerned about their tires on iRacing as soon as you go below about, what, 60%? At that point, you're like, all right, can I think about new tires now?
Yeah, well, the time to think about new tyres was practically at the start of the stint. In fact, they did get new tyres at the start of the stint in the 161, didn't they? Oh, dearie me. This has been a fun race so far. We still have 61 laps to go.
I've just realized, by the way, was their car number 161 a direct nod to the number of laps of the race? Would not be shocked. We're only about...
I would presume so.
I would hope so. It seems a little bit too close. The drama's not ended. Danny Eamons just jumped in to say that Seb's now reporting something doesn't feel right now that he's gotten into the car. I can tell you it probably doesn't drive the same as when you were last in that car. It definitely looks a little bit different.
Yeah, definitely does. I think potentially the red paint potentially added a bit of weight to the car. Maybe. We shall see. Oh, and also, apparently, 161 is the sum of all of the driver's personal numbers put together.
Wow.
To be 161.
That's...
I mean, that's somewhat, there's black magic.
Yeah, that doesn't sound... That sounds like something they made up and then went backwards. They're like, okay, what do we need one of our numbers to be so that it can all add up? I know Bo's number is 06. He's one of those people that puts a 0 in front of his number.
Hayden Veld's number is 53. Sebastian Flock's number is 84. I can't remember what Lachlan Capel's number is.
We're already above... Oh, wait. 59 plus 84 is what, 140 something. So Lachlan Capel's number better be 18.
I think it is.
Oh my goodness, that's actually true.
It is. It's true. It's absolutely true.
And for the record, Lachlan Capel has just jumped into the chat to put that math in there. Reese and I worked that out by ourselves. We independently verified it, as any proper math proof should be. So this is a university-level proof of these numbers adding up together.
That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. We do have other liveries to keep an eye out for in this race, meanwhile, as Harrison Lilas brings the Super Cheap Performance Racing car in. No Chance Racing running a Team Vodafone tribute livery. Coffee Services Australia emblazoned on the side of the car. Definitely do with a little bit more caffeine in my veins after the morning I've had.
I'm just saying, it's what time is it for you right now, Reese?
It's 3:15 p.m.
Yeah, no, don't talk about caffeine. We've just ticked past midnight for me over here.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I understand.
I
I didn't get much sleep last night. Okay.
I say this knowing that most times you're commentating on like the race for more. It's at a somewhat uncomfortable time for you. So there are the swings and roundabouts with the international nature of sim racing, and as Bailey Ford exits pit lane, the drama for Hayden Veld means that Sebastian Flock is now in a fight for the podium. Yes, we expect Sebastian Flock, who is already the fastest car on the track once again, did a 2:05.4 last time around, to pull on forward, but I don't think there is any hope, any chance that this 161 can grab second away from the Americans down under.
Yeah, I mean it's going to be tough, super tough. I mean, with the gap that they have to work with here, Americans down under could afford to back off for the rest of the race, and they would still hold on to overall second spot. Super Cheap Performance Racing, meanwhile, having been just out of the pits, I think dealing with those lovely fresh tyres that should be good for a few more laps at least before they start dropping off in pace. Sebastian Flock having been in the car now for 2.5 laps. Well, the tyres are still at a good stage there, but give it another 10 or so laps and that pace will start dropping off. But Flock is going to have to work his way through this car in order to try and keep the podium dream alive for 161.
Tyres, such a big talking point, no matter what series, what type of racing, what car you're talking about. And these Dunlop tyres, again, 24 laps the window. We seem to get 2 or 3 very quick laps out of them at the start of the run, and then a bit of a fall off, but not like a Formula One style degradation. It's more of a steady state that you are able to drop yourself into. Get a bit of a benchmark this time by for the 25 as to what Bailey Ford's going to be able to do compared to Flock's 2:05.4. Haven't seen Flock be able to get close enough just yet. 2:05.8 for bringing to Bathurst. So a lap tucked up behind the 25. Not really cost them too much time. That's impressive to see out of Bailey Ford.
Yeah, for sure. Ford is pushing very nicely. Remember, that car started in 9th, so I think race pace has definitely been the focus for them as Flock's now trying to find a way past. Ford, maybe moving under brakes just a little bit, and Flock is sent wide, and wide at Griffin's Bend is the worst place to be. That is some crucial time lost. He's going to have to do all of that hard work again.
And it's that crown, that bump on the outside of turn 2 that Reese, you've talked about so many times. It's why the one time we've seen a driver be able to get up the inside into turn 2, it was such a surprise because we've seen, just like Ford did there in the 25, covering the inside should be enough for a driver to potentially hold on to a position.
Yeah, and around a track like this, you know, it can be difficult to gain time back, and, you know, if you're concentrating on the car in front of you, it can become difficult to remember where exactly the walls are, how hard to push on the exits of the corners.
I wonder as well for some of these drivers how much they have done their preparation with other cars around them. The benefit of sim racing, of course, is that you can go and do laps whenever you want on iRacing, but at the same time, driving in traffic is very different to driving by yourself. The one good thing, iRacing has so often been pigeonholed, has been pegged as an online-only simulator, but Reese, iRacing has got artificial intelligence, it's got some of the best AI that you can find, and the supercars are one of the cars that support those AI. I wonder if the drivers use that experience sometimes of being able to work in traffic with the AI to maybe figure out a bit more about the balance of their car and maybe as well what they want to be doing in terms of traffic management.
Yeah, it's definitely an option that drivers can use. I think especially if you're on the less experienced side of the skill spectrum, then doing some AI races would certainly help you out. Obviously, there's an element of unpredictability that racing against real people brings, but get a sense for, what markers you should be looking for when following another car, get a sense for when your rivals tend to start braking, whether or not you can push a little harder in your braking zones as a result, and you can definitely get a bit more skills in the area of limiting distraction as well. That is especially important in a race like this.
Yes, the ability to focus on what's actually important as Sebastian Flock runs himself into the wall, and the one benefit might be he hit the wall as square as you can get with a side of the car that's already been damaged enough. Maybe it didn't do any more.
It's like every time Flock gets close to Ford, something happens. He gets hit back again. Have to be careful. Coming onto Conrod Straight, he is within slipstream range, but is that going to be enough for him to get up to the rear of him coming into the chase?
One more look, just looking rearwards from the Super Chief number 25, and this is where, just watch the red car sliding wide on the entry into the corner, but understeer. It's a nasty feeling, that's for sure, but I don't know. I get the sense that the car didn't take too much of a damage from that, but Bailey Ford doing exactly what they need to do to frustrate a faster driver behind. This is the racecraft that we sometimes get to see as the technical issues maybe rear their head as well.
Yeah, got to keep an eye out for that. That won't exactly inspire confidence in Flock. You're right up behind another car and they start blinking. That is, that's one of your oh no moments, because you don't know if they're going to reappear inside you. It's a bit difficult. In any case, Ford keeping the defense up nicely, protects the inside of Griffins. Flock is not able to get alongside, but that's a slightly better run through the middle of the corner. It's not going to be a run into the cutting, I don't think. But Flock might just try it. A little bit of a tap to the rear, and there we go. The door opens. He tries to move up the inside, but the car was unsettled enough as it was.
I don't even know if that was necessarily as much of a move as just a, I'm getting very frustrated being stuck behind you, please let me go ASAP, please. All it really does is cost each other a bit of time and a bit of focus in this fight right now. I'll be hoping that they can navigate their way through what might be a bit more close encounter out of the elbow on that run down into the long 1.5 kilometer run down the Conrod Straight. Ultimately, if you are Sebastian Flock, you're catching Ford at all the wrong times. You're catching them on the mountain. You need to be focused here. The run out of the elbow, get the momentum, and get the draft into the next braking zone.
Yep, just missed the wall on the exit of Forest Elbow, and then, well, he's in draft range for sure now. Should be able to catch up nicely. The slipstream can be quite strong in these cars, depending on what your wing settings are. Does Flock draw up in time for the chase? Is he going to fling it up the inside? There's a tiny little look, but he's not quite close enough to get alongside and make the move.
The way that that kick works in these cars as well means that a late dive into that complex is very feasible. It's a high commitment right hand kink, a sweeper that leads you into the braking zone, and you're trying to be as much to the right hand side as possible just to bring as much speed through the braking phase as you can. Out of hell corner, bit tighter to the apex for the 161. Traffic's not going to be a consideration. It does give a slight bit of draft, something that Bailey Ford seems very eager to find. It's Super Cheap versus Repco. I'm sure that's a battle in virtual and real motorsports that will rage on once again. The 25 covers the inside line and tries to move back under the braking to prevent Flock from getting up alongside on the inside.
But here's Flock again, trying at the cutting, and again, just giving a little kiss to the rear bumper of Bailey Ford, but he pulls it up nicely for the cutting. Again, this is the section where Flock seems to be the strongest, but he can't take advantage.
This is not a 2x2 section of track. You are going to run single file, and you'll be happy to run single file. It's again for Flock, just going to have to be about the patience, the mindset to try and be setting up the opportunities elsewhere. Ultimately, these two aren't even actually losing that much time to Phil Kraus. The gap to second place, still about 50 seconds or so. And if you are curious, The Triple Eight is not pulling away from the Americans down under. We thought that maybe a driver change would see Rick Kuznetsov be able to pull a bigger buffer at the front. Phil Kraus doing an impressive job almost halfway through this fuel run to keep the gap as close as he can.
Yeah, and I think for Kuznetsov, it's just about managing the gap now. They know that they have enough time to play with, that they can afford to take an extra pit stop if they need to, potentially, and still stay in the lead. But, considering the issues for the other 9.5 car, they'll be trying to take care of the engine from this point. There's no thought of that in either of these machines, though. As you said, Repco versus Super Cheap, and it is Holden versus Ford as well. A little bit of understeer, it looked like there for Sebastian Flock. I saw the fronts and heard them scrubbing. This is the section of the track where Flock seems to really get a nice run. It's this first half of the track coming up to the mountain where Flock seems so keen to make his moves. Now, the problem for him is that Ford is immediately going to the inside and just protecting it on the way through. Flock's going to have to do something special here around the outside at Griffins if he wants to get by. He is ahead when they get to the braking zone, but Ford stays ahead again. The camber in the road sends the 161 into a slide.
And with each passing attempt at getting past, you feel the tension rising as well between these two. Ford in the Holden, Flock in the Ford. No, your ears did not deceive you there. They are costing each other some time now, that is for sure. Last time by 207s for the pair of them. It's 206s, 205s for the top two drivers who continue just to put on a bit of a show and a bit of a clinic up towards the front now in terms of race management, pace management, and keeping all four tires on the straight and narrow. It's exciting for third, yes, but it does not mean that there are not other drivers on their own little charges as well. Vermilion Motorsports, we talked about the undercut, bringing them up 12 positions so far today, the biggest movers of the race. But the Dr. Wobble and Mr. Sly, number 69, Daniel McElray, is on the charge, yes, with no rear bumper and hanging out the rear end at every opportunity.
It's been a good race from this car, despite issues that they experienced early on and getting that rear end damage. They have kept the pace up, they've kept the consistency up, they have benefited and now run solidly in the top 10. Last car on the lead lap. Look at that track temperature, Arjuna. It has dropped down below 40 degrees.
It's been a while since we checked in on it, and 6 degrees Celsius drop off. In iRacing terms, that typically equates to about 0.6 of a second in times. Also means, of course, that you have more grip for the tires to be able to get more purchase, and therefore sometimes you'll actually use the tires just that little bit more. This is what is expected though, Reese. From here, we can expect one thing, and that is a steady decline in track temperature until we see the checkered.
Yep, 3:15 in sim time, and of course the sun is at its strongest from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., at least in our part of the world. So now, this final, I'd say it's probably about 2 hours left in this race. We will see the track getting progressively cooler and the sun getting progressively lower. Now, that might result in a bit of glare on the start-finish straight. Don't forget that this track is it's got a roughly north-south orientation. If you're driving down the start-finish straight, you are heading west. So that means that the sun might be in your eyes, depending on how late in the day it is.
I'm trying to think about when sunset would be expected in sim. Of course, we are in that transition between the winter and the summer in Australia, so it's what, 3 and a bit p.m. already. Sun's starting to make its way down in the horizon. We'll be curious to see just how set it is by the end of the race. This is the best opportunity that we've seen, though.
Oh, here we go.
Sebastian Flock dives his way on through, but Bailey Ford in the super cheap car still has the inside, breaking up through the chase, working towards the very final corner. Contact between the two, and Ford gets pushed wide.
That he does. I don't think that was really any fault of Flock, though. He was staying on the line. It looked like a little kick of oversteer for Bailey Ford that sent his front end into contact with the side of Flock. Wait, the Bathurst back on the podium and trying to reconstruct something out of this race. Now that Flock is in clear air, able to catch up any sense to the Americans down undercar. I mean, it's a big gap. They are a minute behind.
I feel like the two incidents, the unscheduled pit stop and then Veld's lighting up at the rear tires, has left them too much work to do. Great look from up above at the initial room that was left, and you can just see it's on the exit as both cars get a little bit loose. They're trying to ask for a lot, let's not forget. To manage all the horsepower in cars that are 1.5 tons, I say only 1.5 tons, it's a difficult challenge, and I think you just saw with half the fuel window done, the tires very much past their best. The leader has now lapped all but the top 6. That is the level, Reese, of speed that we have seen consistently out of the Triple Eight.
Yep, Kuznetsov still in the 2:05 bracket after all this time. He has not, the only time he hasn't done a 2:05 this stint has been on the third lap, where he did a 2:07.1. The rest of them have been solidly in the 2-minute 5-second bracket, but he is pushing hard. I think I saw him just tap the wall there coming up to McPhillamy Park.
Yep. The thing that you notice from the hands, the attitude of the car through the corners is, yes, there is commitment, yes, there is intent and aggression, but it's all married together with this just understanding of the track. It's a sense of calm that you can develop once you understand the challenge. Alexander Premor once described this place as a mix of the Nordschleife, Road Atlanta, and Laguna Seca. Mauro Engel once described it as the Blue Hell. It is one of those tracks where you often do not get many laps around it just by its general purpose as public roads, but the few times a year that you can go out in anger, you make the most of every practice session, and you're building up in every practice session as well, Reese. That's something that we have in the sim, the concept of preparing for a race and peaking at the right time. In World Championships, we talk about tens, sometimes hundreds of hours per race of preparation. A lot of these drivers, in their preparation for the V8 Scops 1000 and some of the other major events for the community, this is one of their moments on that road to getting ready for the big competitions.
Yeah, exactly right. It depends, obviously, on how teams like to prepare. Some of them just like to do practice sessions and do laps, and they can let their experience speak for themselves. But for a lot of teams, it's about getting in the mood. Million Motorsports, 9.5 Sim Sports, the drivers from Evolution Racing Team and Synergy Sim Racing driving together in the 161. It is all about getting your eye in for this race, understanding how the cars drive once more, getting some data. Data is such an important part of an event like this. How long does the car go? On a stint, on fuel, how long do the tires last, what kind of conditions were we running in, can we expect the same?
And it's data gathered in a race situation. There is data that you can gather in your private tests, but even when you go from an offline session to an online session, whether it's the temperatures being slightly different, even the smallest of margins, the differences that we talk about. Sometimes it's just the fact that drivers from day to day are different. I might practice one day and be doing 2-minute 6s around here. I might come back the next day and be totally off the pace, do 2-minute 8s. That's just the way that motorsport sometimes works. And so having data in a competition environment, oh so important. And so many of the big teams, Reese, it's not just about the drivers, right? Engineers, spotters, all the extra people that put effort together to make a team successful. It's not just about the guys that go out there and are driving.
Yeah, I think, especially in the early days, sim racing was all about drivers basically doing everything. You're working as your own race engineer. You're working as your own setup engineer. You're doing everything by yourself, trying to manage things. But as sim racing has grown, and especially since the pandemic, sim racing has really come to the fore. We have seen a lot more of that traditional real-life racing team kind of setup where you have a dedicated one or two people, sometimes even a whole dedicated crew of people just working on strategy, just working on settings, and making sure that the drivers can focus on what they need to do. Just get out there and win.
We're also talking, right, about teams that are trying to develop drivers, young drivers especially. It's been a focus for the likes of even Altus, as an example, with some of the young talent that they've got and are trying to grow at the World Championship level. But the mental side of things as well, eating right, being physically ready, talking about load cell pedals and direct drive wheelbases that can very much provide sufficient amounts of force to make you feel a little bit sore the next day. Reese, weren't you making a joke earlier about if you do an iRacing special event, you get to skip the gym the next day?
Yes. Yeah, indeed. But I suppose, physical activity is a big part of sim racing at a professional level now, isn't it? We have drivers, working on their diets, working out as well. I mean, even I've noticed, I'm not the fittest person out there, but I have noticed that when I eat, like grains or whatever, or I eat some dried fruit or whatever, I tend to race a little better, and stuff like that really makes the difference. As that looks like an attempted move here for Dr. Wobbler and Mr. Slide. It was a good run out of Murray's corner, but they couldn't take advantage of it.
So is it Dr. Wobbler that's behind the wheel right now, or is it Mr. Slide? That's the question I've really got. But good run out of turn number one. Going to try and get to the inside crucially. Oliver Patterson doesn't cover that inside line, which we've been talking so much about. And it's a swap for
let him go.
69th gets on through.
Yeah, lift it off and let him go there into turn two. So change for 6th position on track, and I think a big part of that has to do with the fact that Oliver Patterson's tyres are 5 laps older than Daniel Mulcahy's. So there's still a bit of pace left for the number 69 to give.
13 laps.
6 on the other hand, not so.
Yeah, 13 laps into the run for Dr. Wobbler, 18 laps into the run for Vermilion. 5 laps difference on tyres, I think, helps to illustrate, again, that difference on tyres that we were talking about. 26 starters, just to run you down through the state of the race if you're joining the 2023 iRacing Next Level Bathurst 1000 for the first time. We did see 26 car take the green. However, we're down now to 19 cars running because the 995 that we saw blow its engine earlier is back down on pit lane. They are going to be passed in the next couple of seconds, in fact, by SART, who grabbed 19th position as they just continue to cycle around and pump in the laps. There are a couple of little battles that are going on up and down through the field. Been keeping my eye on them. And SLM Motorsports had for a while been locked in horns with the Chasing Unicorns team, who are now down in 12th position. SLM find themselves 2 seconds in front of the Crown Mountain Motorsports team. It's 1.8 seconds the gap between those two drivers, and two teams that both qualified outside of the top 10.
Been amazing seeing the fight up through the field from so many teams, right? And it's something that happens every year at every Bathurst 1000 that's run in the sim world, but it still blows my mind that someone who qualified down in the order had to survive the gauntlet of the midfield on lap 1, can survive, rise above it all, and make sure they have what it takes to work towards the end. And these two cars, SLM and Crow Mountain, they have certainly been fighting hard. SLM, even more so than Crow Mountain, I'm not taking anything away from them. SLM Motorsport, they started down in 20th. Now they are up into 8th. That's a phenomenal run.
Endurance racing spirit can see you climb up, and in these two cases as well, for both the 38 and for the 2, they've been able to do it with relatively clean cars. You can see it doesn't seem to be too much of a blemish there. It's just maybe a bit of marbles, debris that's been chucked up onto the surface, and that's been captured by the car's paint that we're really seeing for the most part. Got about an hour and 40 minutes to go in this race. If the pace continues as is, might even have less time than that if the temperature on track continues to drop. Despite the lack of bonnet, despite the fact that for a brief moment we thought drama with traffic might spell the end of a challenge for a race win from the Triple Eight, they did not let that fluster them. They have been able to keep calm. They've kept relatively out of the trouble, with that one moment, of course, being the exception. 28 seconds, the gap back to Phil Kraus. Both of the top 2 have now settled into another rhythm, right around the 206 sort of a bracket. If not for the drama at the start, if Adam Blocker maybe had been slightly, hadn't had the issue on the opening lap, I wonder if this 074 team would think that maybe they could have been challenging closer to the lead.
Yeah, I have to wonder too. I mean, it was all about that lap 1, really, wasn't it? And Adam Blocker having his slight off in the S's. I mean, sometimes, you know, you can recover from an incident like that, and it's all much of a muchness in the end. But sometimes it can start a chain of events that have a lasting effect on your race. And I'm wondering if those thoughts are going through the minds of the drivers of this car. Regardless, I think they should be very happy with how they've done so far. They've kept it clean. They have kept it consistent as well, and they have been gaining positions where others have fallen around them.
And we were saying earlier about getting data for in competition. These are 2 drivers that maybe have ran less Bathurst 1000 than some of the other teams and drivers from the region, so they have less instinct to fall back on. When something happens, a lot of the time, when you have knowledge that's already been built up, you're able to more quickly understand situations, come up with solutions and innovative solutions often in strategies. It's a slightly different thing for these drivers. But at the same time, Reese, I wonder if that's somewhat of a benefit in some ways. Maybe a supercars driver that's been competing in this series now for going on 10 years, maybe they think about setups things and strategy things with a particular lens. Maybe Kraus and Blocker come in with a fresh slate and say, you know what, why don't I try clicking this button and see what it does?
Yeah, that's a good point you make there, because I mean these cars are obviously very Australia, New Zealand centric. They're not raced all that much outside of our little community, and there is a very specific meta that forms when you start experimenting with setups. I heard from one driver that the setup meta for a while was as much downforce on the rear wing as possible, running a super high wing setting. But then Synergy Sim Racing started running cars with less rear wing. In fact, pretty much no rear wing. And people realized that they could keep the mechanical grip of the car while completely reducing any drag that the rear wing gave them. So everyone started running minimal to no rear wing. So you think about stuff like that, everyone's looking at what everyone else is doing. Sometimes you do need that little injection of, oh, we don't race this car all that often. We don't know entirely what works and what doesn't. Let's find our own way.
Yes, and it does remind me of a story. Adam Blocker, when he started working in the IndyCar paddock, took the iRacing Indy 500 qualifying setups to an IndyCar engineer and said, here's what we're doing. and they basically compared all the things that were wrong with that setup and why it would never work in the real world. Fast forward to last year, car had undergone a whole suite of changes, and the same thought exercise happened. Adam Blocker goes to one of the senior guys with the group that he works, shows them the setup, and this time it's not, oh, this is different, this is different. It's like, oh, this is the same, this is the same. There's a lot of the concepts that work together. Often in sim racing, you need to be willing to think outside the norm, because not everything works necessarily the way that you would expect, and you don't expect a car to be running all the way down there at the final corner.
Certainly not. That's another driver who's probably thinking of going to the pub in Bathurst after that. That's the Chasing Unicorns car with Matt Bailey at the wheel. Here's what happened to him. Like, just a little unsettled when he got into the braking zone, and probably braked too late as well. He had to have a couple of goes at turning that thing around. Probably didn't want to flick spin it just to preserve some temperature in the rear tyres. Didn't want to overheat, and then he had to wait for everyone else to go by too. That's a very costly mistake.
Still 12th position, so didn't actually lose physical position, just more time, and I'm sure a bit of a dent to the ego, unfortunately. Bailey Ford still tucked up behind Sebastian Flock, which, credit where credit's due. Sebastian Flock proved himself as one of the fastest cars on track in his earlier stint. Bailey Ford in a car that we haven't necessarily kept our eye on too much over the course of the day, even if we've been tracking its progress. We get the chance to compare the speed across two different teams, and Bailey Ford definitely showing us some impressive speed right now. I do wonder as well how much we are seeing in setups that are working differently in different temperatures now, because we had several hours stuck at 45 degrees Celsius track temperature, but as things change, the balance of the car changes, and when you have in-car tools that you can be playing with as well, Reese, you often build setups that have pre-built adjustment to those tools over the course of a stint.
Yeah, exactly right. There's so much that's involved just operating through one of these races. You know, I've been commentating sim racing for a while now, and it still blows my mind just how many programs are actually used by sim racing teams to keep track of everything that's going on and to determine strategy. It really is amazing.
So many different things that even teams have built tools for themselves to be able to work through strategy. Some use spreadsheets, some have found much more complicated ways of working through it all. Oliver Patterson, again, we see the Vermilion 026 make its way into the lane. Earlier than the rest, it's going to be Patterson out, and we'd expect Timothy Vaughan to get back in, and indeed, the expected driver change is going to swap back around. That's going to see the opening of the penultimate round of pit stops. From here, drivers know they can make it on just one additional stop.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see how they can go. As up alongside goes Bailey Ford. It's been an incredible fight here from the number 25, and this is the first time in a while that they've really had the opportunity to fight back against the 161. Up the inside they go. Just enough room given. They rub door panels, and Sebastian Flock just holds onto it, but Ford still has the inside line for Murray's corner. Is he brave enough to dive it up the inside? Not quite. Was a bit of a look, and Flock massively oversteering on the exit. I saw him working the wheel hard there, but Ford's going to have another opportunity to get there.
Almost a deja vu moment to a contact that saw Ford running a bit wide as Flock went around the outside, but fortunately we held on there, and the battle will continue. We saw in the outside, back of the shot, the Yank Oz team heading down to pit lane, and this is why a big old hit at the very top of the track. Not the first hit, won't be the last hit, I think, with still plenty of this race left to play itself out. Left side of the screen, if you want to see where all the different battles are, you can keep an eye on them. Just a reminder as well, timing71.org if you want to follow along with your team, your driver, follow them throughout the course of the 20 remaining runners that we still have as the race leader, Reese, makes its way down to pit lane, and we're about to find out if it's going to be the same driver that makes its way to the checkered flag.
Kuznetsov in. The 995, unfortunately, it looks like a confirmed retirement by this point. And it is a driver change. Craig Schultz jumps back in car 888. Can 95 SimSports still come away with a win in this one? That is the big question. Oh, heard a big slide there from someone.
I think it was the obtuse.
Yeah, it was the obtuse racing.
That's not been easy for them, has it?
No, looks like just corner entry is really not that car's strong suit at the moment. It seems to be locking the rears at every available opportunity. Fortunately, it happened behind the America's Down Under car. Yep, there you go.
And as Craig Schultz brings the AAA out of the pit lane, it is after a 43.6 second stop. And so we now wait for the marker from the Americans Down Under, who cycle back into the lead of the race. Should see them out on track for another 2 or so laps before the pit stop phase beckons their name. About 30 seconds, though, was the margin that the AAA had before we saw Craig Schultz jump in. And now there is a bit of pressure on Schultz's shoulders, you'd have to say, just to manage the gap behind. And so when we expect another driver change to come in another 20 or so laps time, Reese, we'd expect, as long as the AAA is in the lead of the race, that Rick Kuznetsov can do enough to hold on to it.
Yeah, oh dear. This is the big debate, isn't it? And okay, so let's think about this then. It's lap 118 right now. So assuming a stint lasts from 23 to 25 laps, the next time the 95 SimSport car will come in is about lap 140 or thereabouts. Yeah, that will make it solidly one stint to the end. They can even afford to shorten the stop a little bit. So maybe Kuznetsov is just taking a short break. Maybe they're going to put Schultz in to the end. Who knows? I would think, though, if you really want to maintain that gap, if you really want to ensure victory, you let Schultz have his moment here, and then you put Kuznetsov back in the car for the finish.
Have a bit of a helter-skelter push to the end. I think that's kind of what we're going to gear up. I say helter-skelter for Kuznetsov. That's basically going to be running the speed that he's done all day so far, probably not break a sweat, and make it look way easier than it has any right to be. Still in this fight for third position, Bailey Ford, Sebastian Flock should be down into the pit lane in about 5 laps time for the 161. Give it 2 more laps after that for the super cheap performance racing car. 2 laps difference in fuel window, Reese. Which side of that would you like to be on? Would you like to be the team that you know you're going to be coming in earlier, you're going to have to do a quote-unquote undercut, but maybe spend more time in pit lane? Or are you okay being the car behind, knowing you've got a shorter time in pit lane, or more flexibility with what you want to do?
That is the great debate, isn't it? And it's so hard to figure out the answer, to be honest. Sometimes you just need a good run plan and stick to it over the course of this race. I personally would prefer to have the undercut, because if I'm in a battle, I get stressed. So it'd be difficult sometimes for me to really maintain my pace when I'm properly embroiled in a fight with someone and I know I've got a pit stop coming up with so much to focus on. So what I would do is jump into the pits, get the tires, spend some time on my own for a couple of laps, get settled back in, and then start fighting again and hope that the pit stop was short enough and that my pace is good enough for me to get by.
Passing at Mount Panorama, as we found out in this particular battle. How many attempts did it take for Sebastian Flock to get past Bailey Ford? It's definitely easier said than done. We had a brief conversation earlier about Australian tracks that potentially we'd like to get added to iRacing. I'm going to open that question up even further, Reese, because Petit Le Mans is the next of our iRacing special events, but it's not the final endurance race. That is the Fuji 8 Hours, which will be in the second week of November, switching up from the Suzuka 10 Hours that we've had for the last 2 years, a GT3 only special event. But Super Formula is now part of our iRacing subscription. What else would you be interested in, potentially in terms of Asian tracks? And I'm going to go first by saying Luke Crane will be very happy with me in saying, I'd love to see Sugo.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say too. Sportsland Sugo is such a lovely track, but I would have voted for Autopolis. It's
okay.
That is a simply phenomenal track, that one, and I think massively underrated, massively underhyped. Such an interesting technical circuit with plenty of elevation change, and almost it's almost like Formula One mid-90s sort of standard track, to be honest with you.
I would like to see Super GT, Super Formula as well. We've already got Super Formula, but I'd like to see Super GT join the Super Formula. I was chatting with Jem Bullock-Bassi, of course, who has competed in his fair share of sim races, but also done some F2 racing, is racing in Super Formula this year. And he was telling me just how much he enjoys some of the Japanese tracks and the culture around Japanese motorsport. The scariest thing, Reese, that I took from my conversation with him was the smile on his face when he said, very proudly, the craziest thing I've done this year was make a move up the inside of 130R. Anyone who is willingly making moves up the inside of 130R, whether it's real or virtual, is crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. 130R is one of those corners you do not mess with. Sometimes it can work, though, if you're brave enough. Americans Down Under in the pits, though, with Adam Blocker taking over Phil Kraus, and it looks like the SLM Motorsport machine is in as well. Scott Rankin taking that car over. So Triple Eight moves back into the lead, and we'll have to wait and see how long this pit stop is for Americans Down Under, as it looks like Sebastian Flock is going to come into the pits as well.
That was a committed,
we go then.
Committed pit entry. Like to see as well the actual use of the pit limiter. Sometimes seems like more of a suggestion in iRacing than anything, because drivers try to eke out every little bit of performance that they can. Spots the box, tries to slide into the marks, and relatively gingerly, I would say as well. 23 laps complete, Sebastian Flock out. Bo Albert's going to get in. Now, does this mean that Sebastian Flock's going to be back in to push this car to the very end? Because that might be a tasty fight between Bailey Ford and Sebastian Flock.
It certainly might be. So, at the moment, it is bringing to Bathurst with the undercut. Bo Albert jumping into the car. Now, we know that Bo is relatively on par with pace for Sebastian, compared to Sebastian Flock. Just not too sure whether or not he'll be able to get back into the rhythm, because the last time Bo was in the car was the start of the race.
It's a long time ago. He said, of course, that they're using a setup from the VRS, not a custom-built setup, because 4 different drivers, I think, representing, you say, 3 different teams, so they are working with what they've got. I do want to just call out, by the way, as the Dr. Wobbler car is now behind the 161. Gap for the lead was, 30 seconds entering the pit stop phase. Adam Blocker's already, on his outlap, 21 seconds behind. Now, 21 seconds in one stint is a lot to ask for, but again, it's not over until the checkered flag flies, and the Triple Eight's already had a couple of moments of drama.
Yeah, exactly. Bathurst is about survival. Bathurst is about keeping it clean. Bathurst is about buying your ticket to the final stint of the race, and everyone still running is making their way towards that. The the gap for the moment, it's looking like it is increasing just a tad to about 22 seconds. However, we know that Adam Blocker and Craig Schultz are very well matched. It would take one mistake from either of them to really set that battle alight. Looking as well down to the pits to see that Daniel Gray is back in the lane. I get the feeling he might hand it over to Dylan Goulson for one more stint before bringing it home to the end. Aside from that, like any other takers on the lane.
No, I think the next car in is going to be Dr. Wobbler and Mr. Slides, number 69. In fact, right on cue. There comes the machine missing its rear end, the 43, after its disconnection in the early stages. Connor Nixon also finds his way down towards the box. Maybe a couple of cars trundling down at a pretty slow rate. Three-way fight, it would seem, starting to build, although Centrelink Racing is slightly off kilter in strategy compared to SLM Motorsport and TC Corsa Esport that currently sandwich them in a fight for the 9th position. Running down the hill, Scott Rankin has just got back into the 38. Mark Gomez behind, Hayata Asaga in the TC Corsa machine. For the Castrol liveried car, they have been going longer in every single stint. And I have been sneakily wondering if this is a strategy for them to try and cut out a pit stop from the race. It might be a strategy. I don't think it's one that's going to work.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too, honestly. Yeah, like you mentioned, I don't know if it's really going to work because they're costing themselves a lot of time out on track as well. Don't forget that this car has also had technical issues, I think twice in this race so far. So I think what they're aiming to do is try and cut out the pit stop so that they can at least gain some time back from the issues that they faced earlier.
Well, we've got less than 40 laps to go, an hour and 20 minutes to run. Now, these drivers trying, but instead of breaking up the shortest stint and splitting up the extra fuel that they had into maybe some of the other stints, they are going to have a very short final stint, it would seem. And Mark Gomez just a little bit frustrated potentially right now. Lighter fuel, yes, so maybe running a little bit faster, but with worn tires, not going to be getting as much purchase underneath as they work around. Back to the discussion about tracks, by the way, because we talked about Sugo, we talked about Autopolis. Anything else? I feel like I grew up in Singapore, but I don't feel like I want to see Singapore on the iRacing service. I am the one that would be crazy enough to say Macau, though.
Yeah, Macau. Man, I would certainly love it. It would be so much fun to drive, but there's a permanent yellow flag at that hairpin for a reason, right? Yeah, I think you get a field of 40 Mazda MX-5s around there, and it is not a fun time for anybody.
Hey,
that's another taker on the pit speed.
There's just one corner with the yellow flag as Crow Mountain Motorsports and Dan Palamountain down to the lane and handing that car off. As the Americans down under sit in second spot, they're only 3 seconds in front of the Super Cheap Performance Racing team, who, yes, do owe us a pit stop. If you are curious, let's see if we can dial in with Phil Kraus in that number 74 machine after finishing his final stints of the race. Phil, how are you doing? How tired are you right now?
My body's more tired than my mind is now. Back-to-back stints. Ow. Stressful, you're just white-knuckling it the whole way around the track. And I was pushing way too hard trying to keep up with Rick.
So you got a bit of an interesting wake-up call. You got a couple of hours of, I'll say sleep in quotation marks.
Attempted sleep.
There you go, attempted sleep. Before the first into the race, and then you got to watch your teammate Adam Blocker get bodied on more than one occasion in some quite physical battling. What were you thinking watching right there?
A lot of Code Browns, Arjuna. A lot of Code Browns. Especially the first lap when he hit the wall right before the dipper. I thought, honestly, that the race was over at that point because the damage looked really bad, but it seemed like it wasn't too bad. I think it was a minute and a half in the end, and it didn't really hurt pace too much. And then, yeah, the battles. also scary, but we survived through them all, and now we're just trying to solidify the second place, maybe get first if the car head makes a mistake or two.
It's down to 20 seconds at the very front. You said white knuckling it over your double stint. What was the thought? What was the logic behind doing single stints to start with and then double stints to close things out?
I want to get some sleep, to be honest. That's the only reasoning behind it.
That's fair.
I would have gone for a single to the end if I, because I got to be at work at 5:30. So if I go to sleep like right after I leave you, I get an hour and 45 minutes, and then I'm gonna drink all the caffeine I can and hope I make it through the day.
Oh,
Have a heart attack, Phil.
I feel tired for you, Phil. We won't keep you. We'll let you go off and get your hour and 45 minutes of sleep. And hopefully we're talking to your teammate Adam Blocker at the checker flag after a podium finish.
Yep, cheers, Arjuna. Looking forward to see how this ends out.
He says, looking forward to seeing how it ends. I think he'll be looking at it with his eyes closed and in bed. Reese, you could hear there was definitely a level of tiredness just in the voice there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He is almost dead to the world, and I understand that position. I don't envy it. So here's hoping that when he eventually wakes up, he gets some good news of a podium for that car. Well, the battle for 8th shows no signs of slowing down as of yet. Mark Gomez in the Centrelink car has actually moved ahead of Scott Rankin in the SLM machine. But don't forget, there's still a pit stop owed for that 4, 6, 7 machine. Expect them in the next 5 laps or so, considering they've been extending their stints a lap or two longer than everyone else. I reckon it would be out of the question to say it's a 25-lap stint again here.
Sounds about right to me. Keep an eye on them. Also, watch as bringing to Bathurst, the 161 rolls down the start-finish line, and Super Cheap has just rolled off the jacks and is about to trundle down the lane. So as Harrison Lilas takes over driving responsibilities in the 25, Bo Albert has already been on track for 4 laps and has taken advantage. 7 seconds the gap between them.
That is amazing. Yeah, that is. Also, consider that the stop for the 161 was 3 seconds faster than the Super Cheap Performance Racing car. It looks like it was a slight short fill potentially for bringing to Bathurst.
Yeah, that's a good call, and you can see all those times on the left. Adam Blocker and the Americans Down Under also taking a couple of seconds shorter than the 9.5 SimSport race leading 888, so that contributes to the gap being cut down by a couple of seconds there as well. But just one more pit stop to go. If these drivers knew they didn't need full tanks of fuel at both stops, the wisest thing to do is to try and split up the time a little bit more and find some pockets of clean air. Does mean, of course, that this will cycle back potentially in the final pit stop phase of the race, and hopefully we'll see those two locking horns once more. Centrelink Racing continuing to just extend the run as far as they can go, and SLM Motorsport have now lost out the spot as well to TC Corsa Esports. So Scott Rankin at one point was running up in 7th, now just inside of the top 10.
Let's see if this is Rankin's final stint in this car, if he's in for a double at the end. At the moment, Dylan Gray looks to be the faster of the two in the SLM car, and Rankin is making his feelings known on the in-sim chat about how he feels about his performance. He's facing some difficulties out there, but he's still keeping at it, still in the top 10. I think that car's going to be on for a good finish if they can keep it together.
It only takes one moment at Mount Panorama, as we've said on a handful of occasions, and we've already seen a couple of those moments of dramas play out as well. Super Cheap with a 40-second pit stop. Still not a full service. You can see those times closer to a 45-second pit stop, but another one that recognizes the slightly shorter stint that we've got at the very end of this race with which to work. Gap at the front has come down to 19.5 seconds. Adam Blocker continues to try and chase down Craig Schultz at the point of the field. And as we are now down to 19 still running, as mentioned, 7 retirees so far. we've seen what feels like a pretty typical Bathurst 1000 in terms of the amount of drivers that find themselves watching on from the side. Hayata Saga's going to pull off to the left-hand side here, and it's the outside in through the kink. It's the inside into the braking zone. Centrelink Racing not even going to hold alongside, though, and the number 1 machine slides on forward to 8th.
Yeah, that makes sense. Centrelink car is coming up to the end of its 22nd lap. Still got a while to go. They're obviously driving to a number, but they do recognize when the battle is lost. They are technically not racing these cars for position yet anyway, depending on how their strategy works out. So while they do have a right to maintain their position on the road, if someone goes for a move on tyres that are effectively a stint's worth younger, then they're not going to try and fight it.
Oh, definitely not. All about understanding when to fight. Discretion is the better part of valor in long races like this one. And it goes for some of those fights that we saw in the early stages as well, when we were talking about how the likes of Blocker got detached from the race leaders just being trapped in that second pack. Unfortunately, with no safety cars, it's definitely one of those situations where if you lose ground in the early hours, you don't get time to be able to bring it back in the later stages. The 9-5 SimSport crew never left themselves with too much work to do, and surely we'll have a little bit of confidence. We talked about the concept of peaking slightly earlier, but I also wonder, sometimes Mount Panorama is great, don't get me wrong, but with the amount of laps, Reese, that some of these drivers practice for races, if you're doing 2 or 3 of these Bathurst 1000s, surely there comes a time when you have done enough Bathurst for a year.
Yeah, I think a time does come when that is the case. I've certainly experienced that, at least from the broadcast side. But, I think this track is as popular as it is for a reason. It is the most legendary track in Australian motorsport. It is basically Australia's representation in terms of global racetracks, if you don't count the likes of Albert Park, for example. And there's barely a week goes by without some kind of hosted session in the V8s at Mount Panorama. It's basically the Australian equivalent of Cup cars at Talladega.
Yeah, I think the fatigue at Spa with GT3 as a commentator has definitely set in for me. I would be totally okay with never commentating another race with GT3s at Spa ever again. You're right, that Mount Panorama, just like the Nordschleife, holds that allure for so many, right? And iRacing's got this wonderful concept now with the Ringmeister series, right? Where 12 weeks on iRacing, it's at the Nordschleife every week. You show up, you just have a different car to experience. I wonder, iRacing's doing something similar with super speedway style racing now, so that you can jump between Daytona and Talladega with all sorts of stock cars. Should we do that with Mount Panorama, Reese?
Yeah, call it Mountain Man or Mountain Master, I suppose. Of course, we can't count out the women in sim racing. We've got to move past that. I'd be up for that. Certainly would. I do enjoy the concept of the Ringmeister and the Draftmaster series. I actually did a Ringmeister race last night in the Mustang. I finished 3rd. Hooray!
Nice.
I had so much fun. So yeah, I reckon something at Mount Panorama would be certainly viable. Because this track is obviously most famous for races in these cars, but all kinds of categories race at Mount Panorama. We have production car racing, we have open wheelers race at Mount Panorama too. So yeah, I think the potential is there.
I'm just trying to think, now that you can't do the jump, because unfortunately the gravel is
R.I.P.
Yeah, R.I.P. the jump. Gravel is now sticky. Yeah, what's that going to mean for the popularity of Mount Panorama? Because I'll be honest, the one thing that I know I look forward to, no matter what car comes to Mount Panorama, is the end of the race. Everyone's going to go for a jump. We'll see if anyone attempts it today.
Yeah, we shall see. I somehow doubt that they'll be able to get it done, though. I think basically the challenge of the Bathurst jump now, I think, is not so much how much air you can get, but if you can get over the barrier.
Yes. That is the main success criteria, I think, now. Judging spins is easy. Judging Bathurst jumps attempts, much more subjective opinion. Austin Knight has suggested that we should run this fictional Mount Panorama series with TCRs for week 1. That sounds pretty cool to me. There was a pretty good suggestion for the name, though, as well. Mount Panormaster. That's not bad. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd be okay with that too, certainly.
Yeah, it's
a master.
It's 1:30 in the morning for me. It's too late, too early, depending on which way you want to look at it, for me to be punny. But the YouTube chat can come and save us all.
Yes, indeed. Well, regardless, I still think there's great potential there because, yeah, I mean, basically any car is fun around this circuit. Obviously, there's a possibility that some cars are just too fast for Mount Panorama. Like, you wouldn't see Formula One racing around here anytime soon.
You say that.
Prototypes, for that matter. Well, I know that there have been demonstration runs. I know that Jensen Button has taken a McLaren Formula One car around here. But all the same, you know, a Formula One race here, even if you did nothing to change the track, which, you know, most people would be happy with, I honestly don't know how it would go.
Oh, it would be pretty boring. But I will say, we brought the Dallara IR18s here. Pretty fun. Pretty terrifying, yes, but pretty fun. So I feel like we can throw anything. You get the Pro 4 trucks. Those will be a lot of... Maybe those can actually take the jump as well. So maybe you just have a week where it's everyone's taking the jump on every single lap. I don't know. I feel like there are some options here.
There are. I might have to take a Pro 4 out later this weekend and see if I can actually make the jump. That would be interesting for sure.
We're putting seeds into people's minds about all sorts of things that they can and they cannot jump at Mount Panorama. Public service here during your iRacing special events. Well, boy, interesting week for special events as well, because from one side of the world to the other, we briefly mentioned at the very start of the broadcast, Reese, but yesterday on RaceBot TV we had coverage of the third of the full-length NASCAR iRacing Series races over at Bristol. In some ways, I guess it's pretty similar. There's walls everywhere to catch you out if you go squirreling around like SLM Motorsports. But then Bristol and Bathurst don't share much else other than that.
No. At least 2 left-hand turns is probably another similarity. but yeah, beyond that, nothing. Nothing is remotely similar between those 2 tracks. And I think that's the real beauty of racetracks in general. No 2 are exactly alike.
Yeah, that was a big moment there from the 38, and my heart's now in my mouth as well. I'd calmed down for a little bit. It settled into a rhythm, and then Mount Panorama decided to remind everyone that, oh, I'm still around and I can bite. Coming into 30 laps to go, about 65 minutes of racing. We are 6 laps away from the pit stop window opening to get drivers through to the end of the race. And importantly, there are a couple of drivers that find themselves probably needing a splash and dash. They are drivers laps down, yes, blue flags united, no chance racing below us pit stops in the next 2 or so laps or so. It's going to mean a bit of fuel saving for them to the very end of the race.
Yeah, unfortunate that is the case, but yeah, sometimes things happen early on and you have to bite the bullet and you need to make sure that you get to the checkered. Honestly, I was expecting more drivers to really try a fuel-saving strategy, because while I suppose, you know, it is the better part of a stint that's left once you get your 6 full stints out of the way. Depending on what goes on during the race, depending on who you're around, who you're battling with, fuel saving could really help you. If there were safety cars, it would be an entirely different story. We'd probably be expecting many people to save fuel in case there was a safety car. But yeah, regardless, that seems to be the way of it for the time being. And what we can do is wait now. I did notice that the Centrelink racing car came in about a lap ago. And yeah, I think that they are pretty much guaranteed to have to either save fuel or splash and dash at this point. With 30 laps to go and already a lap done of this stint, they're in a tough spot here.
Can you save 7 laps of fuel at Mount Panorama? And to put this in context, 7 laps is not just, 35 kilometers or something. You also have to look at it. 6 laps is 25% of a regular fuel run, as that is a stationary car parked in a place where you don't want it to be. It's the SART number 22 that will get itself spun around. But yeah, unless they have got a magic extra fuel tank added to that car that no one else knows about, they have to come back in.
Yeah. Yeah, it's effectively impossible to save fuel from this point if you have only just pitted. So those drivers are going to have to get it done. The replay will happen to SART. Meanwhile, oh, the rear end just kicked out there. That might have been on the downshift or potentially just locking the rears as he tried turning in for the dipper.
On board from the roof cam, and you'll just see the way the car bounces over the curb initially, settles, never really settles. I was trying to say settles badly, but yeah, never really gets comfortable on the transition off of the curbing, and there's another driver into pit lane. That is the No Chance Racing 059, so another one that we'd expect the splash and dash to be a requirement in the closing stages. And in these closing stages, the question still remains, who's going to come out on top? 888 has the advantage, but the gap has been cut by 4 seconds in the last 11 laps. Adam Blocker is making a case for why the Americans down under should be on top.
And don't forget, Americans down under only 12 laps into the stint at the end of this lap. Craig Schultz having just 15th lap. So there's a little bit more life left in the tyres for the 074. And they could potentially afford to hit at the same time as the 95 SimSport 888 on the final stint. They still have enough of a gap that they'll be aware of them coming into the lane. Adam Blocker will be able to make a decision and get them on exactly the same strategy towards the end. But then I'm thinking 9.5 are probably going to put Kuznetsov back in the car, and we know how fast he is. So the question for Adam Blocker is there anything he can try that's extremely different from the 9.5 car? I mean, an undercut maybe could help, but this late in the race, I don't know if there's much you could do about it. Could you just stay out? Run the tank dry, let the tyres do their thing, and then make a really quick pit stop right at the end and go hell for leather in the final few laps?
Let me offer maybe a different way of thinking about this. We know, well, we expect that 888 will do their driver change, like you mentioned. Once that happens, the gap between first and second is only going to increase. So if you're Adam Blocker, I feel like there's a lot more risk than there is reward right now. But if there's any race to risk it, I feel like this is probably the time to do so. Building up to that Scops V8 Bathurst 1000, making sure that you feel confident in being able to push when the pressure is on. Maybe that's where we'll see the tempo come. Did see a couple of people, by the way, RaceBot TV, talking about different cars that we can bring around Mount Panorama. Austin Knight also suggested Formula 4s, the brand new partnership with...
Good shout.
It's not a bad shout, but the FIA, of course, having a brand new partnership with iRacing. We will see the FIA F4 Regional Tour bring the F4s here to Mount Panorama. You can catch coverage of that on Racebot TV as well. Michael O'Brien, the Kiwi, Lotus 79s, a couple of super trucks, Formula V, Formula 1600. I think the thing that I catch from a lot of that is lower powered cars, and then Austin Knight decides to say the late models, just adding a bit more chaos into the mix.
I think that is a fantastic idea because late models on road courses are seriously some of the best driving ever. They drive so well. You know, they're powerful enough to let you slide them around, but they don't have so much power that it's completely limited in terms of who can actually take them around a track. I reckon that would probably work as a sort of subcategory to V8s.
This seems like something that you need to go and pitch to everyone at V8 Scops as the next support series for 2024.
Maybe I should do that.
I'm trying.
I was going to say we already have a few leagues down here who have run late model road course series as a sort of pseudo Trans Am series. So I think that would be a good shout for the future.
That actually sounds very good. Yeah, late models are... I have driven them on a road course, you know. With a good setup, it's interesting, but I think that's the thing. You want to make sure you've got the right setups. And at a track like this, where I feel like if you have a bad setup, you're going to make... It's going to feel pretty painful. That would be an interesting... We are clearly just giving iRacing ideas for new official series so they can send the royalties in our direction for all the content that we're going to help sell.
Please. Yes, indeed. Well, let's think about that quite a bit in the future. I mean, I always look forward to the Bathurst 1000 every year. Maybe I can look forward to a Bathurst series every season.
A Bathurst every week. How about that? That's what we'd like to see. 27 laps, 3 laps before the pit window will open. Gap between the top two has been dropped by another 2 seconds. Last time by, Adam Blocker 7/10 quicker than Craig Schultz at the very front of the field, and it's all while we've talked a bit about conditions and the changing conditions that we see. Another 2 degrees Celsius dropping off in terms of track temperature.
Yeah, wow. I'm amazed that it's continued to drop that much. It's down to 33 degrees. That's a pretty insane drop. I thought the heat would hold in the tarmac for a bit longer, but apparently 4:15 in sim time, the sun is not hitting the track like it used to, and despite all of the cars still hammering over this tarmac surface, the track's decided it's going to literally chill.
I think I saw a comment from someone saying that in sim sunsets around 4:45 p.m. Virtual Standard Time, so we're not going to get towards the sunset, but we're going to get pretty close to seeing the drop-off in temperatures continuing to cycle through. And of course, those that have setups that are dealing better with the cold conditions, the cooler conditions that allow you to get more purchase from the surface underneath you, they're the ones that will be adapting to the changing scenarios the best. Back over to SLM and Chrome Mountain Motorsports, a two-way fight for the 9th position. Scott Rankin's fan club, led by Austin Knight, continues to watch on Racebot TV, but Lake Crowhurst has been able to bring this margin down. The Crow in Chrome Mountain Motorsports, only a couple of car lengths away from 9th.
Been a good run for the number 2, hasn't it? They are another one of the teams that has gradually worked their way up through this field. 16th now to 10th. Looking at the lap times, well, Crowhurst actually lost a bit of time to Rankin. It looks like these drivers have been fighting hard for quite some time. What can Rankin do from here? It looks like Rankin is 15 laps into his stint now. Crowhurst is 12 laps in. So, once again, it's a slight difference in tyre life. And only 3 laps of the circuit, but remember, that's 18 kilometers. That's quite a long time for these tyres on these cars that have such a significant pace drop off after you run a few laps.
I've just thought of something very, very evil. So there are some tracks which, when they host races, they will also host other events as well, right? Spa has a bike race where you can go pedal up Eau Rouge and Radion. I was at Indianapolis last year with Porsche. They had a race where you could go and run around the Indianapolis road course, but it was a relay race. So it was basically a team endurance relay road race. It was really quite interesting. Now, Reese, I am not very physically active, and so I'm shuddering at this thought. A marathon at Mount Panorama.
Yeah, I mean, that would certainly be something, wouldn't it? That would make the Boston Marathon look like a literal walk in the park, wouldn't it?
It's one of those things where I just think about it and I go, you know what? No.
Yeah. Well, going back to what I said, like, way near the start of this race, I have done a lap around this track on foot in the real world. I was camping up the top of the circuit at the McPhillamy Park campground, so that's where I started the lap. Walked down to the pits where there was a photo shoot taking place for the drivers, and then we walked back up the hill. There was only me and one other guy who walked all the way back up. The rest of them gave up and thought, nah, I'm just going to drive up to the top. The climb from Griffin's Bend through the cutting up to McPhillamy is the most brutal climb I have ever done. It's regularly had to take breaks.
It's 175 meters from the lowest point to the highest point, and the steepest grade, which is an indication of how steep it is, 1 in 6.13, which I don't know the best way to describe that in English, except to say it's steep.
Yeah, that would be either at the Dipper or the run down to Forest Elbow, which is like a literal cliff of tarmac that rises up above you when you're watching the race. I think the actual elevation change from this point of the circuit we're looking at now up to the very top, it's gradual, but it goes for such a long time. And when you're going up through the cutting, it's like climbing upstairs, man. It is seriously a difficult climb. I couldn't imagine doing that on foot through a 40k marathon. That just boggles the mind.
7 laps or so of Mount Panorama as well. That's what a marathon distance would be. I don't want to think about doing it. I don't want to think about running up and down the mountain once, let alone 6-7 consecutive times. But there are people with stronger willpowers than me who I'm sure would relish that challenge. Someone from the SLM Motorsports crew saying that there is a run the mountain 1 lap around Bathurst, which makes a lot of sense. Because if I was going to do it, Reese, after 1 lap, enough's enough.
Yeah, I mean, you get a bit of a rest going down the mountain, but then you'd have to worry about the rise up the hill on Conrod Straight and up to the Chase. That is also a pretty interesting climb. But yeah, it's all about that first part of the lap, really. It's the climb up and then the coast down as the SLM Motorsport car brings it into the lane. Scott Rankin slightly cutting the chicane on the way into the pits, but manages to bring it down. I would presume he'll be handing back to Dylan Gray for the final stint of the race.
And I would also presume 24 to go. This is bang on the start of the window for drivers to make it to the end, and so Scott Rankin's 17-lap stint up on the jacks, 4 fresh Dunlops on, and Dylan Gray back in, right as expected. So, window open to get to the end from here. 50 minutes of racing is indicated based on the times that we're seeing from the drivers. Still below the 2:07 bracket, even with the wear on the track and the fatigue that we've seen so far. At the front, what was once 20 seconds is now down to 11 seconds. Adam Blocker's had a pretty remarkable stint, all things considered, but he's running out of time before the driver change in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. We can confirm that there isn't going to be a driver change in the Bring into Bathurst car. Bo Albert is reported to be staying into the end of the race. So now the question is, when do the top two decide to come in? It looks like right now for the race leader.
Here we go. It is a 20-lap penultimate stint for the 888, and it maximizes the drive time for the star. Rick Kuznetsov put it on pole position, and by 0.7 of a second, by a comfortable margin. Yes, we will see Adam Blocker, Phil Kraus retake the lead in the 074 Americans Down Under blue and pink entry, but it is going to be the 888 that for the final time today hopes for a trouble-free pit stop.
Hop on the jacks. We should see the car briefly disappear as the driver change happens. Is it going to happen? Yes. Out of the car, he jumps, and Rick Kuznetsov takes over from Craig Schultz. Now, 23 laps to the end. That's going to result in a pretty good workout for the tyres. For Adam Blocker, he's 18 laps into his stint here. Does he try to extend this stint out to the full length and do a shorter final stint, knowing that he can push the tyres harder in those final few laps?
It is a 39.8 second stop for the 888. That is not a full service. Remember, that is closer to 43, 45 seconds, so there is a couple of liters worth of fuel that the 888's been able to unpack from the car, and they roll their way on out, and now into the braking zone of turn 2, bringing those tires into their operating window. Mentioned that Bo Albert's going to be staying in that car. It's the first double stint that we've seen from anyone in the Bringing to Bathurst machine.
Yep, evidently they're comfortable with having Bo Albert into the end. Of course, Sebastian Flock having to get his dinner sorted. So that's the main reason why he is not remaining in the car. Albert continuing to put down good lap times, running the sort of low 206 bracket these last couple of laps. I think now they're thinking about making their way in. They are a minute ahead of the Super Cheap Performance car. Doesn't look like they'll be in much danger of losing third place at the moment. The Vermilion Motorsports car is in the pits now as well. 026 getting taken over there by Timothy Vaughan for the final stint of the race. And Adam Blocker, goodness me, I've just noticed his last lap, 205.6.
Oh.
That is only a tenth behind his best lap of the race. Actually, the best lap of the car that was set by Philip Kraus. So, hello, Americans Down Under. Now that the 9.5 car has taken his pit stop, Adam Blocker has unlocked a bit more pace in that thing, and he's trying to catch up.
Interesting. And you can see, even though times have come down slightly from when the track was at its warmest, we see a lot more 205s, a lot more 206s, and a few less 207s. That is with tires that have done 19 laps already. It's been a long stint for Blocker so far, and if we take a look at the lap chart on that left-hand side of the screen, you'll see the ability to be able to tick it down into the high 205s, low 206s on a consistent basis. See what Kuznetsov is going to be able to do, but I would not be shocked, given the conditions that we are seeing and the times from Blocker, if the 888's first lap time might even be into the 204s.
Yeah, well, don't forget Kuznetsov's fastest lap is a 204.645, so he's definitely got the pace in that car, but of course that was back when the car was fresh at the start of the race and didn't have any damage on it. So how much pace can he extract out of this thing in the final stint? Would still expect him to be the fastest car on track by some margin. Kuznetsov has definitely shown himself to be the quickest driver in the entire session. 206.1 from the Americans Down Under car. Adam Blocker staying out of the pits again. So it looks like he is trying to run this stint out.
I think, given the speed seems to still be there, although 206.194 maybe showing that the ability to be as precise with the tires definitely harder at this point. Just wants to take advantage of the low fuel load and not have to carry a bit more weight on his car with the clearly impetus there to continue pushing. Let's get a sense then for the 888 back out on track and building up the tires into their window, and now just hoping for a trouble-free 20 laps or so to the end. What did I say? Into the 204s in the first time of asking? Oh boy, we're going to see a fastest lap coming soon.
Oh, I think so. Kuznetsov now sees that the pressure is off just a little bit. Still a while to go in the race, but doesn't seem to be facing much in the way of traffic. He can get those times on.
204.853. That's a second faster than anyone else on the track. Yeah, statement was made in qualifying. It's been carried forward since then. Bo Albert brings in what is now looking to be an increasingly decorated with marbles 161 for the final trip down on the lane. Now this team did a slightly shorter stop in the previous cycle. They had about a 38-second trip down to the pit lane, and I would suspect that we're going to see another slightly shorter pit stop in the Ford, given that they only need 21 laps to get to the end now.
Yeah, this is going to be a nice quick stop for Bo. You already hear him revving the car up. He is away. That's another 38.9 second stop there for the car. It's now 5th place, but we're still owed pit stops, like from this car. Americans Down Under into the lane. Adam Blocker will make it now 20 laps from the end.
And so as the leader trundles down, it's as the 888, already with its speed built up, runs its way into the braking zone at the end of the Conrad straight. Blocker up on the jacks. Remember, we take tires every single stint. They are done at the same time as the fuel that is being loaded into the car. Blocker was able to go 3 laps longer than the 9.5 SimSport 888, but that gap being 11 seconds before the pit stop window opened, before we saw Craig Schultz hand the keys back over to Kuznetsov, it's going to be the 9.5 888 that cycles back to the lead. Blocker still yet to drop off the jacks.
And a 204.9 again from Rick Kuznetsov. There goes Blocker. Slow start from the box, but should still come out without much incident. The gap 11 seconds once more. It will probably climb to about 12 seconds by the time they make their way down to Griffin's Bend. Also see that the TC Corsa Esports car is in the lane as well. Sho Kanetake has brought it in, and it looks like the stop is now complete for that one. Super Cheap Performance Racing in as well. Harrison Lilas in the lane. Will he hand it back to his co-driver for the final stint of the race is the question. For the time being, yes, it looks like Bailey Ford is jumping back in that car. So we'll keep our eye peeled very closely on Bo Albert here. Looks like he will resume 3rd.
Yeah, and I feel like for Bailey Ford, it's going to be all about just now staying out of trouble. Again, they started down in 9th, had a pretty damage-free car for a while. They've gotten a bit more beaten up after being inserted into the fight with the bringing the Bathurst 161, and now back out on track and hoping just to settle in for hopefully a not too dramatic final stint of the race. Back over to the fight involving SLM Motorsport. Scott Rankin handed over to Dylan Gray. TC Corsa Esports out of pit lane, and straight away trying to go on the offense.
Nice fresh tyres on the TC Corsa car for one car in the session, and you see that Dylan Gray is absolutely pounding it around the circuit, running super close to the walls. He wants to try and stay ahead of this car. We're already 5 laps into the stint. The tyres will start to come down a little. Looking at the lap times for both of these cars, I mean, in terms of fastest outright lap over the course of the race, the TC Corsa car has the edge. They were able to dip into the 205s for their fastest lap. Meanwhile, the SLM Motorsport car, fastest they've got on the board is a 206.3. So that tells you what the relative pace of these cars is when they're at their best. And Dylan Gray hold off Sho Kanetake for the final position in the top 10.
It's going to be a close-fought battle, and of course SLM Motorsport will have the slight disadvantage of tires that have done 4 laps longer than chasing machine behind. It's always something just to keep an eye on and just to monitor. I'll be monitoring the almost 12-second gap between first and second spot. Adam Blocker with a 37.3-second pit stop, shaved off about 2.5 seconds off the stop time compared to the race leader, but the consecutive 204s from Kuznetsov as well as a subsequent lap in the 205.2s has seen the margin brought back up to a relatively healthy margin, and 19 laps to go. These next 19 laps are not about being the fastest car on track, it's about being the cleanest car for the top 2.
Yep. Cleanliness is next to race finishedliness, I suppose. That is the case in any motorsport event, but when you're racing around Mount Panorama, it is paramount. So hopefully both of our top 2 will be able to get to the finish cleanly. And we'll see what kind of pace Adam Blocker has got in the 074, because he's about to come to the end of his first flying lap on this stint. Out of the final corner, he will come across the line. It's going to be a 205.4. That is a new fastest lap for the Americans Down Under car. Brilliant pace.
So you can definitely tell that there was speed in that car from the get-go. Just being involved in the drama at the start. Blocker making a slight mistake over the top at Skyline. Ran himself into the wall. Got mixed up with the Centrelink Racing 467. Definitely started their race off on a slightly back foot, you would have to say. I've seen a lot of people watching on as well, despite the fact that this is the Australian time slot and it's uncomfortable o'clock in both America and Europe. From those regions, a couple of people have said they've never watched a Bathurst 1000 before, and so it's a pretty good time to get into the fun. Next week, of course, is the iRacing V8 Scops Bathurst 1000, one of the largest private events for the Australian and New Zealand sim racing community. And it's all just building until October the 7th, I believe it is, for the 2023 Repco Bathurst 1000, which I'm really looking forward to, not just because of the great racing, but as a broadcaster, as a commentator. V8 Supercars, Reese, some of the best coverage in all of motorsports.
Absolutely. I definitely am not speaking out of national pride. I'm speaking objectively when I say that Australian sports casting is among the best in the world. It was Australia that brought us the in-car camera in a motorsport event on live pictures, and it happened here at the Bathurst 1000 in the 1980s. Adam Blocker making his way past, I think that's Jai Potts, who has brought the Yankos car in for its final stop just a few moments ago. He's all done. And now, I had a thought, but then I'd lost it. I think the fatigue is starting to set in for me as well.
Yeah, it is, again, lengthy day for these drivers. 5 and a bit hours of pushing a car that is not meant to be tamed at the best of times, and same thing goes for the commentators as well. Sometimes we don't know what we're talking about. Some will claim that that's more often than the times that we do know what we're talking about. Regardless, Scott Rankin's been jumping into our chat and keeping us engaged, giving us some information as well. He's standing by for a chat. He's going to be chatting with Reese Gardner.
That he is. Hello, Scott. Good to get you in the box here for an interview in the final stint of the race. Your teammates taken the car back over. How's the race been going for you personally? We don't seem to have Scott at the moment. We'll give him some time to
It
sort
helps
out.
if you press the push to talk button.
Ah, yes. Hello, Scott. How you going?
Yeah, not too bad. That's probably about the most out of control I've ever been in a sim racing car. That was on the edge. I did not have that thing underneath me, and yeah, it's put us in a little bit of a difficult position, but it's going to be a fight to the end.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. It seems like the TC Corsa car is the faster one on ultimate pace, but Dylan's been putting in some excellent laps all through this event.
Yeah, one of the biggest things is just the improvement for Dylan. SLM took him on a couple months ago, and he's improved out of sight. It's really important for us as well that we're both neurodivergent, we're both on the spectrum. So in terms of things, it's just been about coaching mentality, getting him in the right spot. 17-year-old kid. He's just getting into hill climb racing in real life as well, and he's doing phenomenal. I can't be prouder of what he's done today. A lot of talking about mindsets going on in that, a lot of psychology. Yeah, he's got the head down, the ears pinned back now, and I said to him, it's going to be 20 laps of defending, mate. Good luck.
Yeah, it is all about psychology at an event like this, isn't it? I mean, this is an out-and-out sprint race for 6 hours. You don't have to worry about potential safety cars or anything like that. It's all about just maintaining the pace and keeping it clean.
Yeah, we were talking about that. He really wanted to basically take the car over from lap 100 and run through to 161. I said, man, that's a lot. Particularly from you, particularly the supercar at the mountain. That's just, for me, that was too far. I was noticing a lot of mistakes towards the back end of his second stint when he started the race. And I said, look, this is probably a little bit too much risk. I'll try and slot in the middle, and I'm just going to hang on for dear life and do whatever we can. It's been a really, really long race. I hate these cars. I can't drive them to save my life, man. So, yeah, it's just been about hanging on, doing the best I can, and supporting him the best I can.
Well, I think personally you've done a really good job of that. This car sits in what is now 8th place, as it looks like the Crow Mountain Motorsport car's just come in for its final pit stop. So who knows? Dylan might have a potential three-way battle on his hands here coming towards the end. Scott, thank you very much for joining us, and hopefully we get a chance to chat to you again soon, as it looks like the battle is starting to increase.
Yeah, man, thank you very much for having me, and go SLM Motorsport and hashtag SudSpeed.
Hashtag SudSpeed indeed. Wow. I tell you what, it has really been an awesome run for this car, and now the pressure is starting to build, Arjuna. Have a look at that. TC Corsa right on the back of them.
Almost seemed like there was some traction control off the corner there, just the way that it was able to drive off, and SLM Motorsport almost in stop motion, the way that Dylan Gray just didn't almost push off the corner. There's another car that's just come down to the lane. That's the Dr. Wobbler Mr. Slide number 69. These two will not cycle in front of them. Their highest finishing position is going to be 8th spot. You mentioned the Crown Mountain Motorsports number 2. That's only 2.5 seconds away from this little battle as well. 2 might become 3. And it was great to hear from Scott the progression that he's seen from his teammate, because in sim racing, Reese, you don't often see your teammate in person, right? So these are relationships that you make virtually, that you nurture and are keeping close via Discord and different voice calls and what. And so I maintain that drivers will develop the most when they're in an environment that they're the happiest and the most comfortable. And Dylan looks pretty comfortable now, even with the pressure from behind. TC Corsa runs deep and into the grass.
There we go. A mistake there from the chasing driver. That was a little bit deep into the chase for Shokan Itake, and that has lost him valuable time. Now he's going to fall under pressure from Lee Crowhurst, who has fresher tyres on the board. And look, speaking personally about Dylan Gray, I was running in a TCR league a few years ago, and that was the first time I'd encountered him. Comparing the Dylan Gray then to the Dylan Gray I'm seeing here, it is night and day.
It is a big difference to see, of course, over those time periods as well. Sometimes pretty crazy to think about how far everything's come. Even just, we talked about 15 years of iRacing. Let's reduce our window. Let's go back to start of 2020, Reese. Sim racing's unrecognizable, if you ask me.
I absolutely agree. I had had a catch up with my high school friends a few months ago, and I was updating them on how things have been going for me. And I said, look, at the risk of sounding a bit insensitive, the pandemic was great for sim racing because it absolutely brought the sim side of things to the fore in motorsport, especially considering that, you know, people couldn't go outside. Racing series couldn't hold events. It was a completely different world we were in the first part of 2020, and I have to say it's amazing to see the progression that's been made just in terms of competition as well. We're seeing amazing coverage of sim racing events all around the world.
Some of the V8 Supercars E-Series coverage has been some of the best in sim racing. At least when we get to see it in its full 1080p glory, at least outside of the Australia. I know that you guys get to see it on TV. We're not so lucky outside of the world. And again, I said that V8 Supercars has some of the best broadcasts. I was not just stroking Australians' egos when I was saying that, Reese. I was being genuinely honest, and yeah, the E-Series stuff was amongst the best that I can recall seeing as well. It's also very weird that Richie Stanaway, Shane Van Gisbergen, and Scott McLaughlin, these are all names that Australian, New Zealand sim racers aren't just familiar with for their exploits in, you know, real metal motorsports, but also for the fact that they are part of our sim racing community. Scott McLaughlin got his open wheel start really in iRacing, not out there in the real world, in iRacing. Shane Van Gisbergen, all the hype around him going to America, trying out NASCAR, well, he can go and do that in the sim, and he's done a lot of that in the sim with his Team Redline teammates, of course, teammates with Alex Palou, Max Verstappen, etc., etc., etc. They've been staples, Reese, but the last 3 years we've had so many more people join the fun, and I think that was also one of the coolest part about everything that happened in COVID. As much as it was frustrating that people weren't out there racing in the real world, as another mistake for TC Corsa, this time at a very high-speed part of the track, they get back onto the track safely. It was really cool seeing the real-world supercars drivers jumping into our world and getting a sense for what it was all about.
Yeah, really was fantastic. It was pushing a lot of the real-world drivers out of their comfort zone as well. So, you know, it was very interesting to see that. This will be interesting to see as well. McPhillamy Park, got to get on the power. Oh, he actually hit the inside wall there. I haven't seen that happen in a while.
That's a weird one.
Yeah. I mean, you almost never see people hit the inside wall at McPhillamy Park, but evidently there's a first time for everything, at least for me. Yeah, maybe just turning in a little too early, trying to hold on to the position, and ultimately they have lost it. Crow Mountain Motorsport now into 9th.
I've done that in practice before. I mean, done it more than once at the end of the day. Yeah, I don't think I've ever done that in a race. I'm usually too late to turn in, if anything, to that section and in risk of dipping right sides off into the grass. It has meant that Sho Kanatake's charge to try and get back up, not just to Crow Mountain, but to SLM, takes a slight ding. And with 13 laps to go, 26 minutes, time is definitely running out. Gap towards the front has also ballooned upwards. Yes, Adam Blocker is able to do 205s and 206s, but it's not as consistent as the race leader, who is, over the last 5-6 laps, every single lap, there's a second here, half a second there, and once again, 15 seconds clear at the points.
It's been a fantastic race from 9.5 SimSport. Obviously, they are one car down, but you know, even then, you could see the potential that the sister car had in working their way to the front. This team was running 1-2 for a while early on. What Rick Kuznetsov has to do is keep it out of the wall, but he's still going fast. That's a 205.1 for the second lap in a row.
It's the consistency, the ability to put in lap times within the hundreds and thousands that separates the best from the mere mortals, and getting a good display of that right now. And compared to the rest of the field, One other driver's in the low 205s. That's a car that's been out on track for 2 laps since coming down onto pit lane. Kuznetsov's doing this with 11 laps on the tires and still 12 laps left to go. Big margins between everyone inside of the top 5. And those are the only drivers still scored on the leading lap. We have touched on the fact that this is a race without safety cars. That means an uninterrupted sprint, no reprieve for the drivers to be able to take any sort of breaks. And when you've got someone at the front that's being as relentless as we've seen the 9-5 crew being, both in this car and in the other sister car as well, just finishing on the lead lap should be an achievement. Finishing this race is an achievement of itself as well. And given what a dramatic opening couple of laps that we had for some, I think there are going to be teams that will look back on this race, Reese, and say, our race changed dramatically, the future of the race in the opening couple of laps. But we made the best of the situation and we can be happy with what we did.
Yeah, for sure. At the end of a race like this, you have to, obviously, you're thinking back through the event. You're thinking, oh, what could I have done differently here or there? But in the end, as long as you're getting to the end of the race and you're in a position that you're more or less happy with, it's a success. And I think that's doubly the case at a track like Mount Panorama.
Confidence as well. I think we talked about that for some of these drivers going on to the V8 Scops race, but John Hindorf has the quote right. Every race matters in sim racing. Doesn't mean whether you're top split, fourth split, you're fighting at the front, you're fighting in the mid-pack, or because you've been bumped into a top split broadcast event, if you're at the back and maybe slightly out of your element. The great thing about sim racing is that you get to enjoy what motorsports is meant to be about. You get to experience the thrill of everything. And that's what the special event calendar is really, truly meant to be about. Bristol, Bathurst in the same week. We got Petit Le Mans in the first week of October. The next week, it's a doubleheader of the SCCA runoffs live on the iRacing Esports Network and the Crandon Championship. So that's road racing and dirt road racing on the very same weekend. I'll be honest in saying, Reese, that my interest in motorsports has grown so dramatically because of all the different things that I've done, both as a driver and as a commentator in the iRacing special events. And so I urge, I encourage, I almost implore people, if they've never driven dirt road before, go and try it for the Crandon Championship. If you don't think you're a multi-class endurance racer, go and try a GTP at Road Atlanta and just jump into a practice session, because there is nothing else, there's no other sport where we can go and experience what our heroes experience on the daily, and that includes the experience of frustration as the super cheap performance car grinds to a halt.
Oh dear, that's on the exit of the chase. All right, just checking to see if the car's still straight. Apparently that was a pretty big incident there for Mr. Ford. That's interesting.
Oh, it was stuck in 6th gear.
That is a full-on hardware failure, and you see that? The throttle just went all the way to the top. Oh, in a panic, he, I think, reset a couple of things or turned the engine off. Looks like both his wheel and pedals went there.
So
yeah, that's the first sign.
So pedals were okay here because he was able to get through the... It's the shift. I don't know what's gone wrong, if he uses a third, like an external sequential shifter, or if it's on the wheel. But it's almost as though he had to unplug his wheel and re-plug it in to get it to work.
Wow. You know what? The engine running at full revs for that long had potential to blow the engine. That could have been the end of a fantastic run for the Super Cheap Performance Racing car, but they maintain 4th place. Not for long, potentially, though, because have a look at who's behind them now. It's Dylan Goulson in haha, yeah, okay, I'm out in the shed, she is inside.
Yeah, it's more like, haha, okay, you had your technical issue, I'm right here to pounce, 10 to go. And at the line, you feel like with both of these drivers pitting on the same lap, they should have no real difference in terms of tires. Expectation should be they're good on fuel as well. We've seen Bailey Ford be pretty aggressive in the defense, and even against one of the fastest drivers in the race, be able to hold off the challenge. Based on the form book, Bailey Ford might just be the pick to hold off the pressure from behind here.
Yeah, for sure. But might have gotten a little spooked with the hardware failure and the engine running at full revs, potentially decreasing the life of that engine for the next 10 laps. Here we go then. Trying as Dylan Goulson to make up a little extra time here in the back half of the circuit. And now the fight is on. Won't be a move at turn 1. You've got a whole straight to take advantage of the slipstream here and try and get up the inside. How's the exit?
It's a decent run, and you can see building in the draft and now closing. Is it going to be too early to jink to the inside? Yes, Bailey Ford covers that inside line as we've seen them do so many times before. Bit more speed from the Holden Ford though, and on the bump, on the crown, the 077 slides wide. Bailey Ford holds on.
Oh, okay. That is crucial there for the last 10 laps of the race. All Bailey Ford needs to do now is keep it clean until they get to Conrod Straight, and then he can breathe once more. Speaking of breathing, V8 Scops Bathurst 1000 coming up next weekend is not the only Bathurst 1000 in the AusNZ sim racing community. The Logitech G Pro Invitational Series is going to be running their Bathurst 1000 the week after that. So it is all Bathurst all the time in the month of September and early October. So make sure to tune in for those if you are so inclined. Looks like the run across the top of the mountain was pretty even between these two. Now Bailey Ford can power down once more out of Forest Elbow. Technical issues or no technical issues, he still has something to fight for here.
Absolutely. 4 consecutive weeks, by the way, of Bathurst. The iRacing Bathurst 1000, the Scops Bathurst 1000, the Logitech G Challenge Bathurst 1000, and it all builds the very real Repco Bathurst 2023 1000. It's going to be an exciting time, I'm sure, for those that get to go and attend and experience the joy that comes with an event of this scale. Every great racetrack needs a great race. The great Australian race just a handful of weeks away. Close enough to shape to the inside is Dylan Goulson, but not going to throw a move. It was, again, 2 teams that came in for tires on the very same lap. We don't expect them to have any sort of difference in grip. It's all just about who's being able to wring the most out of the car. It's another good exit from Goulson behind. Once again, Bailey Ford is going to cover the inside.
Yeah, it was meandering middle of the road there for a second, but then commits. Looks like a really poor straight line run down Mountain Straight, but again, he flings it into the corner and protects the inside line through turn 2. It's that particular point of the circuit. It feels like on every section except the mountain section, Goulson has the edge. You see him on the run out of the chase through Murray's Corner and L Corner. He has got it down pat. But Ford can stay ahead out of turn 2, and that effectively locks them in here.
Isn't this very similar to what we saw with Ford and Flock when they were fighting earlier, where the super cheap car struggles over the mountain, but seems to have enough speed in a straight line to be able to hold on to its positions? And what we did see from Flock was a couple of half-hearted moves up in toward the cutting. Is that going to be where potentially the opportunity lies? Because that's not really a passing zone.
No, certainly not. But could be a passing zone down at the chase here. Look at this. Goulson is right on the back of Ford here. Down Conrod Straight they come. Up the rise, and they draw alongside. Straight line speed is down for Super Cheap Performance, and the move is made. Now they have to stick in the slipstream.
That was very, very simple to slide on through. And cycling up through that chicane. It's going to be 8 laps to go. And hopefully the super cheap car has got enough in its straight line capability to hold on to the back of the 077 out of that final corner. This is where, again, we think that the super cheap car seems to be able to maybe perform a little bit better. But if there is top-end speed We'll see it visually working out of this first corner. Yes,
Oversteer.
Golson gets a much better run anyway, but Bailey Ford is just not pulling down the straight.
Yeah, he's not topping out very well. Somehow I get the feeling that there might be some extra damage in the engine or on the car, or maybe because he had to reset his pedals, maybe he's not getting full throttle down the straights. There's potential for that as well.
That could be something. It was a hard-in-mouth moment just seeing the car lock up and stop. Even if there isn't necessarily lingering hardware issues, it might just leave some doubt in the driver's mind, doesn't fully trust what he's got underneath him in terms of the hardware, and at a track like this where you need to have faith, maybe that is costing him just that little bit of ground right now. But you can see already scampering for the hills. That swap for fourth might just come with not enough time for Bailey Ford to be able to bring back that gap. Here's your race leader though, who is almost a full lap now in front of 4th and 5th positions, and Rick Kuznetsov has done a great job in this stint to stick in the low 205s and to build up the buffer to the Americans down under to almost 20 full seconds.
Yeah, ever since Kuznetsov got in the car, the pace of that machine has been huge, and despite Blocker going for the later pit stop and being able to push hard on those tires initially, has not been able to match Kuznetsov's pace. 6/10 faster on the last lap was Rick, and looks like that is going to continue right to the end. Kuznetsov has barely gone out of the 205s ever since he set those couple of 204s, that big opening salvo out of the pit stop. And yeah, I'm looking at his lap times on this stint now. The only time he didn't do in the low 205s was his 4th lap out of the pits. And that was 206.406. Actually his 5th or 6th lap. But that was just one blip.
Just a bit of a blip. That was a four-wheel drift through Hell Corner at turn 1. You can definitely see, as we have throughout the entirety of the day, just how much the AAA and Kuznetsov have pushed the capabilities of the car. I feel like that's a good way to describe stock cars like this. When we talk about downforce cars, we're often talking about being on the limit of grip, right? And trusting what aerodynamics will do when you're at speed. This is a very different sort of a thing, where you were saying earlier, you may drive at 90-95% just trying to make sure that you bring you're keeping the tires in a good window, you're keeping the grip of the car over the entirety of the run. And it's a type of driving that not everyone can get used to, Reese. There are some drivers that are good at being able to pull off a little bit of speed, to bring in a bit more consistency, whereas there are other drivers who just like and prefer to be let loose and to go and attack.
Exactly. And I think it all comes down to the kind of car you're driving as well. I mean, you know, driving at 90-95% and preserving the tires is frankly easy in a prototype or a GT. Not in a car like this.
No, definitely not anything like this. It's why as well I feel like we don't get as many people jumping into V8 supercars as maybe we would like, both in the real and virtual worlds, because it is regarded as such a difficult car to drive, a bit of a unique concept. And that's why when you mentioned Kevin Estra's name earlier, Reese, I got so excited.
Yeah, it's always fun hearing a name that you don't really expect, and knowing that they're going to be driving one of these machines. I remember many years ago in the Bathurst 1000, when there were many more international drivers competing, Andy Prio did the Bathurst 1000 a few times, and Prio, of course, famous for his World Touring Car Championships in the mid to late 2000s. Also Fabrizio Giovanardi, who is a very successful Italian touring car driver. He was British touring car champion, and by quite some margin a few times. He took a few victories in the World Touring Car Championship as well for Alfa Romeo, and then he decided to jump in a Ford Falcon at Mount Panorama, and he spoke openly about how much of a different experience it was and how much it threw him for a loop.
There have been some videos recently of a couple of Red Bull affiliated drivers, Daniel Ricciardo and Max Verstappen, a couple of others who during the crossover weekends at Albert Park get an experience to sit in the passenger side of one of these machines, but it's always cool seeing their reaction when they jump out of the car. Yes, Formula One might be regarded as the quote-unquote pinnacle of motorsport by some, but there's something to say about strapping in a lot of power and just hooning around and having some fun. Out of Forest Elbow for our race leader once more. All but the top 5, 1 lap down. We've mentioned that a couple of times. Goes to show just how consistent that pace has been from the very front of the field. When it comes to tires, Reese, how much are these teams going to be thinking about the delta in temperatures and how that affects the balance of the setup? Because 45 degrees Celsius, now down to 29 degrees Celsius as we tick past 5 p.m.
Well, I think early on when the track was super hot, it was that they were certainly thinking about it, because hot track certainly affects the tires more than a cold track does. I think that now that it's dipped below 30 degrees, the drivers are a bit less concerned about that. They feel that they can push a little harder. This car really likes a cold surface to drive on. I haven't really heard much from teams and drivers about how much they think about the tire delta, but the basic facts speak for themselves. You come out of the pits, the tires are great. You give it a few laps, and they really start to fall off. And of course, you don't want to get away with changing just 2 tires. You have to change all 4, and there's really no cost to it, because it takes us just as much time to change 2 tires as it does to change all 4 on these things.
And it's all done while they're throwing the fuel into your car as well. So you might as well take the 4 Dunlops and the better purchase that you have. Down on the entry into Skyline, just watch the balance here. Keeps it in second gear, tentative on the power. Grabs third, gonna stay in third, bounce it off the limiter, down into second, down into first. Maintaining the balance, the momentum of the car is bled off early before you dive down out of that elbow. The track falls away from you, and then onto the power for almost 2 kilometers on this Conrad straight. I'm trying not to bring any commentators' curses down, but if there was any concern about the engine in the second of the 9.5 SimSport cars, I think for the most part we can say that they were unfounded.
Yeah, well, having said that, Kuznetsov, I noticed he was pushing the engine braking hard coming down the hill, wasn't he? And drivers who are familiar with these cars and race them all the time do that for a reason. You often don't see real-life drivers go down into first in Forest Elbow in the real world. I mean, you do more recently because supercars in real life extended the final drive ratio for Bathurst. These cars do have fixed gear ratios. Yeah, in the sim, you see the top drivers go for first gear all the time into the elbow. They are using the engine braking to swing the car around on entry. They need that rotation. They need to straighten up the car as soon as possible for the best runs out of these corners. So I think Kuznetsov, he's experienced enough in these cars that he knows just how hard to push it. Aside from that, we have one final pit stop coming in here. That is the end of a 24-lap stint for Blue Flags United. Glenn Morris bringing it in, and this should be the final scheduled pit stop of the race.
And that's going to be 3 laps of fuel put in that car. We were thinking that they might need to save 7 laps or so. 3 laps, a little bit more realistic target, but ultimately going to fall short of that. Not the only car that I believe did make a splash and dash. Yes, the No Chance Racing 059 that we had also highlighted as being a potential for a splash and dash 4 laps ago had dived down onto the lane. Everyone should be now good on fuel to get to the very end. Quick cycle through of those that are still running inside of the top 10. We've talked a lot, of course, about those up towards the front. We've also talked a lot about Vermilion Motorsports. The repeated undercut strategy that they've been working on has taken them up 12 positions. And we had a chat with Scott Rankin with SLM Motorsports. They're another one to have gained 12 spots. And Dr. Wobbler missed a slide. Correct me if I'm wrong, but they've got a rear wing once again.
They do. That car is now in the same state it started the race for the first time in ages. Oh, okay. Well then, they can finally start to push a bit more and show off a couple of the labels on the rear wing. Nice to see. Well, they should be able to bring that car home nicely. There is one battle going on still, though, Arjuna. You mentioned the number 38 car, the SLM Motorsport machine. Look at how close the Crow Mountain car is now.
Right on the back is Lee Crowhurst in the number 2. There is a big gap in tire life between these two. 21 laps and counting on the run for Dylan Gray. Just 13 laps for number 2 machine perched in behind. Onto the brakes. The front end dives down as the cars arrest their momentum. Clambering over the curbs was the 38 through the first part of the cutting. They will have 2 laps with which to battle, and 2 laps for Dylan Gray to hold on to this position. Runs a little bit wide out of that final corner. It's going to allow potentially the run into turn 1, and Gray might even compromise himself by going a bit tighter into the first corner.
Oh, he had a big helping of oversteer on entry as well. That has ruined his run through the corner, and it looks like they might just lose 8th out of this, but Gray's going to try and go defensive on the way into turn 2. The position is taken by Lee Crowhurst, and Gray is trying to move back in line. Gives Crowhurst a little tap. Is he going to fling it up the inside? Oh, he loses the rear and gets into him. Crowhurst gets sent off the circuit, and they both just avoid the tire bundles.
Still have time to figure this out, and as long as you're pointed in the right direction, it's the most important thing for these drivers to be considering. Chasing unicorns, chasing the perfect camera shot for us as Matt Bailey, 13th spot, not fighting for position, but just watches as these two get very close to the wall, kicking up smoke as they work over the top of the mountain, and now on the way towards the descent through Solomon Park in towards McPhillamy, and it's all as the leader takes the white flag.
Final lap begins for Rick Kuznetsov. These guys still have 1.5 laps left, but Kuznetsov cruising out in the lead here. Oh no! Oh no, Dylan Gray! He's hit the wall.
The pressure built up and Crow Mountain slide on through. TC Corsa's white, blue and red now lurking behind and only a couple of car lengths away. One more lap for Dylan Gray to hold on. He's lost the front end and seemingly slow.
Yeah, straight line speed is gone for that car now. That was such a heavy wall hit. And it always comes right at the end, doesn't it? In a Bathurst 1000 in any endurance event, it was the run through the dipper that got him. Just a little bit too much throttle picked up at the wrong time, I think, and the rear end was already unsettled going through the dip.
Able to fortunately get through that sequence without tangling any of the other drivers coming on through. And it's a dramatic penultimate lap for those fighting for spots inside of the top 10. There's no such drama, though, for the dominant car. The 888, such a famous number in real V8 supercar racing, and it's a performance race that feels rather worthy of the number.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Rig Kuznetsov and Craig Schultz should be very happy with themselves for the performance that they've put on today. And yes, they don't have a bonnet. They were involved in a little smash partway through the race, but they have managed to keep the lead and keep the pace. Couple of repairs done over the course of the event. But, Arjuna, I'll throw it to you for the finish.
It's going to be a busy 4 weeks at Mount Panorama. A busy 4 weeks for the Australian and New Zealand sim racing community. The Great Australian Race, though, has a winner, and it is the 9.5 Sim Sports 888 that dominates the next level racing Bathurst 1000.
That it does, and the burnout's already beginning here for Rick Kuznetsov. He has an iRacing official Bathurst 1000 win to his name. The Americans Down Under car comes across the line as well in second. A brilliant drive from Adam Blocker and Phil Kraus to bring it home on the podium. And the Bring Into Bathurst car is still out there on track at the moment, driving with the Centrelink racing car of Tim Hancock, which is a lap down on him at the moment. But I think still a strong drive from these guys as well, despite a couple of wobbles partway through.
Let's not forget, it's 4 drivers from 3 different teams coming together to run a race on short notice. Didn't build a setup, they ran what they could find, and they could have potentially been in the fight for second if A, unscheduled pit stop had not been needed, and B, if they had had a bit of a cleaner run out on track. And ultimately, that's all by the wayside. It's a podium for the 161. Beaten and battered, yes, but not down by any means. Not down as well as the rest of the cars come across the line for the SLM Motorsports car of Dylan Gray, who did pick up a meatball penalty as a result of the contact that we saw down at the Dipper, but is going to come across the line inside of the top 10. Just waiting for the final cars to finish up. But Reese, there is something about a Bathurst 1000 that time just flies on by.
Yeah, that it does. It's nearly 5:30 p.m. for me. It was 11:30 a.m. when we got this thing started, and yeah, I feel like it has just flown by. Just fantastic. Every time I'm at the end of one of these races, I think, wow, where did the time go?
Just like that, the first of 4 time slots for the 2023 iRacing Next Level Racing Bathurst 1000 is in the books. Before we hopefully grab a chat with a couple of the drivers, I see a handful already standing by. Let's grab a look at our race results. Doesn't seem like we're going to get any jumps here today, but Rick Kuznetsov jumped to the lead in the early stages, was on pole by 7/10, and the margin doesn't tell the whole story, but the 888 did dominate on its way to victory. The Americans Down Under and Adam Blocker had an interesting first stint of the race. It bounced back quite nicely, though, to be able to grab second, while Bo Albert and the Bringing to Bathurst 161 will grab the final spot on the podium. 2 Holdens and a Ford standing on those 3 steps. Haha, yeah, okay, I'm out in the shed, she is inside, comes home in 4th, with Bailey Ford and the Super Cheap Performance Racing dealing with some technical issues, still though, able to bring that car home on the leading lap. Everyone else 6th on back, 1 lap down, and included Vermilion Motorsports, who gained 12 positions through some interesting strategy calls. The Dr. Wobbler Mr. Slide team, who ran for 5 and a bit hours without a rear wing. Crow Mountain Motorsports, TC Corsa Esports, and then SLM Motorsports rounding out the top 10. Even with a meatball flag, they were not to be denied. Centrelink Racing finished as the last car 1 lap down, with Vermilion and Chasing Unicorns on their own 2 laps adrift from your leader. Virtual Motorsports Mentor Esports in 14th position, with the Yankos number 3 finishing 15th, and then the final cars across the line. Blue Flags United, No Chance Racing, and Obtuse Racing. The SART were one of the final retirees from the race, and they joined in the car graveyard by the likes of the second 9.5 Simsport car and SLS Racing, Band of Others Endurance, the Autoserve Racing teams, and Team Schnitzel, Frog Leap Racing, and the Banter Alliance crew. It does not seem as though, unfortunately, we are going to get a chat with our race winners, so instead, why don't we go with reverse order on the podium, and we can begin by having a chat with the Bringing to Bathurst squad, and Reese Gardner is going to be chatting with Hayden Veld, with Lachlan Culp, and with Seb Flock.
Absolutely, I am. The drivers join us now. Veld, Capel, and Flock. Bo Albert still present in the car, which is upside down on the exit of the first turn. Congratulations, guys, on getting a podium at the end. We'll go to Seb first. Bo was telling us early on in the race that you guys basically put through this race together. It was a bit of a last-minute run. Were you expecting a podium?
Yeah, yes and no. I mean, we had a look at last year's sort of strength of field and thought, yeah, may as well give it a crack. But no, it was an interesting race to say the least. We had a pretty up and down, especially with that extra pit stop. But no, it was good fun.
Yeah, certainly looked like a fun race from our side of things. Hayden, you had a bit of a rough introduction to this race with, unfortunately, the tyres not going onto the car. Looked like there were a few wobbles out there, but looked like you had a good time anyway.
If that's what you call a good time, then yeah, sure, I loved it. But no, it was interesting. I, sort of loaded into the session last minute, tried out a brand new setup that I'd never run, and went out on track with tyres that had, I don't know how to put it, but they were rooted. And, sort of wobbled for a little bit, got new tyres, thought I'd be better. It really wasn't much better. Tried to get used to it, but it felt so different to what I'm used to. But yeah, I don't know, we just sort of got it together. Cheeky J turn for the boys, and just somehow, well, the rest of them, Bo pretty much and Seb, absolutely brought it back from where I dropped it down to. And that was a good effort.
And Lachlan, you were obviously running in this car as well. Looked like a bit of an ERT and Synergy collaboration here, but Bo telling me that you guys agreed not to share setups from your respective teams. So it seems like you guys were just getting used to the setup during the race.
Yeah, the VRS stock that we had was good in some aspects, but I don't think it was built for those hot attempts because it would get really loose randomly. I think we said that eight laps before the end, the car was pretty much undrivable. I thought I was pretty confident middle of my stint when I sort of came into it, but at the end, I was just kind of holding on quite like Hayden. So it was kind of a match of who could get used to the setup quickly enough, or quicker than anyone else, and luckily we ended up getting P3 somehow, which we're all pretty surprised about, but we'll take it. This is just a bit of fun, and yeah, decent prep for the Scops and Pro Series that comes up in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about preparation for the big hosted events. So I suppose now I'll hand the floor to you guys. I guess leave it to Seb. Is there anyone that you'd like to thank for your efforts before we let you guys go?
Well, big thanks to Bo, Lockie and Hayden for whipping this up together last minute, and for the awesome Repco bringing the Bathurst paint, which has brought a bit of spice to the race. And yeah, thanks to everyone in the race for all the good banter and clean racing, and yeah, hopefully we can do it next year.
Is hoping indeed, and hopefully we can have a chat to you guys next year. That was the Bringing to Bathurst team, and it looks like, Arjuna, you've got Adam Blocker in for an interview. Second place for Americans Down Under.
It's going on 5:30ish in the morning for Adam Blocker, but a successful night it would seem, Adam, after a pretty interesting start to the race. P2, how do you reflect on that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we didn't have the pace to match Rick, but considering I didn't know if we were going to have a drivable car halfway through lap 1, yeah, I was pretty happy with it overall. I think our setup was on the limit of what it could do, like in terms of holding on in the hot weather, but then the cold weather we were arguably too comfortable, so we probably struck a pretty good balance. So yeah, I think we're in a pretty good spot for Scops. We need to tweak it a little bit, find a little bit of pace, but otherwise it's probably close to as good as we can do realistically. So overall, pretty happy.
So what's the plan for the week then? Get some sleep, I would assume, and wake up ready next weekend to go for the V8 Scops Bathurst 1000?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we got pre-qualifying second half of the week, which our Q set, which we didn't really work on much, seemed pretty good. I put it P3, and normally qualifying isn't my strength, so yeah, overall looking pretty good, and we're in a spot where we can fine-tune, and I don't think we've necessarily been in that spot before, so definitely optimistic and looking forward to it.
I briefly mentioned during the broadcast your pilgrimage to Mount Panorama last year. Do you race Mount Panorama and the Bathurst 1000 with more respect now, having been there and experiencing what the event's all like, and experiencing it with all that rain as well?
Well, the rain's a different thing. I mean, unfortunately, we don't have that yet in iRacing, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I already had a lot of appreciation for it. I'd say it's probably my second favorite race in the world after Indy. So yeah, it's just such a cool track, and yeah, definitely watching the cars go over the top of the mountain is insane. Definitely something that every motorsports fan should strive to see if they can. Yeah, and it was a brilliant experience. Yeah, hopefully I can go back again sometime, or maybe work it someday. But yeah, it was definitely really cool.
That sounds pretty fun. Congratulations, Adam, on the second place finish. Go and get some sleep.
Yeah, I just want to thank y'all for calling the race, and yeah, I want to thank obviously Phil for co-driving with me. He did a brilliant job, and Jason Brophy and Rob Malechka for their help. And yeah, see you guys, some of you guys, in a week for the Scops race.
Sounds like there was some other people staying up there through the night to keep the Americans down under focused on their task, but if it seems like that's going to be it for our post-race interviews. Unfortunately, not going to get the chance to speak with our race winner after what was a dominating drive at the front. And the iRacing special events race, they never end. Next up, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, the iRacing Petit Le Mans, 10 hours, 3 classes, brand new GTP cars. It's all live on October the 7th, starting at 12:30 p.m. UTC.
I'm looking forward to that one. It's going to be a super fun event. Make sure that you tune in to Race Spot TV and iRacing Live for that one as well. Really love Road Atlanta. Really love that race. Sports car racing is perhaps one of the best forms of motorsport out there. For my money, I'm looking forward to it.
And of course, it comes just a week before the real Petit Le Mans that caps the end of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship and the IMSA Michelin Endurance Cup. Here's a reminder of where we've been, where we've still got left to go in the 2023 iRacing special events, because we are closing in on the end, and all roads lead to the Chili Bowl, the final special event indoors at the Tulsa Expo Center, but of course, plenty more to come before that. SCCA runoffs may be one of the most interesting ones still to come, because that will, if it carries on the form from last year, be a week of qualifying in effect, and then Super Sessions dictate what we see in the very special 8-hour broadcast that will lead through the SCCA runoffs. Reese, as we look through the rest of this as well, I'm already eyeing up 2024 and what else we might have in store for us.
Yeah, me too. Oh, goodness. It's been a really incredible year so far, hasn't it? And I'm sure it will just get even better with all of the new content, all of the new features, everything being added to iRacing over the course of this year and the next. Oh, it's going to be fun.
And imagine, 12 months from now, back here at Mount Panorama for the Great Australian Sim Race, could we have rain to add into the mix? Could that be the next game changer that the drivers are dealing with here on the iRacing platform? We'll find out here live on RaceSpot TV and the iRacing Esports Network. For now, though, it's time to say goodbye. 6 and a bit hours flew on by in this latest step on the special event calendar. We'll be back in a couple of weeks' time to continue rolling through the action. On behalf of the entire team behind the scenes at RaceSpot TV, delighted to have had your company. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, joined alongside by Reese Gardiner for the Great Australian Race Domination from 9.5 Sinsport, as Rick Kuznetsov leads the 888 to glory in the 2023 iRacing Next Level Racing Bathurst 1000.